You guys don't know, आपने मनदीप जी को क्या कर दिया? She's not come today because of you guys. क्या किया आप लोगों ने last week? You didn't trouble her? You're good people. शरीफ बच्चे होते हैं weekdays में. Okay. One second, guys. आप लोग log on to our morning routine Facebook post that to अहमदाबाद PTE and IELTS आपका नया करें. चलिए, let's come on to our Facebook post. Let's see what's the latest update. आप लोगों को नींद आई पोस्ट पढ़ के? Sir's post, whenever Sir's post come, हम teachers जाग जाते हैं. I don't know about you students, but we get away. हमारी नींद उड़ जाती है. Anyways, let's start. So the most important post for today, let's start with that one. The first one, tell me what are the first few words and then I'll continue. Everybody knows that? Chalo, you're on the right page. ठीक है. You do know that you do get net access here. So if you don't have it now, it's okay. We are starting the session. I cannot come here and give each one of you our Wi-Fi, but you do not have to use your mobile data. As long as you're in our center, you'll have our Wi-Fi access. Okay, one second. ठीक है guys. See, she was worried about you guys. आप लोग तो किसी के बारे में worry नहीं होते, but she's worried. ठीक है, let's start with our post, guys. Everybody on Ahmedabad PT and IELTS page, first post. In order to achieve that coveted number, 8079s, in the month of December 2017, inshallah, I've planned something extraordinary which I've never done before. There will be a new timetable for Footscray to be effective from today. In all other branches, the timetable will remain unchanged. I'm making this change so that starting from today, I can take a long session in Footscray every day, 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., Monday to Friday, and help those who are very close to their target score, which is 79. Please note there are some eligibility criteria to be met, as not everyone can attend these special 79 sessions. Please go through the whole post and understand those criteria to avoid disappointment. Also note that this class will not be streamed live in other branches. I will cover every single question type at least 5 times every 5 days from Monday to Friday. Students of this course will have access to all materials that we have ever given. They will also get all listening and reading summaries as well as essays. Sorry. एक second, Mandeep. opportunity will be available from every time they take that test. A, for existing students. B, nothing else to pay. Previous score, 72 or above in each section in a single test taken in the last 4 weeks. Attendance. If you're absent from the class for 1 day, you can't attend classes for the next 4 days. You can only resume class from the 5th day. However, you can avoid this punishment if you show us proof that you couldn't attend on medical grounds. Intake, any day of the week, although free of charge. I know those of you who are from other states are disappointed as there's nothing special for you. Our regular and special class will get better and better every day. Inshallah, you see the proof from today. However, if I were you and I had 72 or above in any single PTE test, I would come to Melbourne and stay for a week to attend these special 79 sessions. For new students, fee $2,000 for unlimited special 79 sessions. There's no time limit. Previous course 72 or above in each section in a single test taken in the last 4 weeks. Intake any day of the week. Fourth grade timetable effective from today, 11 December 2017. First session, 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Second session, 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Third session, 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. My special 79 session, 2 to 5:30 p.m. Mock tests and appointments will remain unchanged. Should you have further queries, please contact us on 039016 9015 0430 468 056 from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. So what did you understand, guys? Tomorrow, what time are you going to come? What a special session. You're going to come again at 2 o'clock? If you're smart, yes. How many of you meet the eligibility criteria? 3? What is the 3 criteria? Yeah. 72 in each module. 72 in each module. And the exam taken in the last 4 weeks. Ek saal pehle wala, if you show me the result, please. We'll have to be a little strict because I've seen so many students. Last year, they've got almost 8. Then there's a nice drop. They've gone to 7. And now they expect us, they show us always the 8 score, of course. They never show us the 7 score. And then we see that the dedication is lost, everything is lost. To bring them back to the 8 level, it won't be that easy. Okay? So guys, it's a very good opportunity for people who are very close there because definitely, it is intensive. Sir is taking session, that to 2 to 5:30, 3.5 hours, and he's promised that he'll do all the question times 5 times a week. It'll be amazing. For anybody who's looking for an aid and has met that criteria, please come. Okay, it's for your benefit. Otherwise, आप लोगों की मर्जी यहाँ पर आप रहते रहो 1 साल, 2 साल, 3 साल, up to you. Okay, so that's that. Let's move on to the next post. Any doubts? So guys, another thing which you notice in the timetable. Before we used to have regular and special sessions separately. Now, 9 to 10:30 and then 10:30 to 12. Now it's a combined session from 9 to 11:30. आधा घंटा आपका बच गया. Okay, so that's good. Now there was a 2 repeat of speaking. Now you'll have 1 speaking, so that's good for you. Now it's nothing bad. So that's how it's gonna be, guys. Let's read the next post and see what's up. Jaldi फिर speaking भी करना है. Okay, you have to like it. If I read any post and it's related to the center, please press the like button. Okay, that's you press it once, that's it. Don't press it twice, it go unlike. Okay, let's start with the first post. Let's see. यहाँ पर, if you've gone through a post, don't you just see 9 popping up everywhere? Are you happy about it? Seriously, if you're, because I think you all are aspirants of becoming PR here, right? Just imagine 70 people ke under aapka application now. Another 80 will come next month. So now you're going to be under 150 applications. So rather than going lower and lower and lower, why don't you be on the top 150 only? Don't go under 300. Because all of them who've achieved their 8s have put in their applications, guys. And you know it goes by the day you put in. Yeah? It's not by random luck. So don't do that. That's why I said, even if I had ample of time for my TR 2 years, I could aram se give my PT. The minute I finished my student visa, the first thing I did was PT in a month. So please, just be dedicated for a month. If you can achieve it in a month, my belief was, if you can get it in a month, you'll get it. If you can't get it in a month, you might as well not get it for some more months. Okay? It's all about your dedication, so you should be fine. Let's move on to the next post. Let's look at Harman. Let's look at her score. She's got 88, 86, 90, 90. Amazing. Then we've got the successes for 67s. There were a lot of successes. We can't go through all of them, but you can have their faces, browse if their friends like them. Then we have 50 successes. And then we have Maulik. Look at his score. 79, 81, 90, 84. I don't think so. He's that old student. He's fairly new only. I think he's been here for a month maximum or so. So it's like, that's the best thing. When you're old, you get relaxed. When you're new, you have all the energy, enthusiasm, you finish it off. You take it seriously. After one or two attempts, you get nahi, ho raha nahi hai, you get depressed, right? Look at these guys. They're new. Just build up, just 1 month. Practice 1 month, that's it. Don't take more time than that. Okay, let's next one, Kamal. She has been one dedicated, persistent student. She's got 79, 86, 90, 85. And then we have a weekend post, the weekend post. We have weekend classes. So in case you miss weekday classes, that's from Monday to Friday. We cover on Saturday, basically Monday, Tuesday material. And on Sunday, we cover Wednesday, Thursday, Friday material. So any day you can't come in the morning times here during the weekdays, please, you can come over the weekends. And I'm the teacher from the weekend normally. Okay, my name is Saida. I've been here for a year and a half. Normally when Mandeep ji is not here, I'm here. But otherwise, I'm very happy with my weekend classes. Let's move on. Next one is Shaminder. She's got also 80, 90, 90, 89. Then we have got a Friday post. Let's look at the scores. 24 79s in 7 days. So in a week, in a month, how many weeks do we have? 4. So 4 into 24 would be how much? Exactly. We are looking at 96 scores this month. Sir only aims for 80. But at the rate we are going, कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पर, बस पेन मिलेगा. Thank you. We'll borrow some from the reception as well. We put normally only 100, 200 every week, That's it. And you can imagine they all finish up. Next one, guys. Let's go to the next post. Friday ke baad, I think you've read. No, the success is at night. Priyanka, 84, 89, 90, 88. Like her. Arash, 79, 84, 90, 84. Like him. Then the others you were 9 o'clock batch, so I have to read all the ones till 9. Rinjing has got 79, 79, 86, 81. Isn't he lucky? Just made it 79 on the dot. That's all you care for, guys. Don't look at 90. Even if you get 79, be happy, because if you get 90 or 79, it doesn't matter. Your application is going at the same level only. Then Gagan, you've read it. Definitely, because she was posted at 9 o'clock on Friday, and you people must have come at 9 o'clock. So we're done with this. While the material is being printed, of course, we have to start with speaking. Speaking, don't take it lightly. Even if you're good, I've seen the scores vary a lot. People getting 9s and then dropping to 90, 84. I know it's still the same bar, but a few more days, it might go to 79 as well. Plus, you should get full 90 so that your listening and reading scores are also full, how much ever they have to go. So if you've lost 7, 8 marks in reading, definitely a couple of marks have gone in reading and listening as well. So it's a, double effect. Don't do that. You should make sure, as of now, the current trend is get 90 in speaking no matter what. It really doesn't matter where you've come from, what your accent is. Boys get it, girls don't get it. Do you think all the girls do not have a proper pronunciation or accents? They do. Why are guys getting easily 90? So because there's some default to the system. So utilize that. Find out what is the default if it works in your advantage. And there's a way. People who are not scoring, also girls, there are ways, there are strategies. The normal strategy we tell you in class. But if you still struggle to get your score, please go to those senior teachers, Mandeep ji, sir, and all those people, and ask them, my case is this, my speaking score is this, it's improved this much, it is reduced this much, what should I do? There are actually 2 to 3 different things you could do. Now, we cannot say all the 2 to 3 things in the class, because if we tell you that, now you say, ma'am, maine wo try kiya, ye nahi try kiya, mera ye problem hai. So it's case to case. A trick which works for you will not work for her. So the only strategy we tell you in the class is the one which is general, common, which applies to everybody. But for some cases, it's a different approach we'll have to take. So that you'll have to meet with the teacher and find out what's your scenario. So please, guys, how we say is, if you're looking for a 7 overall, that means you should be having 8 in speaking at least. If you're looking for an 8 in speaking, overall, then you should be actually aiming for higher 85, 86 in speaking. Always go one score above if you want your score. Don't think, I want 7 to 65 in speaking is good. No, you've lost marks in your listening and reading. Okay? So always aim for one score higher. So if I want 6, my aim should be 65 in speaking. If I want 65, my aim should be 79 in speaking. Okay? Of course, if you can get 90, just take it. Okay? Let's start quickly going through. By the time the sheets come, I'll quickly go through each question type so you know everything. Let's start with the first one. Speaking module, first module, everybody knows, no doubt. Anybody who's not taken PTE in their life? There are some people like me. When I came here, I didn't take PT. I didn't know what it was. I also have. Okay, PT. So for you guys, this will be more useful. First question is read aloud. In fact, this question sets the pace for your exam. For me, this, or rather not for me, for everybody, this is the most toughest question in speaking. All the other questions, content doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, grammar doesn't matter, nothing matters. In this, everything matters. Okay, and it has to be correct. You might think your pronunciation is right all along because that's how we learn from our teachers as well. But when you come here, you realize, oh, that's not the way it was pronounced. Now, the other day, I was so used to saying decipher. My teacher always taught me decipher. I was like, decipher. I always heard determined. I've learned it that way. But when I came here, it's like not decipher, decipher, determine. It's not determined, determine. So you don't know. Like sir says, assessed. We always used to say duh. Assessed, D here, so it's assessed. It's not assessed. It's the T at the end, assessed. The D sound doesn't come, the T sounds come. So you know, half the things we've never learned in our life because our teachers have been great. We've been great as well with them, but you come and learn here. That's the thing. In a class, you can learn to an extent, but make friends because they've been here for longer. So probably they'll know more. Some of them will already know assessed is not assessed, it is assessed. Likewise, there are so many words you'll know if you come to class regularly. You think you're good, please. Maybe that one pronunciation will cost you marks in reading. Because you know, if you want reading marks for this particular question, let's talk about it. What happens? Read aloud, a small passage will be given, let's say about, I think, 30 to 35 words, okay? 35 words passage, what 3 sentences will be given probably to you, okay? What you have to do is, you'll be given a prep time of how long? 40 seconds. So basically in 40 seconds, normally any person should be able to read the passage twice. And some people sit with it, relax with it. Me, being a fluent speaker, I'm coming from an English school, okay? So I can speak, everything is good. Then too, I utilize that 40 seconds and I read it twice. Okay, if not twice, what I used to do personally, what it worked for me, I would read it once continuously without stopping, even if there was a difficult word, one continuous read. So I know that I'm not fumbling or stumbling at some words, because sometimes there are tongue twisters. Seashell on the seashore, you'll get stuck. You just cannot say the next word. So what you do, once you read it quickly, you know which all places you got stuck. The second time, what I used to do, all the places just where I got stuck or the words were difficult, only those words. Like, you know, I didn't know some word like, what is a very difficult word? God knows, carcass. Yesterday you heard those whale ki jo body, corpse, dead body was there, right? Carcass. Now you are saying carcassa, carcassu, whatever version. Okay, again, if you don't know the pronunciation, whatever you believe, first time ever hearing, just say it, doesn't matter. Don't try to think what will be the best version. If you know it, say it the right way. If you don't know it, just say whatever it is, finish. I would prefer, guys, that you read each and every word rather than start skipping it. You skip words, you'll get more penalty for it because according to them, you've missed the words. And each word will have something for reading, right? Not every single word. Like sir says, miss 2 words among all the questions. So if you have 6 to 7 questions, in 6 to 7 questions, overall, you can skip 2 words if they're too difficult to pronounce. But everything else, you should. Now, how do you pronounce? Yacht? Yacht. Some of them will only know because that's the ship. You know the cruise we go on, some of them, the nice one. So that's called a yacht. A yatch, watch, don't say all that. So, you know, if you know it, okay, it's a simple word. But because you've not been hearing to BBC news, if you've not read or heard, listened to documentaries, you won't know. That's why sir says you can come to class and grasp some things. But we won't give you the whole dictionary book and all the pronunciations here. Unless you're listening to some English channel on your way to train. I'm not saying at night, at home, while cooking, doing every time. Whenever you're going and you're doing nothing on the way while traveling, just put the earplugs on and listen. You know it. That's how you improve your English. I'll honestly say the teachers would be the same. There's no difference between English school and that school, okay, unless you have American teachers, but I didn't have American. I had very desi teachers only, okay? So, but the difference was we didn't have Indian channels in our place. We used to watch from Dubai, so we used to watch English channels. Of course, English channels mein to Indian nahi hote, English actors hote. So their pronunciations are right. That's why mine is better than yours. Otherwise, we are at the same level. There's no difference. The only difference is my exposure to English channels, English program is more than yours. I read English papers all my life, and you've read all the other newspapers and all the other gossips. So that's the difference. I've always read because English newspapers, good articles. not that gossip Bollywood this and Hollywood this. So my vocab, my knowledge is better than you. But otherwise, our level should be the same. See, just this exposure is making me better than you. So that's why we say, do this, class activities, plus just listen. You don't have to study it, just listen to the talks. Okay, TED Talks, BBC, all these are good places to go. So read aloud quickly now. A very, very, very important question. A passage is given. You have 40 seconds. Use the prep time. Read it one. Wherever is the difficult word, repeat those words. Once done, you have then the response time start. The beep will press, or maybe they say recording in 1 second. Immediately respond. You will take 1 second extra. Means the timer has started, and you've taken 1 second, and then you started. You will lose marks. The recorder starts. You give your response, guys. You wait for 1 second. Let me make sure the recorder has started, and then give your response. That 1 second will also cost you marks because there was a pause. Okay, so be mindful about that. So basically, the recorder will start. You can then give your response. There's no time limit. As I we used to say, you have to give your response in 25 seconds and read aloud. But describe image, I know something different. But we say if you're perfect, your speed is good, it should be 18 to 22 seconds. Nothing like that. Whatever is your pace, we've decided here, just give it smoothly. Read each and every word. Yeah, the thing now, you don't stop at commas, you don't stop at full stops. And there's no annotations. You don't have to make it, it was an interesting story and I enjoyed it. No expression. Keep it normal, bowling, smooth. That's it. Keep it simple, you'll get your score. You try to put that annotations, your even fluency will go up and down, up and down, up and down. Some people it works, I agree with it, but not for everybody. So don't bother. Okay, keep it flat. So what will happen? आपके पास time है 40 seconds. You prepared it. 25 seconds. Then you have this time bar. There's no time restraint here. जितना आपको बोलना है बोलो, मगर don't go slow. You know the current pace is fast. The current technique we are using it has to be fast. How we do it? When I have a sheet, I'll let you know how to perform it, but it has to be fast. Now the thing that matters, if your fluency is intact, that means you're smooth, you're clear, you will get marks in speaking. But that doesn't guarantee marks in reading unless your pronunciation is right. Okay, so pronunciation is very important, so you need to focus on that. If you have pronunciation issues, take appointments with teachers, sit with friends, do it. They'll correct you. That's the best way. And the best way is also, again, record. And now people are doing so many things. Google pe jao, just record your voice, it will capture the words. If it doesn't capture, you also know nobody can capture it. You have to improve. So simple as that. Now, again, since it's read aloud, we are saying pronunciation fluency is important. So the marks are going to reading and speaking. How many marks? Around 20 each, approximately. So that's why it's a very important question. 20 marks in reading. Do you think that's easy for you to gain in reading module itself? You can easily do the reorderings and easily do the blanks and you'll get 20 marks in your pocket. Yeah? I wish, na? This special material ki zarurat hi kya thi? What was the need? So basically these 20 marks are like, nothing, I mean, for you, it's no hard work. You can easily put it in your pocket only if you pronounce it properly, which should not be a big task if you've been a good reader. And another thing, if you think fluency will automatically come, me, again, another example, I'm just telling because I was away for studies and then I started, I was not so fluent. I can read, yes, but I was not consistent. I was, let me show you. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a closer look. By looking closely at the image, I can see various trends emerging. Let's make it. Do you think this one, did I take a pause? No, I know I was slow, but did I take a pause? So according to fluency, it's good, no? But is that the way we talk? No, that's why we started this fast thing. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. By looking closely at the image, I can see various trends emerging. At the end, what I can see is the trend is a whatever. See? It goes continuously. So that proves to the computer that you are a fluent speaker. You're not taking a pause. That's what you have to show the computer, that you're fluent. When you say fast, you're not pausing. That shows the computer that you're fluent. Okay? Now let's just do the first one. So anything else on read aloud I have to tell you? Timer, you all know. Okay, nothing there, much there. Reading and speaking. Marks, I've already told you. Let's do the first one, okay? Okay, first one. Originally a combined symmetry and I've done this. No, nothing, guys. Okay. Originally a combined symmetry and arboretum, the trees soon made way for thousands of graves and monuments from all over London. The town council closed part of the graveyard at the end of November when council workers found that a number of headstones and other sculptures were unsafe. In addition, some tombstones and other statues to dead craftsmen of all ages throughout Europe and sometimes America illustrate their tools. You see, now you guys, if you do it, if you're first timers, You might pause after one sentence at least. Some of you will pause after halfway through only in a sentence, but you saw I finished the whole thing in one breath. This is nothing which came naturally to me. This is something I got with practice. And practice how? When you people used to come to appointments for with me. To show the students you have to practice, only I practiced with the students for a week in appointments, 10 minutes each, I got it. So it doesn't require a lot of effort, but yes, it requires a little bit dedication. You do one, you said you do that. No. Whenever you practice speaking, always remember it has to be back to back, back to back, back to back. You finish one, it's incorrect, do read it again. Incorrect, read it again. Do 3-4 reads at one go, one after the other, one after the other. You take a pause, breathe, khalo, pilo, and then do it. It won't. Drink water, no. It has to be continuous so your tongue gets used to it. Your mind gets used to seeing something and reading at the same time. Okay? This is just a psychological thing as well. All done? ठीक है, इसके अलावा मेरे और क्या क्या स्पीकिंग में है बाबा? I have to do retell, repeat, answer short questions. चलो, we'll do some. So guys, take a minute or two. Whoever wants to practice, whoever has next exam coming up, I'll take a 1 or 2 attempts because we need to see how our students perform. So you learn from that as well. Then I'll do the remaining questions. Any doubt on read aloud? Any questions? आप लोग कितने शांत होते हो? You're so quiet and nice. That's nice. Very nice. Start, guys. Take 2 minutes. Read whichever one you want. Then I'll randomly choose some of you. Hello, happy. Okay, guys, how much time do you get? 40 seconds. I give you 2 minutes, but not required. Who is volunteering? Let's see. Who? Your name again? Atinder. Okay, which one are you doing, Atinder?
Sixth one.
Sixth one? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I need to
Start. Yeah, it is on, darling.
The programmer used JavaScript that did not function similarly in Netscape and Internet Explorer and had to be tested. Sixth one. The programmer used JavaScript that did not function similarly in Netscape and Internet Explorer and had to be tested and debugged. For example, a computer programmer struggling to debug a particularly complex set of computer problems may be highly absorbed in his or her tasks and role yet feel negative emotions because of the struggle and difficulty involved. The company developed software that mimics the human brain in the way that it works.
I have no issues with us, guys. She was fast, she's fine. Again, people who've already got 8, please do not increase your speed. Increasing your speed is only for people who have not got 8. Otherwise, maintain your pace. Maybe you'll go too fast and nothing happens. It becomes worse for you, okay? So if you've already got 8, you're fine. But let's see. She was all right. I had no issues with her at all. All good. Anybody else who wants to try? ये तो चल भी नहीं रहा है. वैसे ही कर लो बगैर उसके. I don't think so it's working. It'll be louder than that. It was not. It was her natural voice is that loud. All good. Anybody else? Any boy? Let's see the boys now perform. Which one? Okay. Okay. Vision. Vision. Sure. Vision. Okay. Jan nahi hai. Vision. Okay. And one more. Burial. Burial law. You said something else, no? Yeah. Burial law. Okay. So all good, guys. Something, but it's okay. He was good. Aapka normally what happens is you took a slow start, but later on you caught on. So that's not bad. Normally it happens to us. When you start a passage, we start off slow, but when he was confident enough, he did well. So that's good enough. He might still get a good grade, a mark. Anybody else? अच्छा ठीक है guys, because we're going to start with the remaining thing, and since the class ends at 11:30, पता नहीं इतनी जल्दी क्यों उन्होंने शुरू किया फिर. 1 second. नहीं, now the timetable has changed today, right, guys? It's till 11:30. It's one continuous session from 9 to 11. See, that's what. You don't even read your Facebook post. How will you guys know then? Okay? Oh, cool. Okay, guys, let's one more thing. Okay. Now for the remaining questions, I want to quickly go over it. Even if you don't get to do it, I want to just briefly tell from our aspect. You know, Mandeep ji, she always tells you, but before we connect with the other branches, which we are going to shortly connect, so before they come and haunt us, let's complete. Retail lecture, simple thing. What do you have to keep in mind? Retail lecture, you're listening to something and you have to speak. Listening activity, marks have to go to listening. So very important question for listening. Rather than speaking, I'm concerned about listening. What we tell you is, you will be given an audio, let's say a minute and a half, start taking notes. I know we say keywords, but believe me, any noun, any word which is from the audio is good enough. Try to have 10 to 12 words, it will get you a 90. You want to write more words? Why not? Why take chances? More words, more marks in listening. Speaking mein koi farak nahi padega. In speaking, nothing changes. But in listening, more words, maybe the word you pronounced was wrong. Imagine you've written 10 words, out of which 2 you pronounced wrong. Computer did not capture. But the remaining 3-4 words which you put extra, the computer captured. So you got marks in listening. So always go a little bit extra. Na? If we say 12, you do 15. Okay? So this is what you have to do. 6, 7, 8 wale to please write, put as many words as you want, as long as you can speak. Again, another thing which we say, normally we say these special questions where there's no time limit as such. You have 40 seconds. Describe image as well as retail lecture. You have 40 seconds, but we say 25 seconds is more than enough. But for this particular question, because marks are going to listening, more words means more marks. You can cross the 25 seconds bar only if you're aiming for 8 and only if you're very fluent speaker. If you are struggling, don't bother, because the more words you're going to say, more minus marks will come to you, because the computer did not recognize you, fumble and whatever it is. So don't do that. But if you are good at it, why not use more words, right? And there's nothing like, again, retail lecture. I don't know why you guys worry. Your handwriting readable to you, but spellings, does it matter? You're speaking the words. Are you writing the words? No. So while I'm taking the notes, exaggeration, अब मैं कहाँ से exaggeration में double G, single G, I don't know. I'll just write exaggeration. Maybe I'll just write short form, something for me to read. I will not care about the spelling. If I was doing right from dictation, I'll write it this way again, but while typing, I'll put the correct spelling. Because my aim is, while I'm listening to the audio, write as many words. If I sit writing that whole big version, my 2-3 words have been missed. Rather than that, I use shortcut, government. But if I know it's governments, I'll put an S. You cannot change singular to plural, plural to singular. You will not get marks in listening. Speaking marks will be there, but listening marks won't be there. So whenever you heard some word, write it exactly correct, in the correct form. Okay? Past, pass. There's a difference. Don't think you'll get marks. Past, likh diya, past. It won't. You won't. So the correct version is very important as well. So how do? You list down vertically. Again, some people write whole sentences and sentences in a story. When you write sentences, like here, read aloud, you fumble and pause. But when you have to just read one word at a time, it's easier. So we do that. As of now, I will not be doing that. So I'm just telling you small tips, what you have. When we come in the next session, I'll let you know in detail. But abhi to itna hi. Yeah, see, if you miss a word or if you write incorrect spelling, penalty is same. So best is to skip it. Why waste your time typing this difficult word, and you could have typed some more words? Sometimes you're out of time to write the word which you know, the spelling you know. The other day, a girl came like, ma'am, I knew the words, but I was thinking ki ye word ko likhu, na likhu, kya karu? She lost 4 words. And losing a word will not only deduct in right form dictation marks in your listening, but also in your writing. So probably a mark has gone either or. So you've lost 2 marks, not 1 mark. 1 mark in each. That's stupidity. Whatever you hear, you just write that in the correct spelling. You don't know? Skip that word, write the next word. Simple as that. So now I'm done with retail, just giving a brief idea. We will discuss in detail later on, but I'm just telling you now what you have to do. Okay. Iske alawa, what are the questions we have here? Repeat sentence and answer short question. Repeat sentence. For me, the most important question in listening. Connect with, huh? Actually, muted class. Okay. Okay, guys. So repeat sentence is a very important question. Remember this thing. If you're doing like 60% right in that 10 to 12 questions, if you're doing 60% right, and then you improve yourself to 80%, you can get 10 extra marks. Repeat sentence carries a lot of marks in listening. In fact, if I have to start with listening, the first question, though we say listening summaries, it has 30 marks. वो अपनी जगह है. But easy marks, without any hard work, without any knowledge, is repeat sentence. You should focus on repeat sentence and write from dictation. For me, probably write from dictation is more than repeat sentence. Write from dictation, then repeat sentence, but very, very important. The reason they go hand in hand, they're same. You have to listen to a sentence. One, you speak. One, you write. So if you practice for repeat sentence, you're good at write from dictation. If you practice write from dictation, you're good at repeat sentence. There's a difference. Repeat sentence has lots more words. Write from dictation has easy words. Easy sentence you can remember. Repeat sentence will be a little bit complicated. The facts will be too many. But if you practice, it's a piece of cake. Initials, I could never write until my first exam. I've just given 2 exams. My only problem was in my first exam was I didn't complete, and plus I just joined. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to familiarize myself with it. So I had just gone and given the exam ki dekhte hain kya hota hai, and then. So for me, the problem was only in reading. I missed half the questions because I was very happy solving my reordering. I wanted to finish it no matter what, and I forgot that there are other questions after that. So I lost 7-8 questions. So I missed out only in my reading. Missing 7 questions, I got 72. 7 out of 70, I think I missed 7 or 10 questions, and I still got 72. I was happy. So दूसरे 7 कर लेती तो, and that too blanks. Missed out all the blanks. Missed out the reading MCQ single answer. Next attempt, aram se 88. Easy. Others were all very good, 90, 88, 90 or something. But it was fine. It was easy, piece of cake. But for me, my struggle was repeat sentence. I used to go by memory ki initial will not happen, but it happens. And we tell you long, but believe me, it took me only a day. And I'm not good with memory. I'm not good with that. I'm very bad. You tell me even now, I'll forget. But still, 1 day's practice, 1 hour, and then 2 days I did 1 hour, 1 hour. 2 hours of 2 days was enough to put me in the same place as anybody else who was good at it. So it looks complicated. We always tell you do 4 hours because आपको 4 hours बोलोगे तो आप 1 hour करोगे. If I tell you 1 hour, you'll do 10 minutes. Otherwise, you'll take it lightly. So this is how we have to teach you, but just bear in mind, it's not difficult. Ask the teachers how to do it. Now, I can't in the class do everything because we have reading and listening, the more important questions as well. So repeat sentence done, retell. I've given you a brief idea. We will discuss it later on, but a brief idea of all the questions. Answer short questions, guys. Sir has said 50% B. If you give answer right, you still get 90. They're not very important. A few marks. You know it, you give the answer. If you don't know it, press next. Some questions are option based. 2 options are given. You have to choose one option. Just choose it. Sometimes a diagram based question, you have to just look at the diagram and give the answer. Give it. Don't know, press next. Simple as that. Don't even waste your time on that. Okay? Done. I don't know, the other branches are not coming, so we might as well do a retail lecture. Okay? Because I have to do listening, reordering, and drop down blanks. So let's do a retail lecture in the meanwhile till the time they connect. Everybody's got the sheets, right? Okay. Let's quickly. In fact, guys, 1 second. They have sent me messages. So guys, we are connected to our other branches. So we will be starting with our listening now. And hopefully in the next session, we'll do the retail lecture as well. Okay. So now guys, please, all the branches, I hope you're connected, starting from Williams Landing, Ruchi, Springvale, Asmaji, Melbourne CBD, Soumya, Bandura, Pallavi, Sydney CBD, Anusha, Parramatta, Suk, and Perth and Brisbane so rahe hain abhi. They don't get up yet. They are 2 hours behind us. So I think they're asleep. It's all good with them, okay? I think our branches, I hope they're all connected. I've just got a confirmation from one of the branches. Ruchi, thank you. Other branches, okay. Even, sorry, Bani, Sydney CB is connected. Let's see other branches, guys. Suk is there. Ruchi is there. Pallavi, Soumya, still waiting, guys. Asmaji is connected. Soumya is connected. I believe everybody is there. So guys, we're going to start with the listening module questions today. So it's good. We've got listening and reading module we are going to cover today. And there are a lot of questions. So we'll start with listening. Then I'll give you definitely time for your reading as well. The first question tab we're attending today is listening MCQ, single answer. Again, guys, you know there are various questions, but this particular question, multiple choice, single answer, and multiple choice, multiple answer. Okay, there are these 2 types of different questions. How do you differentiate between them? One says give single response, one says give 2 or more response. When it says single response, it is multiple choice questions, single answer. But when it says 2 or more response, it says multiple answer question. Okay. Second one, ignore. There's nothing called that. There's nothing called MCQ, multiple answer in Ahmedabad PT, and you follow that. We had a girl yesterday only who came in. She was like, I was not expecting 19 listening, but she got 19 listening, skipping those questions. So now students not only have started confirming for the reading, but as well as listening, that they're getting full 90, skipping the questions. So don't waste your time on it. Please, because right from dictation, which comes at the end, maybe this 30 seconds extra you've taken for those 2 questions, 1 minute, that 1 minute will cost you to 7 to 8 marks in right from dictation if you missed it. So please don't do that. That question is eliminated from your dictionary. You cannot, of course, skip the question. The audio will play. You listen to the audio finishes next. Do not check, do not choose an option randomly as well. You think तुक्के पे कुछ लग जाएगा, please तुक्के पे marks cut हो जाएंगे. Okay, so don't do anything funny now. You will only skip that question whenever it says give 2 or more responses. If it says single response, you attempt it. Okay? Now, let's look at the question. What does the question say? what is the main idea of the lecture? So do you think it's asking for anything specific information? Maybe if you look at the words, if they said something about the microbes, what you would have done if it was a specific question asking about a specific few words or terminology or whatever it is, you listen to those options, okay, and keep in mind. Plus, I know you'll hardly get time to look at the options, but if you can quickly browse through the options, go through it. Just look what are the keywords they're talking about. Oh, society, 50 years, protective effect, and all that stuff. What you do after that is, once the audio starts, you know what the question they asked, what is the main idea, or in the specific question, they'll say, what did they say about the microbes in the lab? What you will do is, while you're listening to the audio, keep concentrating, keep concentrating. The minute you hear the words microbes in lab, alert. The information with the answer is coming up or will be there. So focus more. That's what you do when it is particular words from that audio given. But this one is the main idea. So in this, what do you have to do? Sit. I don't know how you guys do it. For me, closing eyes, what sir says really works. I can close eyes, I concentrate. With the noise, with distraction, I'm here and there. Close my eyes, I listen to the audio, I understand it. Then I look at all the options, I have an idea. I've heard the audio, I've got an idea. This is what he was trying to say. This was the main idea. There might be 3, 4 ideas, but what's the main idea? Like I say, you do exercise for various reasons: to lose weight, to look good. Maybe you're in showbiz, so you have to maintain your physique. There can be various reasons. But what was the main idea of me joining the gym or exercising? To lose weight. So what is the main idea I'll have to pick is that part. There might be 3, 4 other things, but you have to know which direction the author was going. What was his main focus? And that will be the answer. So in the option, they'll say to lose weight. Second was to make friends. Which one will you choose? To lose weight. So this listening module is not about your grammar knowledge. It's not about anything else. It's about your concentration and you understanding what they're saying at that time. Okay, after the audio is finished, you don't start thinking ki kya bola tha. While it's going on, make a practice that you understand what they're talking about. Okay, so I'm going to now play the audio and then we'll ask the branches if they can listen to the audio as well, and let's attempt it. Okay, let me play it.
As you know, asthma is a very disease in our society now. It wasn't so 50 years ago, and we now realize that
Okay, everybody could hear here? I hope the branches could hear. Guys, you can hear in the branches? Hello? I know there's no two-way communication, so please write and let me know if you can listen to us. All good. One branch said, okay, so I'm going, that everybody is good. Okay, guys, so it's all good. So please do not look at the options and confuse yourself. You don't have to. It's a main idea question. Listen to the audio and understand what the story is. Okay? Ready?
As you know, asthma is a very prevalent disease in our society now. It wasn't so 50 years ago, and we now realize that the very early life microbes seem to have set you up or not for asthma.
Microbiologist Brett Finley from the University of British Columbia. In a study of Canadian infants, his team found
At 3 months of age, which is a really tiny little kid, there were 4 microbes. And if you had these 4 microbes, you had very, very low risk of getting asthma. If you didn't have these microbes, you were very, very high risk of asthma.
Finley spoke February 17th at the annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Boston, where he also discussed a recent follow-up study among kids in rural Ecuador.
And a big risk factor associated with asthma was whether they had potable clean water. So ironically, the kids that got the clean water had higher asthma rates than the kids that had the dirty water. Now that makes sense in terms of microbial acquisition. It makes sense, but I must admit, I was surprised to see that. You'd think, let's clean the water up. That's good for the world. This is all part of the big sort of hygiene hypothesis. I say we're suffering from a hygiene hangover. We have cleaned our world up too much, and we're just not getting the microbes that our grandparents got. And as a result, that's affecting many, many of the diseases that we experience in our society that we didn't experience 100 years ago. And one of the things I'm starting to realize is that maybe these microbes are actually endangered species. And you think about your great grandkids, they're going to have very different microbes than you do. And as we urbanize more and more, our microbes become less diverse. And anyone that knows ecosystems, that's not good. You want large diversity in rainforests, same as your microbes.
Now what you have to do, you are given 30 seconds, attempt it. That's it. Then we'll discuss what we have to do. Take 30 seconds, attempt the answer. We normally play it once only, na? For your this thing, we don't play it again, right? Sure. Done. 30 seconds. You can count now. 30 seconds. It has to be quick, guys. Don't waste time. So now we've got 4 options. We're going to look at each option. This is an MCQ. You have to go by elimination strategy. You eliminate all the wrong ones, keep all the good ones, and we choose the better option. That's how we approach. We don't go looking for the right answer. We go looking for the wrong answers because they're easy to eliminate. Right answer is very difficult, complicated. Don't waste your time. Whatever is left is your right answer. Okay. So let's start with the first one. I hope other branches are sorted as well. 30 seconds to ho gaya. Sure. Okay. First one. Now asthma is, okay. Can you say asthma? I hope you know that. You heard it in the audio if you didn't know. I know it because I have it, but it's okay. Now, asthma is a much more widespread disease in our society than it was 50 years ago. No? No? I heard something. What did they say? No, I know it's not the main idea or what. Was it mentioned or not? It was mentioned? Everybody agrees to it? आप लोगों ने सुना ना? See, this is what I want to say. They test you like this. They'll give you the facts from the audio. You have to decide if it's a main idea or not. As of now, it was mentioned. That's another thing if we'll say it's a main idea or not. It was mentioned, right? Okay. If it's not main idea, yes, of course, different thing, but it was mentioned. Okay. B, access to potable, clean drinking water plays a significant role in protecting young children from asthma. This shows your understanding. People who understood, stay quiet. The remaining people, how many of you have a doubt? Can be, cannot be, did I hear, did I understand this? People who heard it straight away should give the answer in a second. I read it, I know the answer. They are saying that clean drinking water is protecting young children from asthma. Agar you don't get this point, like sir says, he will buy you a ticket. You can go and roam around the world wherever you want to go. The only condition that applies is you'll never come back to Australia at least. Because you missed the main point, guys. If you didn't get this particular sentence, you missed the main point. They're saying clean water is protecting. And the whole talk was today's advanced technology, everything. What they said some nice word also, hyper hygiene and all that stuff, is actually working in the opposite way. So it's not good. And they said it's like, even he said, I'm surprised by the fact. I'm surprised by the finding that clean water is not good for you. Why? Because guys, for our body to, you know, the antibodies and all that stuff. Don't we drink antibiotics? What is antibiotics? Something which will not protect our body. But why do we have to drink? Because that will cure the illness, right? So sometimes we need these microbes to protect our body. When we have clean water, the essential microbes which protect our body are taken away. That's why they say, na, purane log, you know, it's okay, itni bhi safai na karo, bachcha bimari rahega. Because he's so used to this clean environment, the minute he goes out, he'll be infected with all the germs. His body will not be able to fight. So this is what has happened. The clean water is causing more asthma in people. So this is definitely false. Okay, eliminated. Let's go to C. Exposure to specific microbes in infancy can have a protective effect against asthma. Definitely mentioned. Yes, everybody agrees? Okay. Now, next one. Children with access to clean water have higher asthma rates than those drinking dirty water. Children with access to clean water have higher asthma rates. It was not the main idea, it was mentioned. So you guys think it's C. Exposure to specific microbes in infancy can have protective effect against asthma. I'm perfectly fine with that answer as well. Now the only capture, if you have to change this, for me, the only thing which will change this is one thing, infancy. Was the whole talk about only infancy? That's the most important thing. Was the whole talk about infancy? If it was, you can choose that answer. But in case if it wasn't, which answer will you have to go with? D. Have a listen. One last time, guys. I know it's a minute and a half, just to be sure, to be accurate, just listen to it. And then you decide. That's all you have to care, infancy or everybody.
As you know, asthma is a very prevalent disease in our society now. It wasn't so 50 years ago. And we now realize that the very early life microbes seem to have set you up or not for asthma.
Microbiologist Brett Finley from the University of British Columbia In a study of Canadian infants, his team found
At 3 months of age, which is a really tiny little kid, there were 4 microbes. And if you had these 4 microbes, you had very, very low risk of getting asthma. If you didn't have these microbes, you were very, very high risk of asthma.
Finley spoke February 17th at the annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Boston, where he also discussed a recent follow-up study among kids in rural Ecuador.
And a big risk factor associated with asthma was whether they had potable clean water. So ironically, the kids that got the clean water had higher asthma rates than the kids that had the dirty water. Now that makes sense in terms of microbial acquisition. It makes sense, but I must admit, I was surprised to see that. You'd think, let's clean the water up. That's good for the world. This is all part of the big sort of hygiene hypothesis. I say we're suffering from a hygiene hangover. We have cleaned our world up too much, and we're just not getting the microbes that our grandparents got. And as a result, that's affecting many, many of the diseases that we experience in our society that we didn't experience 100 years ago. And one of the things I'm starting to realize is that maybe these microbes are actually endangered species. And you think about your great grandkids, they're going to have very different microbes than you do. And as we urbanize more and more, our microbes become less diverse. And anyone that knows ecosystems, that's not good. You want large diversity in rainforests, same as your microbes.
Okay, guys, two things. Another thing which, through going through this, another thing you should have captured. How many times did you hear the word clean water, clean water, clean water? And how many times did you hear the words microbes, microbes, microbes? What was important, the clean water or the microbes? What does D talk about? D talks about only clean water. What is C focusing on? That's another way to get at it. And why I would say, though they said kids in Euclid or whatever that area is, who conducted that study and who did the follow-up study? Canadian Infancy Association. So an infancy association will not conduct studies on adults and teenagers. That's your logic. अब इतना exam में आपके पास time नहीं होगा. Don't bother. For me, the words would have been they focused more on microbes rather than the clean water. So the answer should be related with microbes, then the thing. And that C makes perfect sense. There's nothing incorrect with it. I would have gone with it. All good? Yes. Let's move on. Hanji. C. Baat khatam, story khatam, answer is C. Okay, so move on, guys. Answer is C, please. Next one is a easy peasy question, I guess, for you guys. I don't like it, but you guys can like it. Okay, this question passage is given to you with the blanks, not so many, but I think you can get up to 4. Isme zyada nahi hai, 5, I think, so it's real exam only, kind of. You can get that many blanks. What will happen? A transcript like this with the blanks is given and the audio is played. So while you're listening to the audio, you will fill up the blanks when it comes. The important thing here is to be with the audio and the transcript at the same time. So even if you missed by chance and blank and you think you'll remember and you are wanting to write that, you will miss the remaining 4 blanks. You never take that risk. You miss something, forget it. The remaining word, you should be on it. Basically, in this question, if you want to get marks, the audio and the transcript, your eyes and on the transcript and the audio should be at the same point, no matter what time. And writing the answers, because they'll be spaced out. They won't be one after the other. You will have enough time. They will be spaced out. What you have to do is, basically, when you hear that word, the blank word, you write it in a notepad. Yes, sir is good. He always types it into the computer. But I feel that you guys should not do that because it can be a problem. Again, when I'm taking the notes in my notepad, I don't care about the spelling. Because I know when I'm going to type it, I'll type the right spelling. In this, as long as I can understand what word it is, it's all good. So that is another thing which helps me. Number 1. Second thing, how do we take the answers? Because it happened to me, so it makes more sense. First blank, I got it. I've written it, ABC, whatever it is. Second blank, I missed it. Happens. Anything can happen because 1 second of concentration lost. If you lose it, that word will go and you missed what it was. You know it's an easy word, but you don't know. You're not sure. And if you're not sure, you will not write it. What's the point? Okay. So you put a cross when you don't know. The next word again, which you know, you can write it. So you know the second one is missed, the others are there. So always put a cross so you know which one you missed. It helps. Silly things, but it helps. Apart from that, the most important thing in this question is your spelling. If you write whatever you think you can is the right word and the spelling was wrong, it's as good as nothing. And these 3 questions are very important. Listening blanks, highlight incorrect words, and write from dictation. So you should be masters at this. Another thing which will help you improve is the accent. Sometimes, it's easy. But if you don't understand the accent, how will you know? Yacht. You didn't know what was yacht. What spelling would you have come? Y-O-U-G-H-T. Ought hai, O-U-G-H-T. Yacht is Y. So you have to know the spellings as well. Okay. Let's start. Let's play. Okay. So please, paper and pen and whatever you want. And ready? Okay, let's start. Sir used to be very nice previously, you know. Your passage, the one which was up, the same passage would be down for highlight incorrect words. So I could easily get the words from the top, but he's not doing that anymore, you know. So it's okay. We have to work hard. Okay, let's start.
Along the same line, I put on a question on Twitter. I did not know your recent show, Sons of Anarchy. So I said, hey, everybody on Twitter, what episode should I watch to get some good Perlman action? And everybody wrote back with the same response, you should watch Beauty and the Beast. So I watched Beauty and the Beast. This is the show that you did back in the 80s where you were the Beast. And this show, I found out, had an amazing effect on the young women of America.
I couldn't tell what age they were by the penmanship.
For those who don't know, this is a show about this young woman in New York who meets in tragic circumstances this strange, looks like kind of a man lion dressed for a Renaissance fair. His name is Vincent, and they have this, and that's Ron, obviously, and they have this amazing and chaste, at least for the beginning, romance. Why do you think women in particular responded so powerfully to that show?
Done? You won't get a second repeat, guys, so don't even bother asking. Okay? We will repeat it to get the answers. How many of you got it all right? Except one show, which even I have to know if that's the right name of the show, because that's nothing that you will know. Sons of something, but we'll check. Let's see if I got it right. Let's see if you all got it right. But apart from that, did you guys miss anything? Yeah? Okay. One more thing. There was one thing, which there's another one, the women one. Is it women or women? Later on, if you were smart, you saw there was a women. But if you saw the earlier one, I couldn't tell what age they were. If they said they were, is it singular or plural? So what do you think? Would you take your chance? The next sentence says they were. Anyways. Okay, let's start that and replay. And we can, of course, ask our branches, also smart ones, what they want to do. But let's see, okay? I'm going to play it again and we're going to get the answers right. Okay? First one. Start again.
Along the same line,
What was the first word? Line. Line ki spelling everybody knows? L-E-A-N? L-I-N-E. Okay, all good. Next one.
I put on a question on Twitter. I did not know your recent show, Sons of Anarchy.
Anarchy. What is the spelling? Okay, anarchy. But you see, it's anarchy. You would say anarchy, some other funny words. Anarchy. Okay? All good? And oh yeah, what do you think? Could I have written smaller here? So use your brains as well. I'm just telling you common sense. Did you see it was sons, capital S, of capital O, anarchy, capital A? It might cost you marks. So this is also something, presence of mind, very important. Okay? So it's capital A only. Okay? It's not small a. Now let's go to the next one.
So I said, hey, everybody on Twitter, what episode should I watch to get some good Perlman action? And everybody wrote back with the same response, you should watch Beauty and the Beast. So I watched Beauty and the Beast. This is the show that you did back in the 80s where you were the Beast. And this show, I found out, had an amazing effect on the young women of America.
Okay, which one? AN or EN? I believe it's an EN, simply because the next sentence this which follows and say they were. Okay, so it's women. It's W-O-M-E-N. Guys, this is the plural version. The singular version is W-O-M-A-N. Okay, but this though, they confused you and they wrote in the second sentence, particular women. But that was to confuse you. Better than that was the next sentence which followed this. And they said, I couldn't tell what age they were. So they were referring to the plural one. All good? नहीं नहीं या the if you say the women एक लड़की का that means you're referring to a women mentioned earlier. A woman means you're mentioning for the first time. That's the only difference. So we can't just use that to cancel out. Better than that, the next sentence which said were, it's easier. Okay, all good? Am I fast for you guys? You could understand my pace now. That is the number one comment I get from my students. Put slow. So I can go slow also, okay? We just don't finish the class. We'll be here only. That's it. Okay. Okay, move on. Next one.
I couldn't tell what age they were by the penmanship.
For those who don't know, this is a show about this young woman in New York who meets in tragic circumstances this strange.
With S or without S? That is the most important thing. C I C S A. So if you didn't even know, please you have it now. Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
Creature. He looks like kind of a man lion dressed for a Renaissance fair.
Now, which one is this? Which one is Renaissance? That's what I want to know. Renaissance fair. Even I'm confused. Which one? Is that the Renaissance area? RENAISSANC. This is the Renaissance. Is this the one? Which one? ये वर्जन मुझे भी नहीं पता. Guys, that's the thing. See, if it's a technical, though it will not come in exam, because some fairs are probably not common ones which you are used anything. If it's a Renaissance fair in America, let's see if my other branches gets they have another version. So guys, whatever you thought, put it that through. Let me just check as well if it's the American one. Let's see. Renaissance fair. No, guys, the only version I'm getting is this one, which I've written on the board. Okay, so if you have anything else in America, you guys can tell me. But the one which I have everywhere in California as well is this one only. So the one which I wrote is correct. There is Renaissance only, and this is the word which we use. This is the only word which is I know as well, which has that spelling, that pronunciation. So we'll stick to the one which I told you, okay? Renaissance fair. And luckily, they didn't put any capital F for fair. So you don't have to put a capital R here. We'll leave it as small. And the spelling is, again, RENAISSANCE. All good? Renaissance era, old era, previous era. Normally we say no, Renaissance era. Era means the year, the age, the period, that time something happened. So it's just a period in the olden days. Renaissance. Purana, yeah, ancient. Yeah. Not that ancient, but ancient. Okay, all good? Guys, reordering. So now I'll quickly give you some time. We have to attempt the questions. Reordering, do one of them. Blanks, jitne bhi aap ho sake. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 blanks in this. 10 minutes. Now the branch, the time will close. So I'll at least do 1 reordering and 2 blanks. Okay. The remaining we'll discuss. Just do the first 3 quickly. Okay. So you have to take about 5-6 minutes and do the reordering quickly and the blanks. Okay. Jaldi se. ये वाली नहीं है sheet. You want more sheet? 1 minute. Just have to break for a second. Come onto our Facebook page immediately. Okay, please come on to our Facebook page. There's something interesting there. Okay. Okay, guys, quickly, everybody's on to our Facebook page, then we'll continue. First one, update 1 of 2. Inshallah, I'll take a session with all branches connected from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Update 2 of 2. So you're the lucky batch? Because whoever will come and sit on the floor. Yay. Okay? So sometimes coming early in the morning can have a lot of benefits. You thought you missed sir, but he's actually here. So be thankful. Okay? Update 2 of 2. You don't have to be even having 79. Dekho, faida. Okay, sorry. Guys, let me just read the whole post and then we'll talk. Okay, update 1 of 2. Inshallah, I'll take a session with all branches connected from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. today. Update 2 of 2. Do you remember what I said about our 79 targets in December 2017? Inshallah, I'll leave no stone unturned to reach there. With this huge target in mind, I've introduced a new special unlimited 79 course today, in which I'll take a long session in Footscray every day, 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., Monday to Friday, and help those who are very close to their target score of 79. However, you'll be pleased to know that scores of requests from you have forced me to revisit the eligibility criteria of this new special unlimited 79 course. Timetable, 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., Monday to Friday, intake any day of the week for both new and existing students. Eligibility, previous score 69 or above in each section in a single test taken in the last 4 weeks for the both new and existing students. However, if you've scored 65 in each section and want to attend this special session, there's still a way. Read the last paragraph to know more. Course duration, it's unlimited, which means you keep coming until you score. However, we will start the course every Monday and finish it every Friday. I hope you can understand that this is not for those who are slow learners. This extraordinary fast course is going to keep you on your toes all time. Fee, it's free for all our existing students, but for new students, it'll cost $2,000. Attendance, if you're absent from the class for 1 day, you can't attend classes for the next 4 days. You can only resume the class from the 5th day. However, you can avoid this by showing us proof that you couldn't attend on medical grounds for existing students only. I'll cover every single question type at least 5 times every 5 days from Monday to Friday. Students of this course will have access to all special materials that we've ever given. They'll also get all listening and reading summaries as well as essays. They'll also get 10 full-length reading mock tests to hone their skills. 3.5 hours class for 5 consecutive days will give students ample opportunity to learn the tactics and special materials necessary to crack this test. Last but not least, students of this course will also get special suggestions from me just 24 hours prior to their test, and this opportunity will be available for them every time they take their test. Now, I'm still keeping the door open for those who haven't scored 69 but want to attend this special session. Every day at 2 p.m., you come to Footscray. Then we'll ask you to write any of the 36 listening summaries that we've done in the class. If you can write it without any single mistake, you'll be eligible to attend the classes for the next 5 days. Inshallah, I can reach that coveted number 8079s. I've got a strong belief that inshallah we will do it. Now it's for you to decide whether you want to be one of them or you're happy to see others do it in front of your very eyes. So guys, cool. You're all eligible. All of you can make it now. So no more 69, 65, nothing required. What is required? 36 listening summaries. And is that difficult? It's not, guys. Honestly, it's not. You see, anything is difficult the first time you do it. The more you do it, it becomes more easy. The first 1 week is horrible. Then it's like a piece of cake. So it's not that bad. You can easily do it. If 6 students, you, 6 जिसके आए भी नहीं है, people who didn't get 6 can memorize. That means everybody else can memorize as well. Okay, so not bad, and maybe they'll be lenient. Maybe the person did not check a mistake also, you might get through. Try it. Come, attend. Okay, it'll be all good. Okay. Nay. What they're saying for that particular one, you mean apart from the 36 listening summaries? Generally, yes. Generally, before it was 75, if it's the other way around, but I think you have to meet the criteria still over the listening summaries. 1 minute. Previous score, I'll just cross check because while I was reading, of this year, previous score 69 above. Yes, guys, it's no more 79 at all. It's basically now 7 level people are also can join in. But apart from that, anybody else who's not even scored 65 has a chance to join in by memorizing the summaries. All good? जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग खत्म करो, टाइम खत्म हो रहा है, मैं 10 मिनट में मुझे पूरा करना है. हाँ, that's what I want to check what's happening. Hold on a second, guys. Attendance sheet यहाँ पर. Hold on. Finish off your questions, guys. Guys, let's do it together. Okay, at least let's start with the reordering now. Okay, because that's a difficult question. Let's see how we can attempt that question. And the blanks, we can probably do it together. I hope other branches are connected. We're going to go and do it together. I guess your students must have done it before 8:30, 9:30 itself. So let's start. We're going to start with the reordering. Very important question in reading. It can get you a lot of marks. You make the right pairs, you can get from 3 to 5 marks depending on the options. How we get the marks, we will discuss later on. Now, let's see what we have to do with the reordering. It's an academic passage, jumbled up. You have to find the right order. And we start by looking for independent sentence. We find the independent sentence. That might be 1, that might be 2. And then we choose the most general one. Because normally the more general one it will be definitely your topic sentence. So the reason we were looking for independent sentence was only because we wanted this general sentence on the top sitting and then subsequently to form the pairs. Okay? Understood? Independent sentence nahi pata aapko? Simple thing. He scored 90 each in his PTE exam. When I say he scored 90 each in PTE exam, you have the question, who's the he? You want to know who it is? The person's name is missing. That means it's not independent. But if I say Sai scored 90 each in the PTE exam, you know who it is. So whenever there are pronouns, it cannot be an independent sentence. Okay? So now let's just go ahead and read each sentence and see where we stand. First one. The standard process for regional planning involves councils producing draft plans and inviting submissions, followed by public hearings, councils, decisions, and appeals to the Environment Court. No? Why? The boy in the class was good. Sometimes the cannot be always referring to something earlier on. But then, the standard process for what? That is a confusion, no? The standard, is it clear exactly for what the standard process they're referring to? Now, the standard process means they are referring to some standard process of something. It can be PTE studies, it can be your court, whatever they're saying here, it can be anything. So confusion is there, it's not independent. Okay? So we know the facts, but here they talk about standard process. Maybe we can make a pair later on. So let's move to B. New Zealand's national policy statement for freshwater management sets out objectives and policies for freshwater management to provide national consistency in local planning and decision making while allowing for regional flexibility. Could be? Any problem anybody has? No? Thank you very much. Let's move on. C. Collaborative approaches differ in that multi-stakeholder groups are convened to recommend the policies included in the draft plans with a strong emphasis on consensus. No? Why no? Collaborative approach differ in that multitask. No, in that means what do they differ in? In that. But the thing is, they differ from whom? Yeah? If you're saying collaborative approaches differ, she differs in her speaking skills. But from whom? From what? There should be some other party mentioned earlier on. That's why it won't be independent. When you say that collaborative approaches differ in that multi-score, we also know that they're talking about some other thing which was different as well. That's why it will not be independent. Otherwise, it looked perfectly independent. Understood? Moving on. D. Under the NPSFM regional councils, that's local governments are required to set objectives for freshwater bodies that reflect national and local values. No? Independent? No. But what did we do here? Something we did here. We got an abbreviation here. Was the full name given before? So what does it only indicate? It only indicates that in B and D, which one will come first? Always know that, right? When it's the full name or when it's an abbreviation, that will always come first before it's the abbreviation part or the surname or half name is given. So at least on the board, we can write something that wherever they come, B will come first and then D, somewhere. Maybe there is something in between, maybe there's nothing. We don't know. B and D. Abhi maine story पूछी नहीं है. We didn't finish, na? Wait, let's move on. ठीक है? Next one. The central government has proposed legislative amendments to enable regional councils to limit appeal rights if they choose collaborative freshwater decision making and meet certain requirements. This is independent or not? Okay. Why isn't it independent? The central government has proposed legislative amendments to enable regional councils to limit appeal rights if they chose collaborative freshwater decision making and meet certain. The Australian government has imposed strict, stringent laws or made immigration laws more strict if everybody is getting 8 nowadays. Is there anything wrong with that? Is it incomplete? It's, huh? No, nahi, condition is there. So was that condition supposed to be met? They've given the condition also later on. What I'm trying to say, it is independent. I agree. I know it's not the topic sentence. A sentence cannot start with it. But is it independent or not? For me, it's complete information. I see no reason I can eliminate ki it's referring to something which I didn't understand. What they said, they made an amendment. Anybody can make an amendment. It is independent. Yes, it will not be the topic sentence, but it is independent for me. Okay, because the condition is given later on. If they do this, they should be putting a new amendment. So if students are getting 8, Australian government should change their, no, they should not change their immigration laws. Okay, move on. F. Under the existing law, however, the council must still issue a draft plan, call for submissions, hold hearings, and exercise its own judgments, which are then subject to appeal. Is it independent or not? There is one word to eliminate everything. However, under existing law, immigration rules are strict is okay. But when you say, however, isn't some contrast coming? But you know, when you get however, I'm even liking the statement. Now I know I can make a pair. If they are talking now against under existing law, however, something is happening, what will come before however? Nay, under existing law, it's however. So what will be opposite of under existing law? Ka pehle wala kya hoga? Existing is now. What is the opposite of existing? Something new. Yeah, something new or some new laws. Okay, if the existing law is this, because existing se aur existing piche nahi ja sakta. Existing is the last one. You can't go more back. But something new can happen, right? So this is the existing one. What is the opposite? The new laws are saying something else. So now, but a catch. Did you see a twist? Which one will come first? The new laws or the existing laws? New law will come first, and then they're contrasting with however. Where was the new laws mentioned? आप लोगों को वो भी नहीं पता? The A is a law. The central government has proposed something which you propose is new, is something existing. New, something they're proposing. So you know you formed another pair. What is a pair? E and F. Everybody understands the logic? You had a however, you needed to know something which comes before that. We know the only place it's mentioned is E and F. Okay? So something else we've got. So far we've got B, D, E, F. How many other options are left by? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 2 more options are left. So far, you know, if you go now, we've read all of them. Everybody is happy with that. First thing you know, if I had to choose between the independence, which is the most independent sentence in all this? B. B still remains. So we've got B and D. We are happy with it. All good. And now this is getting into the laws. Now you're left with one approach only. The standard process and collaborative approach. What do you think where they will fit? The standard process for regional planning involves councils producing draft plans and inviting submissions followed by public hearing. And collaborative approaches differ in that multitaskers are convened to recommend the policies included in draft plans with strong emphasis. If you had to choose between the two, which one will come first? A or C? Always the standard process and then probably the different process, collaborative. So you know A and C are talking about process. You know B and D were talking about that New Zealand national policy statement. You are now left with this only. You have to decide if this for me, I'll have to check again with the options what other branches think. Now for me, there are two ways, okay? This new laws. Do you think the new laws will come first and then you will mention what is a standard process and what is a collaborative approach, or you will mention it before and then make the new changes? Because why? Look at it. When you see, I always told you, right? Okay, I didn't tell you because you people are not expert. The second half of the sentence always gives way to the next sentence which is coming up. So if you're stopping at D, what is D ending with? Under the new regional councils, local requirements are required to set objectives for freshwater bodies that reflect national and local values. So now if you have to go either with E or A, they are making amendments, appeals and rights, okay, for fresh. And if you go for process, for regional planning involves councils producing a draft plans inviting followed by public hearing, council decisions and appeals to government courts. Which one do you think is better? Do you think first we should put the new laws and then describe the two processes? Or do you think first describe the two processes and then put the amendments? What do you believe? Everybody agrees that first the process should come? For me, I will go with objectives, policies, and everything, decision making. So for me, the process will come first as well. Okay? I believe the process should come first and then the changes will come. So if the process will come, which is the first process which is talked about? So after BD should be A. And then I personally feel C should come because that's another process. There can be one variation, that just one variation, that since F is ending with collaborative, you can always describe after F what was collaborative. But as of now, I'm going with our option which we discussed. It will be B, D, A, C, E, F. This is how I prefer. But there might be one change. There might be one change if collaborative approach was the first time they did. If they choose no guys, if you see the E thing, right? If they choose collaborative, if they choose, that means they're not introducing it, they're referring to it. All of you agree? If they choose collaborative, that means collaborative should have been mentioned earlier. So if it has to be mentioned earlier, it cannot come afterwards. So for me, the option is B, D, A, C, E, F. If there's a variation, I'll let you know. But for me, this is the answer. You got the logic how to do? See, how did I make pairs? I didn't have to look for 6. I just made two pairs. BD was a pair, AC was a pair, EF was a pair. I just put them together. It made my life easy. How many marks can I get for this question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 marks. So 6 option question can get 5 marks. Even if your order is wrong, you'll still get marks. All good? Okay. Okay, guys, let's move on to the next question. And how many of you got it right? Let's see how many smart of you people here. मेरी attendance sheets आई नहीं अभी तक. Guys, you'll not leave before signing, okay? You sign outside if you didn't. How many of you got it right? Raise your hands. Heart attack. 1 out of, I think this is at least 50 students, 60 students. Other branches, आपके पास कुछ हुआ? It should be less than 1, huh? So basically none. Anyways, guys, let's move on. Okay, you got the idea here. Reordering, for me personally, make pairs, put them in order. It's easier. If you go one by one, it takes more time and you're doubtful. At least if you don't even get the order, I had put the pair upside down, I'll still get marks. Pairing is more important. Okay, let's go to the next one, reading blanks. This is drop down. You know what we do? We have to read the passage in our heart, get the gist, and then attempt the blanks. Okay, all good? So now let's read this funny looking passage. Komolunga, whatever. Okay, called Komolunga in Tibet. Sangra. Okay, it's real. I thought it was a story. Okay, sorry. I thought it was name of a bacteria or something. Sorry. Called Kololunga. Okay, goddess of mother of the world in Tibet. And Sagar Mata. Okay, this I know at least. Sagar Mata is Sagar to sea ko bolte na. But they're saying sky. Okay. Okay, Sagar Mata, I know is goddess, okay, but I thought it was goddess of sea, but it's goddess of sky. In Nepal, Mount Everest once went by the pedestrian name of Peak 15 among Westerners. That was before Dash established that it was the highest mountain on earth, a fact that came as something of a surprise. Peak 15 had seemed lost in the crowd of other formidable Himalayan peaks, many of which gave Dash of greater heights. In 1852, the great Trigonometrical Survey of India measured Everest elevation at blah, blah, blah. The figure remained officially the Dash height for more than 100 years. In 1955, it was adjusted by mere 26 feet to Da. The mountain received its official name in 1865 in honor of Sir George Everest, the British surveyor general from 1830 to 1940, who had mapped the Indian subcontinent. He had some dash about having his name bestowed on the peak, arguing that the mountain should retain its local appellation. The standard policy of geographic societies before the survey of India, a number of other mountains ranked supreme in the eyes of the world. In the 7th and the 18th century, the Andean peak Chimborazo was considered the highest at relative blah, blah, blah. It is in fact nowhere near the highest dash, by about 30 under the Andean peaks and several dozen in the Himalayas. In 1809, the Himalayan peak Darungi was declared the ultimate one, only to be shunted aside in 1840 by Kachenjunga, 28,208 feet, 8,598 meters, which today ranks 3rd. Everest status has been unrivaled for the last century and a half, but not without a few threats. Guys, I took so much time. You have 2 minutes per question. You do it quickly, 30 seconds in your heart. Don't understand the passage, not required. All you just need to understand is what is the subject, the topic about, a gist about it, and which direction it's going. It's a very technical thing. There's no direction up and down. It's about the Mount Everest and the name being put. Simple as that, that's okay. It will be technical, you will not understand. Here, you can use your grammar, your logic, and attempt it. Understanding the passage is not required. Yeah, the tone matters. If it's positive, you know, you'll use positive words, negative, negative words. Okay? First one. let's start with the direct sentence. That was before Dash established that it was the highest mountain on earth. Purveyors is nothing. Surveillance, you know, is what? This is surveillance camera in a way. Not really, but yeah. Persuasion and surveyors. So what's the answer? Yes, the logic here was, guys, who estimate these mountains, peaks? So they are surveyors. All of you know, right? Sir is coming at 11:30. Hold on, let me just check one thing, guys. Let's continue. So everybody's okay? Surveyors, you just had to know who estimates land, these peaks and heights. So you know it's surveyors. Next one, quickly. Let's start where it starts. It's the same continuation. The surveys established that it was the highest mountain on earth, a fact that came as something of a surprise. Peak 15 had seemed lost in the crowd of other formidable Himalayan peaks, many of which gave the dash of greater heights. Everybody knows now, when you think something is tall, but it's not, it's an illusion. All the other answers, inclusion, illusion, anticipation, is all wrong. C. In 1852, the Great Trigonometrical Survey of India measured Everest's elevation as 29,000 feet above sea level. This figure remained officially dash height for more than 100 years. Accepted. Everybody agrees. Easy. The height which everybody accepted, which was certified or which was written in the books. Which other accepted is intercepted, means intercept something, line intercepted. Incepted means think about it. Accepted means ACC is different. Accepted means isko accept, nikal ke. Accept this, everything else is good. So the answer is, guys, accepted. ACCEPTED. Good, but stop me, guys, if you didn't get it. It is accepted. Accepted means something I accept, right? I accepted your marks. Accepted means I removed your marks. Accepted and accepted. Accepted. One is accepted. Other one is accepted. Okay? Chodo. It's very similar. We'll do it later in the read aloud. Okay? Moving on to D. One is the ACC is accepted. Accepted. The EX is accepted. Accepted and accepted. Ek and ak. Acknowledgement, ACK, like that. Acknowledgement. Okay? It's a little bit different. There is a little variation. Okay? Let's come to D, guys. The mountain received its official name in 1865 in honor of Sir George Everest, the British surveyor. So if you didn't know the answer, you know the answer is here. Sometimes that's why you should read the passage in advance. You can get the answers for the blanks up as well. Surveys are mentioned here. You know that this is the surveys they referred earlier. Who had mapped the Indian subcontinent? He had some dash about having this name bestowed on the peak, arguing that mountain should retain its local appellation, the standard policy of... Guys, how did you get this answer? It could have been... कुछ और fit ही नहीं होता है. I wish I could have given you a more testing one. He had reservations or he liked it. Reservation is a negative word. Why did we choose a negative word? Because of the sentence which follows, arguing. If he liked it, he wouldn't argue. If you don't like the title, will you argue that I don't want this? That's why. You got the gist, guys? Why we choose a reservation? Because we're looking for a negative word, because he was arguing. He didn't want it. No, you never use, that's the thing. Rejection is a negative word. Can we say rejections about, he has rejections about his score, or he has reservations about his score? What is the common terminology we use? Reservations. We never say we have rejections about something. Okay, you reject something, but you never have rejections about something. Okay, moving on to the next one, guys. E. For me, I know you all read the whole passage, but in weekends and all, what we do is basically, I feel for me it saves time as well. I don't read all the lines in between. That's a waste of time. I go directly to that blank sentence. I read the blank sentence. In case I don't find the answer, then I go one sentence above, one sentence down. I don't need to read all the lines in middle. It's not going to change any story. I've read it once. So now I'm going to go directly to that at a relatively unremarkable 20,561 feet. It is in fact nowhere near the highest by about 30 other Andean peaks and other several dozen in Himalayas. So what is it doing? Basically, that blank is related to what? The other peaks. So the other peaks are above them or below them? Everybody knows the answers because of the... Yes, this is your Himalayan peak. The Andean peaks are here. So these have surpassed it. That means they've gone over it. You've surpassed your expectations. That means you've got more than that. So by surpassing, who's surpassing? These people are surpassing. That's what they've written. So the answer is surpassed. Let's come to the next one. Jab tak time hai. Let's see. Okay, we'll continue and then we're going to do the special link, okay? Because other branches have disconnected already. So all good. Guys, let's move to the next one. Dash evidence suggests that diversity and functional redundancy of within ecosystem, social system, and management systems are key factors that confer resilience to social ecological systems. Because I'm reading the whole passage. Because the social and ecological systems are intimately linked and constantly in flux, flexible and diverse management strategies can dash learning and adaptation to external disturbances. Specifically, the diversification of resource use in conjunction with multiple management strategies can be used to cope with the dash shocks to these systems, such as sudden climate shifts, natural disasters, and dramatic changes in resource availability. A growing dash of evidence reveals that indigenous communities in North America have developed a dash of diverse technologies and management strategies over a millennia to enhance food production and increase food security. Okay. Now, little evidence suggests, mounting evidence suggests, many evidence suggests, dwindling evidence suggests. Many books. Which is correct? Many books or many book? So if I write many, should it be evidence? Is evidence but uncountable or countable noun? Have you heard one evidence? There are evidences or evidence? There's always evidence only? There's never evidences? So that means it is uncountable. So with uncountable, you can write? You can write many? So is that the answer? Who has done this? You know the answer for sure? Yes? So the answer is many? That's the logic, guys. You should know if it's a countable or countable noun. Normally, we are looking for a positive word because if evidence is suggesting, can you have a little evidence suggesting something? You need some proof. Now, if somebody's a criminal, little evidence was there that he was a criminal. Will he be prosecuted? You need substantial evidence. So if a word I was looking for in the blanks, I was looking for a word which says substantial or a good amount of. Which are the words which it says? Many. Dwindling means here and there. Not correct or accurate one. Dwindling evidence means not accurate, not substantial. It's like, can be used, cannot be used. Dwindling is out. Mounting means increasing evidence. Okay. Now, many evidence means lots of evidence. Little, though, of course, eliminated. Based on that, what would be the answer? All understood why, how we got the answer? Many. Let's go to B. B kahan se shuru hota hai sentence? Because social and ecological systems are intimately linked and constantly in flux, flexible and diverse management strategies can dash learning and adaptation to external disturbances. Foster, offset, vilify, intimidate. Again, guys, relationship. Here, grammar is not required, relationship. Do you think this thing, the ecological system and linked, they're linked, something, is it a positive relationship between them or is it a negative? It's definitely, that's a negative one. What do you think it does with the learning? Will it increase the learning or will it reduce the learning? It will be a positive word. Intimidate. I intimidated you means I made you nervous. It's a negative word. Intimidate somebody. You arouse the bad, Yeah, you are negative feelings nikalna, scare somebody. I intimidate. My teacher, I'm the boss. You don't write, I won't give you marks. I know it doesn't happen here in Australia, but in India, if you didn't have good relationships with your teacher, she can do that, right? I don't like you, I'll read this. I'll never do that, but I'm just telling you. So that's called intimidate. Using your power to scare people out. Your managers can still do here. Okay? So intimidate is negative word. Vilify, cancel, negative word. Offset. Just listen. Offset. Aapne kabhi suna hai? Negative hai, positive hai? He offset this, my work. It's negative, right? If it said offset, something offset something, like, sorry? Branch of something, nahi, offset. Yes, smart, accounting student. Chalo, very good. Your profits offset the losses of previous years. Ulta, okay? Your profits offset the losses for previous year. What does it mean? They covered up. They replaced it. So offset means they cancelled it. Offset basically means cancel the previous thing. So here, do you think they offset the learning? That means they reduce the learning, they cancelled it. It's a negative word. The only positive word is there, foster. So Sir's motivational words fosters determination, hard work, and all the different attributes that you require to get your desired marks in you. So foster means develop, improve upon. Okay. So the answer is foster. Thank you very much. Next one. Okay, the same sentence. No, next sentence. Specifically, the diversification of resource use in conjunction with multiple management strategies can be used to cope with dash shocks to these systems, such as sudden climate shifts, natural disasters, and dramatic changes in them. Meticulous shocks, infallible shocks, unanticipated shocks, or new shocks to these systems. How did you get the answer is my question. Guess what? Nahi. Look at the sentence after that, the comma. Sudden climate shift. Sudden means unexpected, or is it new? Which is better? Unexpected. New would be okay, but when I'm saying sudden, it's by surprise. So I wanted a surprise element, and the surprise element is there in unexpected. So that's how you get the answers. You look for the answer in the remaining part of the sentence. Got it? Everybody agrees? Sudden tha to kuch unexpected tha. Okay. Moving on to the next one. Unanticipated. Okay, moving on to the next one. A growing dash of evidence reveals that indigenous communities in North America have developed a dash of diverse technologies. A growing array of evidence? Yeah, I know we say a large number, a wide array of, a large number of array of arguments, a diverse array of arguments. I know that. That's the structure here. Grammatically, it's okay. But contextually, think. I'm not looking for grammatically correct answer. That's how you approach. You choose all the ones which are grammatically correct. Then you go to the context. Array of evidence is perfectly okay. Growing consensus of evidence is also okay. A growing body also is okay. A growing genre of evidence is also okay. Grammatically, they're all correct. That means contextually, you have to think. Now they're saying the evidence reveals something. When an evidence is revealing something, what evidence? A growing consensus. What does consensus mean? Everyone agrees. So a growing consensus of students are saying these special suggestion materials are really working for them. Would I say that? I say a growing array of evidence is suggesting that special suggestions are working for them. Whenever it's an evidence, right? Like in criminal case as well, there should be a consensus. The jury has to come to consensus to say this evidence is valid or not. So the better word whenever it comes with evidence here in this context would be a consensus, because there can be various evidences, but the consensus when it's taken, that's when we reveal that this is correct. Got it? That's why array grammatically was correct, but the contextually consensus would be better, because we want to say something that everybody is agreeing to it. And we're saying a growing. Earlier we said some evidence, and now we're saying a growing body of people are agreeing to it. Okay? So the answer would be consensus. Now develop a dash of diverse technologies. Developed a center of diverse, developed a portfolio of technologies and management strategies, developed a method of diverse technologies, hub. Guys, hub and portfolio for me, if you don't know the answer, hub is eliminated. No. Hub and center. MDAT PT is the hub for students to score their marks. MDAT PT is the center for them to score. किसने किया हुआ है? Who's done this special material with us before? Who knows the answer? Not in special. Evidence reveals that indigenous communities in North America have developed a center of diverse technologies and management strategies. A portfolio for me, a portfolio means a lot of strategies in one place, but a portfolio is used for marketing or something. I wouldn't say it's used in this context. That's why I will eliminate it. A method, they developed a method of diverse technologies and management strategies. A method of develop different strategies. Developed a method of diverse technologies. A method we developed. So develop methods of diverse strategies. In one method, all the strategies will be there. For me, hub and center are very related, guys. That's the, it is exactly, it is either or. It is either or. And you know, if it's either or, you have to eliminate both of them. That is the logic. So even if I'm not liking the word method, I know portfolio doesn't suit here. Yeah, ecosystems ke saath portfolio. I know with your CVs and resumes, it. So portfolio is out. Hub and center are exactly the same. Okay, I might them if there's a slight variation, I'll check with sir. But for me, this is a hub, study hub. Let me say this is a center. It's the same thing. So I have to eliminate both. The only option I'm left with is method. So I'm going by that. But if there's a change, guys, I'll let you know. For me, it's method only. Okay? You got the logic I did? Even if I don't know contextually, I know others are eliminated. This is the answer. Guys, I'm going to start the special and I'm going to give you the answers at the end of the link. Okay? I will give you the answers at the end of the link. Let's start with the special and then we'll do this because sir is going to come in half an hour. Jab tak we have to finish. Okay? Yes. If I don't sign, what happens? How many? I'll just give you one sheet. This row can use this. I think it should be enough. आप लोग this side, you'll be still on that one. Okay, you guys will use it this center and pass it on there. Okay, please quickly sign while we start with the special material. Anybody with exam next tomorrow? No, tomorrow exam wale, the special people. Okay, I have to come with you inside and we'll do something. Okay, people who have, give me 2 minutes. I'll give them some task and then you guys come in. Anybody with exam tomorrow for the special suggestion group, please. I'll just give them the link. We're going to start with the special material. You guys will come in. Okay. Let's connect it. Let's see from here how it works. Summarize written text. Okay, I'll give you the link after I explain this. Summarize written text. This is a question in your writing module, the first question type. So after your speaking is done, this is the easiest question. You can actually relax. I usually take this question as a relaxing time, break. I can go outside, I'll use this as a break because you have 10 minutes per question and you have 2 to 3 questions. Ideally, if your speed is average to normal, you should finish this task in 5 to 6 minutes. The next 4 minutes in every 3 questions, so basically 10 minutes or 12 minutes, you can actually relax. Just refresh. Speaking continuously, you were speaking for about 20-25 minutes. Now you can take a break and relax, freshen up, and then wait for your next module, your reading module. Okay, summarize written text. How many questions? और भी आ रहे हैं आजकल या अभी तक 2 and 3 आ रहे हैं? Thank you. How many words should we write? This is the best part. What do we care about, the 5 or the 75 here? What is our concern normally? We have difficulty writing 5 words or we have difficulty keeping it within 75 words? आप लोगों ने कभी किया ही नहीं रीडिंग समरी मतलब. That shows the problem we face is the 75 words, because our strategy when we have to pick 2 sentences, it so happens that those 2 important sentences are more than 75 and you'll never ever dare to write more than the words given. Writing in a writing task more than the words given will give you negative marks, penalty. So don't do that. 75 means 75, cut out whatever it is, but or pick sentences which are small. 75 words, how much time do you get? So in this 10 minutes, what are we supposed to do? Just look at the passage or finish the task, check it and everything and press next. Yes. So checking should be done, guys. I've seen other girls also. You all know the strategies very well. It's sad, and that's why I never ask my students to write it on the paper and give it to me. I tell them, take our laptop or you do it in your laptop, save it in the email. I have a laptop here, open it here and show it to me. You know the amount of mistakes I capture, capital A wahan in the passage, while you're writing a small a. Leave that. These are silly mistakes. Spellings, received, RECEIVED. You had copied exactly as it is from there, but you wrote RECIEVED. You make mistakes which you don't realize. That's why when you practice any writing task, you do it on the laptop, not on your books. In books, you might write, but while typing, you make mistakes. So this is the thing. What else do we have to talk about? Time limit ho gaya, questions ho gaya, words ho gaya. Yeah, the main thing. 1 sentence. So how can you write a whole passage in 1 sentence? That's the most horrible thing. But with search strategies, it's super easy. It's not like listening summary where you have a structure. All you need to do is follow copy-paste strategy. Copy and paste strategy is what? First one, take 2 sentences. You read the passage, you've picked, ideally, I would prefer picking general sentences. I do not like sentences with example because that's not the main point. I would say laws in UAE, laws in Australia, laws and all. They're all examples. But the main story was not laws in different countries. The laws was immigration laws around the world. That is the main story. So I'll pick that as my line. Immigration laws all over the world are becoming stringent for new immigrants. I don't care what's happening in Australia. That's just an example. Okay? So that's what you have to know. When you pick the 2 sentences, the copy and paste strategies, pick 2 complete sentences. Complete means full stop to full stop. You cannot take a semicolon part and put it, because sometimes not always the full information is given in the semicolon part. Maybe the part after that also was necessary. So if you pick the half of the sentence, your marks also is going to be half. So you pick a sentence with complete information. Why you want to take a sentence with semicolon and long? Pick a sentence, rather normal sentence. You will still get marks because this computer is a stupid one. Seriously, PT. It's not checking for the best sentences. It's just checking for a sentence which has similar information to the passage. Of course, any passage, any information you've taken, any sentence from the passage is giving an information from the passage. You're not writing your own, it will say it's good. So you're just fooling the computer. Whatever you've written in the passage, I've given back the same thing. Okay? Another reason why we use this copy and paste strategy, think logically. The passages which you get in this summarized written text, are they written by the students? These passages which you get, this beautiful looking passages with beautiful structures and grammar, are they written by you and me? By academics? What do you think is the level of academic? SAE, 6th level. What's their level? Yes? You agree? They're 8 or above? So when you're doing copy and paste, what are you doing? You're copying their level into your level. You're writing the 10 level. So your grammar, Your structure, your vocab is at the top end. You just copy and paste. Luckily, there's nothing called plagiarism. There's nothing called Turnitin. So it's not identifying it. You're copying and pasting the grammar. You're not copying and pasting the sentence. You're copying and pasting the grammar. You're copying and pasting the structure. You're copying and pasting the vocab. So when you're doing copy and paste, you're writing that 10 level as an academic. And you'll get marks. Because computer knows you have to pick words from the passages. If a summary, it will have generally the words in the passages. You've written the same words. It doesn't know you exactly copied it. You've got your marks. That's why it's a good strategy. Got it now? Why it's a good one? You guys have to just practice. And for me, as a teacher, I would just say, I only want to know what kind of sentences you choose. We can have variation. There might be 5 important sentences. My 2 sentences might be different from your 2 sentences, but they're both good. But at least if you show, I will know that you're going on the same line. Some of you choose some horrible, no common sense sentence, some example of one is talking about some Antarctica, other is talking about Australia kind of sentence. There's no connection between the 2 sentences at all. This is what you have to show the teachers for us to identify, okay, you're doing it the right way. Whatever you want to do it. You're doing it the right way. If you're not, I will tell you, this is what you're doing, okay? So you pick 2 sentences. Now, it's still 2 sentences. We have to make it into 1 sentence. How do we do that? Simple. You have 1 sentence with full stop. You have another sentence with full stop. Remove the full stop. Simple, right? It'll become 1 sentence. A sentence is defined when there's a full stop. When there's no full stop, there's no sentence. Even if I write 2 sentences without full stop, it's not a sentence. Only with the full stop, it's called a sentence. Simple logic. So I've got a sentence. Of course, I have 2 full stops. I have to make it 1. I'll remove that one or this one. Middle one. So that's what you're exactly doing. I'm removing the same full stop, or rather converting it into a comma. Now I've got 1 sentence. But when I'm doing this, probably it doesn't make sense at all. So we put that conjunction and or but. Because then I can talk about Antarctica and Australia and I can still put and. Antarctica is cold, Australia is hot. 2 different things. Can I write Antarctica cold, Australia hot? But I can say Antarctica is cold and Australia is hot. But since it's opposite things, I should rather use but. So the only thing you guys have to do, immediately after that word ends, the comma comes because you guys don't even know. You say give space before the comma or after the comma. The space is always after the comma, and then we put the conjunction and or but. This depends. If it's positive, you use and. What if it's negative? Nah, this is what I wanted to catch. If it's negative, is it the tone changing or still the same? If it's the same, what do we use? Yeah, the only time you use but is when it's positive, negative, or what's the other option? Good, you know you're something about your physics and maths, okay? All good? Agreed? Understood? So this is your second step, putting a conjunction. If you're looking for 7, please do not make any more changes. Seriously, this is more than enough. It's more than enough for 8 also, but 8 level, we have to give them something extra. You know, they're not happy with what we give them. So for that extra thing, you will do changes. And what are the changes you have to do? You have to do 2 changes, not more than 2. When we say 2 numbers, the changes no longer are swaps. Swap is not considered a change, so don't even bother doing that. The only change we recommend is a synonym change. You know what is a synonym change? Thesaurus kholo or open a dictionary, you know what it is. Synonym change means a replacement of word with exact same meaning which fits the context. Some words can have same meaning, but they will not fit the context. Okay. Now, for example, normally you get in these passages. The researchers argue A and B and C and D. What's the word I can use for argue, which we do every reading summary? शायद यहाँ पर भी होगा, नहीं है ना अभी तक? Content. The researchers believe. You are not then Futske students. The researchers believe, the researchers think. It's always said. Established. The company was established in 2017. Founded. That's okay. And again, oh yeah, just that what she said. Again, guys, you don't have. It doesn't matter if you're going a level lower. If you think efficacious is a big word, and if I make it efficient, it looks like a small word. Nothing like that. The synonym change can be from a big one to small, like conspicuous, and then I write important. It's all good. As long as it's an exact replacement, it's good. and keep it simple, better for you. Less chances of making spelling mistakes. Okay. So if you're 100 or rather 200% sure, you make this change. And how many? 2 synonyms. That means 2 words. Don't bother doing 3 or 4. People who've got 19 writing as well as reading have not done more than 2 changes. That's it. Strategy done. Simple as that. Piece of cake. Any questions? Now, guys, I'll give you the link. So open the link and you can do there while everybody signed the attendance sheet. If you have not, you'll be getting the breakfast for the rest of them. Not for me, for them. See, I'm not being selfish here. So guys, let's start with the link. Okay, GOO.GL/capital T small h small s 9 capital R small I. All good? You should have Google Docs, whatever it is, and do it. Let's come to one of them and see what we've done here. Okay. Sir has been very nice. Look at the effort he puts in. I hope you guys pray for them, your teachers and sirs, you know. And if you pray for them, somebody will pray for you one day. Don't worry. Okay. Could midday napping save your life? If the experience of Greek men in any guide, the answer just may be yes. In a study released yesterday, researchers at Harvard School of Public Health in Athens reported that Greeks who took regular 30-minute siestas were 37% less likely to die of heart disease over a 6-year period than those who never napped. The scientists tracked more than 20,000 adults, finding that benefits of napping were most pronounced for working men. Researchers have long recognized the Mediterranean adults die of heart disease at a rate lower than Americans and North Europeans. Diets rich in olive oil and other heart-healthy foods have received quite some of the credit, but scientists have been intrigued by potential role of napping. The study published in the Archives of Internal Medicine concluded that napping was more likely than diet or physical activity to lower the incidence of heart attacks and other life-ending heart ailments. आप लोगों को कुछ समझ आया? Do you need to understand it? Do you need to understand each and every detail? Enough understanding to know if it's the main point or not. That's all you need. Enough understanding that this looks important. This looks crucial. Now here, see what sir has, if you've seen the lines he's chosen, the bold lines are what he's chosen. You don't have to write it like this. What you will do, in fact, what you should do, immediately as the passage comes, take 2 minutes, read the passage, because you have 10 minutes. Passage comes, take 2 minutes, read it. I don't mind 2 minutes as well. Read it, immediately in the next 1 minute, pick the 2 lines. So for me, I picked the line inner study and this, that's it. Stop thinking about making changes and but forget that. That's later thing. 3rd minute, 4th minute, you start typing. 4th minute, you type the line as it is with the 2 full stops. Then take, let's say, your speed 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 6th or 7th minute, you start converting that comma, a full stop into a comma, and then you look if you want to make some changes. Why I'm saying that? Because if you didn't make any changes, you'll still get a 9 also, guys. You will get. But if you didn't even write the sentences, what 6? You will not even get 6. So writing or typing the sentence is the most important thing. Making changes is a latter thing, if you have time, which you should have. Okay. So now, did you see? Here is a very important point. Diets rich in olive oil and heart and healthy foods have received. And then they even another important one, Mediterranean adults of heart disease at a rate lower than in America and Europe. Why didn't sir pick those 2 lines? They are examples. Even if it's talking about the diet, which is good, I wanted general lines. The last line, it's not always the scenario, guys. It's not always the scenario. You know now, you first line of the sentence of a passage and the last line is always like the main important. First is the overview line, last line is the conclusion. Most cases, but not always. So you have to be careful. This last line we know is a concluding line and it includes the diet as well as the physical activity. This line alone is talking about only the diet. The first line is talking about what? Siestas, that's break. Who took regular 30-minute siesta were 30% less likely to die of heart disease over a 6-period period than those who never napped. But the thing is, here they talked about napping. So they talked about an important aspect. If you see the last line, what are the important things they're talking about? They're saying that napping was more important than diet and physical activity. So which is the line I should pick? Should I pick a diet line or should I pick a napping line? Guys, conclusion में बोल रहा है, for your heart disease not to happen, which you guys should be aware of, they're saying more than the diet, that food, napping is important. So when the author is favoring the napping bit, which line should you guys pick up? The napping line or the diet line? That's what. Try to use this. This is what I meant. This cannot be taught to you in classes. This is something even you use with time, common sense. You know, okay, napping is the focus. So I should have picked that napping line. Because what would be stored in the PTE computer? These are the keywords. Napping is a keyword. So if he wrote napping, he will get his 9. If he chose the word right, that means he didn't understand the passage. He will get so and so marks. All good? Okay. So I'll just do the first one, guys. The remaining, you guys can also go through and we can ask questions. Now, I had to ask you a question because I thought you guys would not know. This one. Finding that the benefits of napping were more pronounced for working men. What do you mean by pronounced? Pronunciation? People who know quiet. If you know, just raise your hand. Let me see. I can guess if you know or not. This last line. They said the scientists tracked more than 23,000 adults, finding that the benefits of napping were most pronounced for working men. That's what I want to know. Who all know? Just raise your hands. If you don't know, because see, for me, I was telling you just the same thing. The minute I know, I've read that, I know it for sure. I know that word inside out. Who all knows? Hey, so far I haven't got a right answer. Not at all. Okay, then I'll keep you on hold. I know she would know. I'll keep you on hold because I know you'll get the answer, maybe. Others, the rest of you. So among a class of 70, only two people can raise their hands, or 3, another one who can say, might be they know the answer. Okay, now Ade utre. What is this? Nashta ho gaya? Digest food? Okay, guys. Yeah, the results were more pronounced in working men. Another example. The special suggestion benefits were more pronounced in students who were on the borderline than students who were 65 and below. Most observed or seen. What was your version? What was your version? Observed. Most pronounced means most observed or seen. It's not benefit. The results pronounced. It doesn't have to be in the benefits. It can be negative as well. The pollution is more pronounced in Australia than in somewhere else. So I can use it for negative as well. Pronounced means most obvious, most seen. It's or most in which this group. It's seen more in this group than the other group. So guys, you don't know that. Will you take your chances using that line or changing that line? Don't. You don't know the line? Skip it. You rather take a line which you know, guys. Okay? Now let's see. Die of heart. अब आपको लगता है आपको कार्डियोवास्कुलर की स्पेलिंग आती है? Yeah. I should have not written and asked you guys. Then I'll say yeah. But I would rather recommend don't do it. Don't take the risk. I would have kept that as heart. I would probably find another one. Sir is this is sir writing. He has given you the 90 level student. You know, this was the best change you could make. But if you are just normal people, we are 8 people, normal people, make simple changes. But now, since you have this material, you make that changes and you learn the spelling, okay? Since you've got the material, you should memorize it. But if you don't have it, this is what you have to do. And for some of you, if you come in for the first time, you know what special material means. Special material is very important. In fact, nowadays, classes are important, but equally important or more important than that is the special material. So you have to memorize, you have to put in effort to go through this. Don't think, rather than coming and, working for months, maybe this one day, practice of this one particular module, the special material, will get you 10 to 20 marks more. That's how much worth these special materials are now. So please go through it, practice it with your friend if you can't do it alone. Okay, now what else could we have changed if we didn't say, if we didn't do cardiovascular? Took regular 30 minutes siesta. So what else can we say apart from regular? Frequent? Researchers, is there? The researchers, what is the word we normally say for researchers? Can we say scientists here? Nah, you can't use that here. What else can we change, guys? No, analysts don't go for analysts because they are a different set. I know it's okay. Maybe the computer will not even recognize because it's a computer. It's a stupid machine. But don't take the risk. Researchers are better. Who never napped? Napping is what, guys? What's the difference between, can we write slept? No. What's the difference between a nap and slept? Yes. So you should know. So if you change nap to slept, it will be completely wrong. What else? Sorry, which one are you saying? Reported. Public health claimed. Reported means they actually made a report. Claimed. No, in a study released yesterday. So they released a study, in that they reported. So you could, it could be okay. In a study released yesterday, researchers at Harvard School claim that Greece took, yeah, it should be okay. It should be okay. But here it's more technical. When they said reported, they mean in the study. Okay, stated. I would say stated probably. Rather than reported, I would say stated. In the study released yesterday, researchers at Harvard School of Public School stated that Greeks. That's perfectly all right for me. Okay, what? One. I have a pair of years, but one at a time. Huh? Okay. Period. Of course, period and duration is always there, but 6-year period, 6-year duration. Yeah. Huh? Ah, smart girl, active, passive, and the short one. Yeah. But sir says not to do that. Okay, yeah, that's what I have to stop. Yesterday also sir said a number of arguments, a wide array of arguments. It's replaceable. He doesn't want us to change 2 words with 1 word or 2 words with 2 words. It has to be only 1 word. So I know he also said it's 100% correct, but he doesn't recommend that at all, guys. So please don't change 2 words into 1 word. 1 word for 1 word. If you can do it, do it. Otherwise, don't. That sir did it for you, but because if you come to his sessions, he specifically said it on Thursday. When he took the special class for long, or 5 hours, 6 hours, he mentioned that you will not change a number of arguments to an array of arguments. He said that. So I will go by that. I know you're right, but him writing, I'm okay. You writing, I'm not okay with it. Okay? Simple as that. Guys, anyways, you got the gist now. And probably the words which are appearing here are the common words which you'll also find in the other passages as well. So just memorize them. Hanji, Polen. See, if it is special, this is what we know. But luckily, it doesn't have LAM. I know in reading blanks, we have the LAM, right? You know. So it doesn't have LAM, so can be, cannot be. I've heard also, that's why it's not LAMs. They are similar context based. So what you could do, at least you could pick the words from here. That's what I believe as well. It's not LAM, that means not 100% sure. But they are similar summaries. Most of them are kind of, what happens, what I've seen is, here the 2 passages are given. There was actually a 3rd passage as well. So normally the 2nd and the 3rd passage is coming. But if you have some idea, it will be better, because in this context, I know I can use cardiovascular. That word will be mentioned. I know the lower and reduced will be there. I can use that word. So the words which are changing, that's all you care, right? Picking 2 sentences, you don't need my help. You all are smart enough. You've done masters and you're here, or you've done your bachelor's and you're here. The only thing you need is the synonym for me, which you can find from this. Okay. Another one. Sir, be 5-10 minutes aane wale na. Okay. Let's see. Look at the other one. In the 1920, the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution was enacted, creating yet another series of setback to the American wine industry, the National Prohibition Act. Sir had even written his own version for this one. If anybody's been here that long, sir has actually, for these reading summaries, made his own versions, not the 2 sentences, proper ones. But, the terminology used is too difficult. You're already memorizing 36 summaries, 39 essays, and so many other write from dictation and repeat sentence. Why are you adding pressure to yourself? You don't need to memorize something more. Just memorize the strategies. 2 sentences, 3 words. What are the words they replaced? Destroyed. You destroyed something, you ruined something. Can you say destructed? Disrupted? Disrupted means spoiled it. But here we are saying destroyed. That means completely over. So you can't use that word. Although I think last week you did a summary where you used disrupted instead of destroyed. replace it, distract or something, I remember. But not, that's what I'm trying to say. Not every word is replaceable everywhere. Okay, guys? Okay. Hanji. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think the National Act is the name of the act, or do you think the is just referring to the National Act? Is the act mentioned earlier on? It's mentioned earlier on? No. So it's not referring to it. So probably the name of the act is the National Act. Do you get it? How would you know if it's mentioned? See, guys, the minute if it says the something, the act, it means it's referring to an act earlier on. So in that case, you can remove the. But if it was not mentioned, this is the first time they're mentioning the act and they're mentioning it with the National Act. I'm assuming that's the name of the act, the whole thing. It can be just National Prohibition Act as well. I'll have to Google it. If it's just National Prohibition Act, you can make it small t. But if it's not, the whole name is there, you'll have to check. Abhi yahan par 1 second. Yes, most probably in my scenario also, because see the Volstead Act as well, it doesn't have the. So this is not the name of the act, it's just the first letter of the sentence. Small t. Yeah, small. Yes. Everybody signed the attendance? Quiet. Everybody signed the attendance sheet? Where is it then? आप लोग क्या कर रहे हो? Quickly, guys. Who all haven't signed? Anybody else who's not signed here? All done? Okay, guys. Let's just quickly go. Let's just quickly look at the next one. So everybody quiet. Did you realize what she asked? It's a very important question. And it comes. The act passages will keep coming. She asked a question. That's what you don't do. You think that you're smart, you leave it. She asked, when I'm going to put the conjunction, remove the full stop, put a comma, and then the next word, which here, the next word after A, we didn't do a passage, so you don't know. The first word after the passage will become small letter unless it's a noun. So here she said, ma'am, is this the National Prohibition Act the name of the act, or the just because it's starting sentence? Simple thing. I just did two things. First, I looked at another act. Is there another act here? The Volstead Act. Is the T small? So basically, the acts might be just with the Volstead Act. It doesn't require the there. So here, likewise, the is not part the name of the act. The is the normal the referring to an act. So we would just put National Prohibition Act in capital letters. The would be in small letter. Got it? These are this mistake will cost you marks because in the system it would have been fed as National Prohibition Act. If you put T as capital, it is a spelling mistake or grammatical mistake. You would get your minus marks. Yeah, of course, you don't miss any words. When I say copy and paste, you write everything. Just the capital letter will become small letter. Okay? Quickly, guys, let's do the next one. You all have it. Why and what extent should parents... this one. I have two people coming in last week saying they've got this. Another one, third one. So guys, I think there was a slight variation, but this one they've got. One of them said exactly, one of them said something. So I don't know who to believe. But anyways, so keep mind, even if I've told you in class, you could have ticked it. This one is a real one. It is an LAM. What was this? Why and what extent should parents control their children's? Okay, next one. Why and what extent should parents control? Shh, quiet, guys. Should control their children's TV watching. There's certainly nothing inherently wrong with TV. The problem is how much television a child watches. Will you pick sentences with question marks? But luckily or unluckily, there's one passage which comes in read PTE which has all questions. So you should know how to deal with such questions as well. How? Later on when we'll discuss it. As of now, you will, in this scenario, only one line has a question mark. You leave the sentence, you'll pick another general sentences. Okay. Research has shown that as the amount of time spent watching TV goes up, the amount of time devoted not only to homework and study, but other important aspects of life, such as social development and physical activities, decreases. Television is bound to have tremendous impact on child, both in terms of how many hours a week he watches TV and of what he sees. When a parent is concerned about the effects of watching television, he should consider a number of things. What TV offers the child in terms of information and knowledge, how many hours a week a youngster at his age should watch television, the impact of violence, sex, and influence on commercials, What about the family as a whole? Is the TV a central piece of furniture in your home? It is flicked on the moment someone enters the empty house. Is it on during the daytime? Is it part of the background noise of your family life? Do you demonstrate by your own viewing that television should be watched selectively? Since television is clearly here to stay, it is important necessary that parents manage their children's TV viewing so that it can be plus rather than minus in family situations. Okay. Yeah, we can. Where is that? But like I said, I don't want two words changing into one, but grammatically, yeah, everything is all right with that. Actually, it's okay. Okay. Definitely. Definitely. Anywhere pivotal, important, vital, conspicuous, it's all good. Okay. Now, guys, here, there are a lot of other sentences also you could have chosen. Like, there's just one more sentence you could have chosen. Television is bound to have tremendous impact on child, both in terms of how many hours a week he watches and of what he sees. And then you could have people who had chosen. There was one student who had chosen these two lines. Okay, this whole paragraph. Television is bound to blah blah. And when a parent is concerned about the effects of watching television, he should consider a number of things from what TV offers in time. Blah 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 blah. The problem with this line was, I think, it was even going above the word limit, or even if it did, it was getting into very specific things. Number of hours and watching. Don't you think this is better? Number of hours, the time devoted. Isn't it a more general sentence? So always pick general sentence. You have two sentences which are good. Always go for the general one, the main idea one. So this is the one which we picked. Goes up. Sir has written increases. The amount of time devoted. The amount of time given. Not only, you don't have to say devoted. Devoted, I know, is in intensity. Saying, devoted means regularly doing with all the intensity. But the amount of time given is also okay. Okay. To homework, but study homework, but other important aspects. What other thing can you say? Important, what she said. Number of कहाँ है मुझे वो भी पता. In the second one, research has shown amount of time. I've seen amount. मुझे नंबर क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है? नहीं, you're saying in the place of amount number. Yeah, I know, but this is another line you're picking of your choice. That's the thing. It's not in that, because number and amount ka to connection in uncountable and countable. Okay. He should consider a number of things. He should consider plenty of things. Yeah, okay. But we're not choosing that line only. I'm choosing the other two lines. But it's okay. If you did that, he should consider a plenty of things. No. A plenty of things is nothing. Plenty of things is okay. A plenty is nothing. Plenty, you will never write a plenty. Okay. I have a plenty of books. No. I have plenty books. Of books, whatever. Huh? But never take a risk. I rather go with the countable and uncountable. I rather go with number and amount. I would not go with the plenty and the other variations, which are dicey. You can be correct, you might be wrong. If it's countable, use number. If it's uncountable, use amount. Don't go for more variations, because your variations can go wrong. Okay. Plenty of things to do. Yes, we normally talk that in general. I have plenty of assignments to do. I have plenty of work. So work is uncountable, it works. Plenty of things is a countable thing, it works. Plenty can be used with both. ठीक है? चलो बस करो, because we are starting the next session and sir is going to be coming. I need 5 minutes with the people who have exam tomorrow. Come in. The rest of you, you have your material. We are going to start with the speaking anyways. I'm going to do the remaining questions. We did the read aloud. We'll do the remaining questions and then sir is joining us. Okay. Everybody has signed the attendance sheet. Anybody who has not signed? Anybody who's not signed? Who has the attendance sheet then? Guys, I know for sure there are more than 50 people in this class. How many have not signed? आप लोगों ने साइन कर दिया? ठीक है, जिनके नाम नहीं है यहाँ पर, you will never get special suggestions or meeting with sir. हाँ जी. Hi. Who all have not signed the attendance sheet? My first question. Please. Welcome. Attendance sheet not signed? Who has the attendance sheet? If it's on anybody's table who's already signed the attendance sheet, please, you're going to go to कुछ धमकी भी नहीं दे सकती हूँ आपको सर को आने दो मैं सर को शिकायत लगाऊंगी that's what I can do I'll complain to him who's got the sheet I've passed a circulated sheet right now attendance sheet don't let me come and ask guys who's got it somebody went to the restroom and took it where is the sheet I want the sheet please क्या है मजाक अच्छा यहाँ पर रख दिया smart people who was the smart one to put it only at the end you guys haven't signed this row okay I just want to know this row has signed the first 2 rows here no that side they didn't okay you will take it and it's your responsibility to pass it on to somebody who's not okay okay guys Mandeep ji is not in today sir is coming so be happy so even if Mandeep ji are missing her we all miss her sir is coming so you should be happy as well okay we're going to start with the speaking a little bit because sir let him give the big actual masala na ab speaking mein chala jayega then you will not get the masala so we're going to start with speaking we've got the material already here we've got a describe image we've got a read aloud we've got a retell repeat and answer short questions which is your weak area which question do you guys think is difficult apart from read aloud don't worry you will get it if not today you'll get it tomorrow that's your home task that's how it will go but don't worry I will give you before the end of the session yeah okay now guys which is the tough area in these questions for me read aloud for reading definitely if I think from listening aspect listening question listening marks repeat sentence all the others are okay doable practice will make you perfect so repeat sentence is only difficult simply because you might be not familiar with the accents or the words or it's because you don't know the technique of writing the initials some of you are very good with memory but I have lots of mock tests you know there are a lot of students who take mock tests and they do by memory and I'm happy but you know what they don't realize when you do it by memory you pause and you don't even know because you're thinking so you think you've said the word sentence perfectly all right and you believe you're confident but there was yesterday two people one girl one boy one did by memory the other girl did a mock test with me with initials this girl with the initials she managed to capture more words just because she wrote initials her level is lower than that guy is 8 this guy is 7 level but she's aiming for 7 he's aiming for 8 he did more mistakes he took more pauses than this girl who took initials because if you get used to this habit of initials you remember the words automatically now whatever word I write here I'll go around I'll walk around I'll still remember it it'll be easy and at least I'll know the sequence what comes when but if I don't know if I'm memorizing if I miss a word I miss a word and then I'm struggling to recollect it so don't do that even if you're good with memory I'm happy with it I'm not saying don't do it start practicing initials that I keep telling you got me 10 marks extra in listening just that technique it's not the level was different nothing the technique got me the marks learn the technique and that 1 month I came to class I didn't bother I was like she is good the teacher is good doesn't mean that I'll be good I am not good with memory but believe me everybody can do it all the people who are struggling listening and they come to us it's only because of repeat sentence that they're managing to get their desired score summaries listening summaries it has its own importance but this question repeat sentence and write from dictation are equally important write my dictation listening summary sir is saying around 25-30 marks total write from dictation has almost the same marks and every mark you miss every word you miss will have less marks in your writing as well as your listening question so you're losing double marks why would you do that so focus start always whenever you approach an exam the logic should have always been do the easy questions first and then the difficult questions so while you're learning the strategies same thing applies first finish off your easy modules speaking should be good repeat sentence write from dictation should be good then you focus on the questions which are difficult which require more practice memorization more time devotion and everything don't think summaries kar liya mere ab to aani marks I know a lot of people there's a guy I don't know why he should have got his 80s or 90s ages back maybe 4-5 months back he's better than most of you his score before joining us and after joining us his score is always 84 85 84 85 the only place he's struggling listening he has good ratta he can memorize everything he's still not scoring why Repeat sentence doesn't want to work, because repeat sentence, you'll memorize the 190 only, na? Or whatever is that. Afterwards, what are you going to do? And each costs you 10 marks. So if he missed about a couple here, 2 here and 1 repeat sentence and right from dictation, his 8 is gone at least. He's getting 75, 76, 75, 76 consistently, but he's not going to that 79. And he's so good. His essays are ditto of sirs. His summaries are ditto of sirs. After that also, there's no point. But if he does repeat, like in my case, at our time, there was no memorization. There was no special materials. Last year, same time, I gave my exam and got my score. I have nothing like that. I had only the structure. I had to fit the words. But my repeat sentence, I worked on it. My right from dictation, I worked on it. In my first attempt only. Listening scored 80, 90, whatever. Writing 85, 86. Easy. So I didn't have his memory. I don't have his level in writing at least, okay? But I still did better than him. Because for writing, as long as you write the structure, use simple vocab, structure is advanced, simple vocab, and no grammatical mistakes, you're an 8 for sure. You're an 8 for sure, at least in the listening aspects. Now, your repeat sentence and write from dictation will get you through. You mess it up, you're out in listening. Writing में तो कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ेगा, because listening task in writing, apart from the listening summary, there's no connection. Write from dictation, yes. If you can't write the spellings right, you're losing marks in your writing as well. So try to start always with your easy questions, which you can get, that does not require grammar knowledge, nothing, just a strategy, do that. Once you're good with that, then side by side work on your summaries and your repeat sentences and your essays. Okay? Okay. Now let's start with speaking. Since we didn't do describe image earlier on, I'm just gonna bahut aasan wala hai na? Anybody who's new? There's always somebody who's new. You don't know about describe image. So guys, for them, I'll just repeat it. You guys practice. Whatever you choose, I'll ask a few of you. Hello, hi. ठीक है. ये जो बाकी की कॉम or population just arrived, was it after Sir's post? See? Somebody nod their head. You guys, if Sir had written 230, you would have got another 230 and come, no? Yeah. Good. Devoted people, Sir loves them, yeah? So you also are devoted, don't worry. You're lucky then, because you woke up, Sir has come, will come. Now let's start with describe image quickly. Let's make it an easy task and finish it off. Describe image for the newbies. If you've not been with us before, you would normally assume you look at the graph. Don't forget the quote. Quote will never come. Normally the graphs and the diagrams and the trends and everything will come. Line graph, bar graph, circles, whatever it is. This won't come, but we just doing it practice. And for us, it's useful because we realize the technique we use, anything is okay. Any image is okay. So now what you learned before was in your previous, wherever, your center, your knowledge, you should have had a structure how to describe an image. You should have an introduction, some body paragraph, some explanation, and then some conclusion. This is what all the centers are teaching. But what Sir found out was that is all crap. All you need to do in this particular image is pick the content. No doubt about it. It's not like content doesn't matter. Grammar doesn't matter, I believe. I still believe grammar doesn't matter, which Sir used to say even earlier. Grammar means instead, I can say he is a girl. Yeah, who cares? Computer doesn't know. Grammatically, she is a girl, he is a girl, doesn't matter. As long as it's an English word, it's all good. As long as you say whatever you say in English, it's all good. But do not try to make sense. You don't have to. Because even if you think, I'm an expert, I've been doing this for 2 years, I am an academic and a math student, I can actually analyze the trend and I'll say it. Please don't do it, because you might be good. We're not doubting your capabilities. But the minute you analyze 3 sentences, you will say it nicely. But the 4th sentence which you say, you might take a pause. And that one pause can cost you marks. So now what you do, make your life easy. Like initially, if we look at this diagram. Okay, let me even just write something about on the board so the board looks colorful as well. Describe image is the 3rd question in your speaking module. An image is given to you. How much time will be given to you for preparation? 25 seconds. So in 25 seconds, do we relax, or you should utilize this time to your benefit? You should. In speaking, believe me, you think you have to relax? No, you utilize the time. What can you do in this 25 seconds which will help you? Look at the image and just not look at the image. Read the words. So what you could possibly do is when you read the words, you find some words are difficult, skip it. Do not even think if they are there. Don't try to pronounce the words which are difficult. Look at the words whichever are easy. For me, consuming chalo, I didn't know. I'll say top 10 all countries. It doesn't matter. I can even shift the order. I can say top 10 USA, China consuming countries. I have to just read the words. It doesn't have to be in any order. So I found some word easy, I'll read it. I don't find it easy, I'll skip it. All I have to do in this question is, basically when I'm given the 25 seconds, I actually go, I read all the words. So I know it's in flow in my tongue. I can just read it. Like now, top 10 all consuming countries, all per person, USA, Japan, Germany. See, I got stuck at Germany. Now I don't want in my exam that I get stuck. If I read it before, it will be in my mind. Okay, USA, China, Japan, Germany. It comes smoothly. I know the spelling, but sometimes when you read the words, it gets stuck. So if you practice is like a real performance. In fact, for me, always my read aloud and my describe image, the preparation time, I actually give my real performance. Because when I do it like really without stopping, even if the word is difficult, I just utter it and move on. I know where I will default. Rather than doing the real one and then realizing, oh God, I got stuck at this one and it's an easy word, I actually give it like my real performance. And then the parts where I get stuck, I work on that. So one read I'll do of as it is, and then I just pick the words which are difficult. Like in this case, top 10 oil consuming countries, bar graphs, oil per person, USA, China, Japan, Germany, Russia, India, Canada, South Korea, Brazil, France, country, 0.01, 0.02, 0.03, 0.05, 0.06, 0.07. So I can read all the words. I'm comfortable. Now I can prepare. So 25 seconds will be up. Your timer will start. Your timer will start. It is for 40 seconds. And we've found out the strategy. You don't have to talk for 40 seconds. Halfway through is 20, a little bit more. 25 seconds is all you have to talk. Actually, what sir says is 20 seconds only. But you cannot decide for yourself, oh, it's exactly 20 or not. So better than that, we always tell you say 25. So agar aapke thoda kam bhi hota, it's correct. Thoda zyada bhi hota, it's correct. Please, guys, this question is not like retail lecture where you speak for 40 seconds will get you more marks. This question, the marks is only going to speaking. If it's going to speaking, the only thing that matters is not your content. To a certain extent while we're reading. If you want speaking marks, only fluency and your pronunciation, it should be understood. Maybe some of your English is like Desi English, which only Desi people can understand, not computer. So that's what you have to work. You have to make sure whatever you say in English is also the right one, the right version, which the computer will pick. And for your information, the computer has more than 3 to 4 dialects. It's not that it has the Aussie version also. It will have an Aussie version it will pick up. It will have an Indian proper pronunciation version. I'm an Indian. My dialect might be different from so many other people who are Indians as well. So it will pick up my dialect, but it might not pick yours. If yours is also a Sprite, Jara liver and all that, it won't pick up. So you have to be careful about that as well. Okay? All good? Understood? So clarity and pronunciation are the 2 requirements to get speaking marks. For listening and reading marks from speaking modules, the other criteria. But we are doing only describing it, so I don't have to talk about it. So now, please, guys, even if you know and you can speak, because in mock test, I don't know why I see the students like, close, press next, press next, press next. Tired, guys. If you're going to speak for 10 to 12 questions for 40 seconds, you're going to be dead tired by the end of it. Use common sense. It's not getting you extra marks, but it's wasting your energy. 20 straight away next. And again, since in this and retail lecture, 2 of the questions, you have to speak for 40 seconds, but you're speaking less. The criteria is you have to keep speaking till you press next and till you press the next option. Yes, both the options. Because when you press next, it's asks you a question. Are you sure you want to move on to the next question? You have to press yes. Till then you say talk. So if you don't have anything to talk, you can just say the same thing. What I usually do. Okay, I have to press next and I press next. I'm going to press yes. Oh, I pressed yes and it's finished. Huh. I took a breath. So keep doing that. If you don't know what other story to make, say the story what you're doing at that time. Because you can't make up, not make up blue color, white color, red color. Out of what, just say what you're doing, but in English. This is one thing. Yes. Another thing which I usually do, if you have the other things which you're doing, I always do Ultra N and Ultra Y. That's a shortcut. So instead of clicking the next, and you think because, some of them earlier on, we used to have this technique. So they were like, ma'am, ye upper niche mein mera time pause will be set. By the time you press next, guys, if you're not talking, it's taken as a pause. And the pause is costing you marks. So what I used to do, though I'm a righty, with my left hand, again, guys, it's not control. Because somebody once told me, I was like, control hai hi nahi, ho raha hi nahi hai. It doesn't happen. Then I said it's alt, because normally we say control C, control Y. We are used to control. It's not control. I've written alt, ALT. So I've got used to my right hand. Now even if I close, I know alt N, alt Y. My finger have got accustomed to it in my practice time. You can use that as well. Okay? And how do you try that? Aapko jo pehla introduction hi aayega na, introduce yourself. Sir said last week that please, the minute you get introduction, just press next. He got 90 all the times without even giving his introduction. Don't waste your energy on it. So I'll just press next. Simple as that. Anybody has any issues? Good. That's how good students are. Okay. So while talking, you're pressing next. While talking, you're pressing yes. All good? Now let's do one sample. इसमें और कुछ होता है describe image में आपको जो ध्यान रखना है that you need to know. So yeah, I already told you content matters to the extent of just reading it, not making sense, not analyzing it. First one, have fixed lines. That's very important for any describe image question or any other retail question wherein you have to make the story. If you have to make your own story, you have to have fixed lines. And you should memorize emergency lines. Those are the two things you have to do. Emergency lines are given to you when you join with us. Okay? First few lines. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. By looking closely at the image, I can see various trends emerging. Ye dal do, and after that, what you do is have these fixed lines or your own version. I don't care. We are happy with whatever you say. But make sure, most of you I've seen picture. Now, picture is what? The cricket picture, agar aap logon ko pata hai. एक होता है पिचर ना, there's a player pitcher and who catches the ball and all. अब ये पिचर क्या है? I don't know what is a picture, but you're lucky. You're very lucky that there's actually another word which is picture and which is pronounced that way. So the computer will not mark you down. Say image. Say graph. Say table. There is an interesting table in front of me. Even if it's a graph, I don't care. Table is okay. Don't use the words which are not. Closure. Having a closure look at the image. What is closure? Closer. Z. It's not j, it's z. It's z. Take a closer look at the image by looking closely, not closely. You have a problem, identify yourself or ask a teacher, sit with her, correct it. Done? So I have my fixed line. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. By looking closely at the image, I can see various trends emerging. I can read the heading top 10 oil consuming countries. I also see some numbers 0.07, 0.06. I can say even 10 million, 15 million, doesn't matter. I'll also use some words USA, China, Japan, Germany, Russia. I think there are a lot of other words which I don't want to talk about. Let me read them still. Country, Canada, South Korea, Brest. I think my time is up, but I still have to speak. So what am I going to use? I'm going to use my emergency lines. I've forgotten my emergency lines. Let's press next. Let's press yes. I think my time is up. I don't think so. My time is up. Okay, I'm going to say my time is up and I'm going to press next and I'm going to press yes. Make it a habit. The thing is, see, this might look good to you because it's the first time we are doing it. But if you've been doing this like a week, all of you are expert. It just requires practice. It's nothing great. Another thing, if you've noticed, I went on in one breath. That's the best way to improve your speaking. If you want to know the technique, how do you get the marks in the speaking? The way I do it, be it read aloud, be it retail lecture, be it describe image. I try to say as many words possible in one breath. I don't take the second breath. Only when I need it do I. Because what happens then, when you're saying it in one breath, you know that you have to finish the whole sentence. So you will not take pause. You'll just continue to say till you finish. Then you want to take a breath. So what happens? That makes your tone flat and continue, smooth. But when you say annotations and all, I have an interesting image in front of me. Take a breath. Then you take a more breath. You know, so you're going up and down with your fluency as well. Sometimes you're high, sometimes you're low, sometimes you're stressing, sometimes you're not. But if I know I have to say it in one breath, I'll just say, I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. By looking closely, can you see the same tone? I'll say the same thing in a relaxed way. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. By looking closely at the image, I can see various trends emerging. Can you see that? It's going like that. But when I say it fast, I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. By looking closely at the image, I can see various trends emerging. There's blue color, there's white color, there's pink color, there's numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see, it's a flat, boring tone. That's what the computer likes. That's what we tell you. When we say fluency, we say no pause, but it also means that flat tone. Some places, yes, if I'm a good speaker, I can put the annotation. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. It works for me, but for rest of you, it might be just probably like an up and down. That she's not fluent. She took a little bit long pause for the next word. So don't do that. Okay? So we are done with describe image thing. Yeah. So the words, what we do after the introductory lines, what I used was headings, or rather one heading only will be there. Numbers. That's all you have to write. But the extra thing which we used to tell you was shapes and color. Fix it. Just have fixed thing. Once you finish with the content, you can always say, I can see squares, I can see rectangles, I can see triangles. I see red color, blue color, pink color. Just fix those lines. Think, I know there'll be no red color. I know there's no pink color. I know that there's 1 million is not there. Who cares? I read almost all the content. I'm still left with time. I'll just say anything. Okay? All good? Chalo, ye bhi khatam ho gaya. Now, I want somebody to attempt so we can also enjoy. I can enjoy listening to you guys. Who's there? Who wants to try? शर्म आ रही है सबको? All senior citizens here? Give, guys. It doesn't matter. They're your colleagues. One day you are going to give, one day somebody. But I think this, it works now. आपको भी try करना है? नहीं, कुछ पूछना है? You're getting reading. People are getting 90 in both. But again, guys, I just want to say that anybody who's already got 8, do not try to increase your speed further. Keep it as it is. You don't have to take chance and reduce it. If you've already got it all, कितना चाहिए आपको? 79 is good enough. 90 not going to get. Yeah, if you're thinking that it'll add marks in your listening and reading, try it in the mock. That's what I would recommend. Mock सकता है. यहाँ पर try करो, exam में जाके try करो. Okay? You don't need to do fast. Probably there might be some other things you can correct it. But don't try to read fast if you're already doing. I wouldn't recommend. I went at a normal pace. The speed strategy came now, right? My normal speed when I got my 90. I have a very interesting image. I think black color would be the white color. I see other lots of colors. I don't think so. I want to talk about the colors. I can use my emergence. I have forgotten my emergence. That is great. It will not as fast as you guys are doing nowadays. And it's not me. I know other people. I still consider myself fast. There are other guys, boys, as well as girls, who are slower than me. But they got it. It depends on their voice point. Some people have that strong voice. They can easily get 90 with pronunciation mistakes, with everything. System is biased, you guys know. But there are some people with perfect pronunciation, perfect fluency, perfect everything. They still don't get 7 also. So there is system default. That's how you know it's like by attempting it. If you attempted the mock, if you attempted the real exam, you'll have an idea what is happening with your score. Nowadays, but we have girls. Again, a girl who never got 46, 45 ended up with 76. What she did was she had a very curly one. I have a very I'm not joking, guys. This thing. What she did, she only did a very interesting image. That's what she did, and she was 76 after 10 mock exams, 10 exams, 10 real exams. So it differs. Now, this is not a strategy we get everybody because maybe you think your voice is same, but we don't think. It might be some other problem with you. That girl had a problem with voice. Maybe yours is pronunciation problem. For that, you should have one-to-one session with the teachers and they will tell you what is your problem. You don't take your decision that boys bother kill. Boys bother kill, but that's why man se lega. Don't try stuff. Just follow the teachers, take a point. Now your chance. Okay, let me time you. Yeah. But I'll take minute pass kar loge, right? Okay, which image are you doing? Second one. Second one. I must start.
There is a beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a closer look at the picture. By looking more closely at the picture, I can see that several trends are emerging. Let me start with the title of the picture. The title says Top 10 Oil-Consuming Countries in the terms of bar graphs. I can see an x-axis and y-axis on this picture. The x-axis says different countries, which are with regards to USA and China and Japan and Germany, Russia and India and South Korea, Brazil and France. And the y-axis says oil per person in terms of 0.01 to 0.02
Okay.
and then to 0.
Yeah, we just finished that. I thought one place you struggled, which were, your breathing. You see, that's the thing. She was good, she was consistent, but she didn't know where her breath would go out. So she should manage herself something that it's not obvious. Even you can take breaths. Nobody said you can't take a breath. You take a breath, but you don't make it obvious that people will know. See, she paused, she stumbled, she fumbled. So it should be very relaxed. If I know that my breath is going, I'll just go a little bit slower. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close. By looking closely, I can see. I know my breath is good. I can see a beautiful image. I'll just go a little bit slow and pick my breath rather than pausing like her. Okay? Anybody else wants to try? Yeah, chalo, describe image karte aaj. Detail we'll do next day. Anybody else? Come on. The sir is going to be any second. Should be. Okay? Who's trying? Nahi? Yeah? Cool. Ready? Start.
I have got an interesting picture in front of me. Let me take a closer look at this image. By looking closely, I can see there are various trends emerging in this image. I have to talk for 25 seconds. So let's take a closer look at the topic. Top 10 oil-consuming countries bar graph. I can see there is a USA, China, Japan, Germany, and country as well. I can see there is a black color. I have to talk for 25 seconds. There is a Russia, India, Canada, South Korea, Brazil, France as well. I can see there is a oil person as well, 0.02, 0.03, and there is a black color. That is my favorite color. I think my time is going to...
Yes, see, another perfect thing. She's practiced so much, she knows exactly when her 25 seconds got up. And she said it exactly at the same time. It was 26 seconds. By the time I pressed stop, it was 27. She knew it. So if you guys have practiced enough, for me, I'm telling you with both read aloud as well as describe image and read a lecture. I know, because when I'm running out of breath, I know my capacity was 25 seconds. The minute I'm running out of breath, I know without even looking at the timer that I've done 25 seconds. So she knew now that her 25 seconds were up. That's why without me even telling her, she knew. At home, when you practice, that's what you do. You practice 25 seconds no matter what. So in the exam, you'll know. You'll know without looking at the timer, mere 25 seconds ho gaye. When you look at the timer, it's okay. Because if you guys, some of you I keep seeing for retail lecture, you guys take the notes and then every 2 seconds you're looking at the timer. As if suddenly it will be 25 seconds. It will not be 25 seconds suddenly. You read the whole list, you finish the whole image, then you look at the thing. Because what you guys don't notice when you're looking up and down, first of all, you've lost track of which word you were on the retail lecture. Apart from that, in the describe image and everything, you've lost. When you're going back to the image, you don't know where you'll pause. So rather than that, finish the task, read everything, then look at the timer. You'll know that 25 seconds are more or less up because you've practiced enough times, you'll know. And then you just have to press next. So don't do that looking up and down, up and down. The 25 seconds just don't come. You should tune yourself to that. ठीक है? अब हम कर रहे हैं, चलो रिटेल कर लेते हैं, ठीक है? Nobody else wants to practice, right? Or you want to try? Anybody wants to try? Gutsy? There is. Girls, see boys, very bad.
There is a beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a close look at a picture. By looking closely, I can see several trends are emerging. I need to describe this picture for 25 seconds. The title of the image is Top 10 All Consuming Countries. I can see some words like USA, China, Japan, Germany, and Russia, India, Canada, South Africa, Brazil, France. Moreover, I can see some numbers like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me talk about color. My favorite color is pink. Today I'm wearing pink. Moreover, I can see white and pink color, which is in this. What time is it?
Time is up. It was not up, but I felt she put a lot of energy into it. You could have been relaxed. You don't have to say it loudly. I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. I don't have to put that much energy. You'll get tired. Say it in a relaxed way. The mic is so strong, guys. If I even say it normally, I have an interesting image in front of me. Let's take a close look. By looking closely, I'm saying it. I'm doing it in a very relaxed manner. Do it that way. You don't have to put energy. I have an. You don't have to be loud. Whoever told you to be loud? Nahi karna hai. So it was good, but the is the big criminal here. The minute you say minus. That's best. Rather than taking pause, the computer might still think full stop tha, kuch tha, maybe she took a pause. Fluency is gone. Okay? So don't do that, but it's you put in a good effort. So don't worry. Just practice. Okay? आपका देखो picture आया था मुझे. Picture नहीं आया था. That's what I was telling. हाँ जी.
Yes, guys, read a lecture, everyone. Ready? Yes, guys, read a lecture. Everyone get ready. What are we supposed to do? We have to write keywords. How many keywords? 10 to 15, but there's no fixed limit. You can write 20, 25, but your handwriting has to be clear, legible, right? I'll play the audio. गंदी हो रही है यार। Let me check the volume. Yes, guys, everyone ready for the audio? Ready to note down the keywords, everyone? Yes.
TV sitcoms use canned laughter because the sad truth is that happy sounds are infectious. Now comes research that at least partly explains why. It was published this week in the Journal of Neuroscience. A British research team played various sounds, including laughter, to people who were having their brains scanned by a functional MRI machine. All the sounds activated the premotor cortical region of the brain. It prepares facial muscles to move, and positive sounds like laughter got a much bigger brain reaction than negative sounds like retching. Blech. The announcement of the study specifically mentioned this clip of commentators at a cricket match losing it for some reason. I can't help laughing when I hear it. I don't even know what they're talking about.
35 minutes, hit a 4 over the wicketkeepers. I goes, for goodness sake, stop it. There's Lawrence. Lawrence plays extremely well.
So the body may be programmed when we hear laughter to at least smile and possibly even chuckle, chortle, or guffaw. Might be because social bonding is so important for us humans.
Note down the words. Yes, in the exam after the audio, you will get around 10 seconds to have a look at the words. Okay, so everyone have a look at your list, the words which you have written. Done? Now, who will start? Very good. My naam bhul gayi. I'm so sorry. Harman, yes. Harman, do you have the microphone? Aman. आगे में भूल गई. You don't have the microphone? ये वाला. अब यहाँ पे रखा था ना? यही था. अच्छा दोबारा लगा दिया. Please pass it at the back. Thank you. Aman, wait. I'll set the timer first. Hanji Aman, your time starts now.
The lecture we heard was about the laughing, and the first part of the lecture, speaker talks about the happy sounds and the journal. Then he talks about the British laughter and brain science. Then he talks about the MRI and facial muscle. He also talks about the negative and positive effects of muscle, and then he talks about the study of a cricket match where 35 minutes people were laughing and wicket keepers were laughing. Then he talks about the body program and smile. He also said in the conclusion that social binding is so important for the humans. Then I think
Good,
my
Aman. Performed very well. Beginning में हल्का सा हिच हुआ था, but then you know कि मैंने mistake करी है, मुझे mistake नहीं करनी. Performed very well, Aman. Yes. Anyone else who will try this Twitter lecture? Joanna. क्या हाल है Joanna? When are you getting your scores? When are you? You don't know? Soon, right? Pass it to Joanna quickly. Yes, Joanna. Your time starts. Not working? Is it? Yeah, it's working. Joanna, your time starts now.
The lecture was about research published this week where people who got brain scan facial muscles has to move negative this type of cricket match in 35 minutes. Body may be programmed social bonding for humans. I have to speak this for 25 seconds. I'm going to repeat the sentences again. Whereas research published this week, people who got brain scan facial muscles to move negative this type of cricket match, which is in 35 minutes, has the body may be programmed in
Good,
social
Joanna.
bonding for
You're
humans.
still getting 90 in speaking. Good. You perform at this pace only, right? Guys, for some students, slow and steady is working, but for some, slow and steady is not working. They have to be a bit quick in reading the text. Okay, like Aman's pace was a bit quick one. Joanna's pace was a little slow one. Did you notice the difference? Right? But Aman, what score are you getting in speaking? 90, and she's getting 90 as well. Right? So it depends. And girls, you have to be a bit quick while speaking. Okay. Now I want someone new to try. Who's new here? Madhvi, you're new? No. Someone new who has Shivaji, right? When did you join? Not new yet. I mean, yes, not new yet. Yes, someone else who joined maybe a week back or just 2 or 3 days ago. Go in here. Yes, your name? Nidhi, you want to try? Yes? आपने list लिखी है, right? Yeah. Pass the microphone to Nidhi. बड़ी लंबी journey है, but still quickly. Yes, dear. Are you confused? No? Okay, this is your first class. Do you know what is read a lecture? Yeah. What you did just now? You listen to the audio? Yeah. Guys, you don't need to understand the audio in detail lecture. Just listen to the audio and note down the keywords from the audio. That's it. You don't need to understand it, right? And after writing the keywords, just read these keywords in a very fluent manner. कंप्यूटर को लगे कि आप कोई सेंटेंस बोल रहे हो, but you're actually just reading out the words. Clear? Okay. Now, what's your name? Nidhi. Nidhi, I'll time you. Start karo. Okay. Nidhi, your time starts now.
The lecture was talking about something infectious, research and British. And secondly, he talks about something MRI, machine and region brain. And then he started about reaction studies and cricket. And after that, following, he was starting talking about losing summaries in 35 minutes and body was programmed, socially bonding humans. And that was my speech.
It's 21 seconds. You have to speak for 25 seconds, right? But Nidhi, still a good try. Just be a bit quick. You speak well, you speak clearly, just be a bit quick. Okay, and speak for 25 seconds. Right? Guys, in the exam, your total recording time will be 40 seconds, but you will speak only for 25 seconds, right? And as Saida discussed, a very important point, what you do is you write down the words, and when it's your recording time, you read 2 to 3 words, and then you look at the screen to check the bar. You read another 2 to 3 words, then again you look at the screen. You continue speaking, and when you think, okay, I think now the considerable time has passed, acha khasa time pass ho gaya, then you look at the screen, and yes, if it's 25 seconds, immediately click the next button. Okay, you don't need to complete the whole sentence. Don't worry about that. Simply click straight away, click the next button. Okay, one more thing, how to start with a lecture. Say anything. The audio discussed, the speaker talked about, she said something about, and then you just read the list. Okay, what's your name, dear? Siri, the Apple iPhone Siri. No. Okay, Siri, what's a good restaurant near Footscray? Siri is confused. Okay, Siri, where are you from? From India. Okay, which part of India, Siri? South part. Huh? क्या हुआ? No. Okay, Siri, are you getting the point? You don't need to understand. You don't need to elaborate any point. You just read out these words. Okay. Why you need to read out these words? Because these contribute marks in listening as well as speaking. That's why you need to read out the words and need to read it fluently and clearly. All good? Next question पे चलें? Yes. And the next question is your favorite. And आपका पता नहीं मेरा तो है. Right? सही बात है रवनीत? बड़ा अच्छा लगता है ना? When you have to listen to the sentence and repeat, वो आधा याद रहता है, आधा भूल जाता है. Regular story. Okay, guys, what is repeat sentence? Huh? Repeat the sentence, right? Computer will give you a sentence, you have to repeat the sentence back to the computer. Okay. Now guys, repeat sentence contributes marks in listening and speaking. In listening, it contributes around 20. In speaking also another 20. So to get marks in listening, you need to be good at repeat sentence. Now what will happen is computer will play around 8 to 10 sentences one after the other. Okay. After playing one sentence, there will be a pause of 3 seconds, and then you need to say that sentence back to the computer. Okay, you have to repeat the sentence back. Okay. Now if a sentence is a short one, it's easy, you just repeat back the sentence. But if it's a long one, then you might forget some part of the sentence, right? Now the best strategy to use, the best strategy to use for repeat sentence is, what you do is when you're listening to the audio, क्या करोगे मणिपाल? You were not alert, I know. You write the initials. आंखें ऐसे ऐसे जा रही थी, तो मैं सोचा चलो मणिपाल से पूछती हूँ. Okay. Yes guys, when you're listening to the sentence, क्या हाल है मंजूत? सब ठीक? मैं बढ़िया हूँ. When you're listening to the sentence, you just write the first letter of each word in your notepad. कैसे? Manipal, say one sentence. Suppose this is my repeat sentence, right? Manipal, say a sentence. मुझे इतना सुनाई दिया. Hey, life is a great. चलो, don't worry, I missed it, right? So L for life. I is a great G, right? Now she said story as well. I couldn't write, it's okay. I have still written some part of the sentence, and that is sufficient for me. Okay. The point is, what you think is, I have to repeat the same sentence as it is. If I will not, my marks will be deducted. You think I will get zero. No, it's not zero. Even if you will repeat one or two words from the sentence, you will still get some marks, and that is important for you. Okay. So don't miss out any repeat sentence. Say whatever you can remember, and the most important thing, you repeat the sentence fluently. Okay. So if I will repeat, life is a great story. No, that's not the way. Okay. If I have to repeat, I'll be fluent and clear. Life is a great story. Okay. Now, I don't remember story. What I will say, life is a great, and immediately after that, I will click the next button. Okay. Now, suppose I don't even remember AG. I forgot AG. I will say life is, and then I will click the next button. I have to be fluent while speaking, remember, because this will give me scores in speaking. Right? So it will be a mixture of small and long sentences. Now, if it's a very long sentence, what you do is, for the first part, you use this technique, writing the first letter. Okay. For the second part of the sentence, you close your eyes and listen to the audio carefully. That's it. Right? Because it's actually a memory based test. Repeat sentence is not English test, it's actually a memory based test. And usually our memory remembers the last part of the sentence. Beginning wala या last तो यहाँ था, beginning में क्या था याद नहीं रहता, right? And so these first letters will help you remember the first part of the sentence. Here, let's practice some, right? Do remember the most important thing in the exam, after the audio, stay silent for these 3 seconds when the microphone is turned off. Don't repeat the sentence during this time, because no marks will be added to your scores. Getting my point? The moment your progress bar starts, at that point you start speaking the sentence into the microphone, and immediately the moment you end the sentence, click next immediately after it. All good? Chali? Let me play the audio. I will do repeat sentences with you. यहाँ पे टीचर्स की शीट थी, कोई भी स्टूडेंट ले गया. चेक इफ someone has got the sheet जिसमें आंसर्स मार्क्ड हैं. है किसके पास शीट? चेक योर वर्कशीट्स गाइस Anyone who has the worksheet which has teacher's answers or answers already marked? No one? Achhi baat. Yes, guys, playing the first sentence.
College has decided to build a new lecture hall.
Kinjal. Okay, not bad. Aman. Okay, what I heard was has decided to go new lecture hall. Okay, but I'll play it one more time. Doesn't seem right. Huh? Build tha? To build. Okay, let's see.
The college has decided to build a new lecture hall.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's more clear. The college has decided to build a new lecture hall. The college has decided to build a new lecture hall. Okay. Spelling से इसमें कोई चक्कर नहीं है. You have to be clear with the pronunciation, right? Next one is for what's your name? I forgot your name. Yes, your name. Akram. Akram, next one is for you.
She has a strong desire to have children.
सारे अक्रम बन गए. Akram, yes. Not bad, not bad. Yes, dear.
The management refused further.
ने बोला था. She has a strong desire to have children. Okay, but it's still okay. You performed well. Number 3.
The management refused further negotiations with union.
पूछा पूछा अभी heavy है एग्जाम में ऐसे नहीं करना the moment audio ends you start repeating the sentence now wait for 2 to 3 seconds ठीक है अब जितनी बार एक्स्ट्रा बोलोगे उतनी बार आपका टाइम वेस्ट हो रहा है क्यों आई मीन जितनी बार अपनी तरफ से आंसर्स दे रहे हो आपका टाइम वेस्ट हो रहा है व्हाई मुझे इसमें दो बातें और बोलनी पड़ती है एंड देन यू फॉरगेट द सेंटेंस राइट शिवाजी टेल मी व्हाट्स द सेंटेंस not bad yes who will yes Kinjal with the union right I'll play it one more time सुनो तो
The management refused further negotiations with union.
the management refuses further negotiation with the union right number 4 who wants to try number 4 Joanna okay
We'll be hearing a lecture from Dr. John Smith about computer as teacher.
yes Joanna still something you have to say like Abhilash at least teacher something तो मिला जुला के बोल दिया sentence we will be hearing a lecture from Dr. John Smith about computer is teacher right? Computer as a teacher one more time
We'll be hearing a lecture from Dr. John Smith about computer as teacher.
yeah computer as teacher we will be hearing a lecture from Dr. John Smith about computer as teacher right Joanna I like your dedication she has already scored 19 speaking but she is still coming for the classes and ready to participate and still do repeat sentence right don't you do you guys appreciate that yes good Joanna next one number 5 Manjot, number 5 ready
All entrants will receive a special sports calendar.
All entrants? Good. All entrants will receive a special sports calendar. Now, suppose you get this question in right from dictation, where you have to write the sentence. Now, Manjot, also tell me the spelling of entrance. सारे मंजोत बन गए हैं सी कहाँ से आ गया एंट्रेंस में नो यू टेल मी द स्पेलिंग आपका नाम हाँ entrance guys the word is entrance all the entrance मुझे बात बताओ will you say all the entrance will receive क्या था sentence हाँ entrance को sports calendar मिलेगा और entrance will get the sports calendar entrance right so ENTRANTS entrance right next one now that's a long one who will try this one who's Aman good yes guys this one is for Aman
Cars bring pollution, and the construction of new roads can destroy the fabric of a city.
yes Aman good I say good what's your name dear at the back हाँ जी कुछ भी याद भी नहीं है मणिपाल anyone else Fatima good yes Sharf good try cars bring pollution uh, um, and construction of new roads can destroy the fabric of the city I'll play it one more time
Cars bring pollution, and the construction of new roads can destroy the fabric of a city.
Cars bring pollution and the construction of new roads can destroy the fabric of the city right next वाला easy है कौन try करेगा what's your name Kiran from India good Kiran next one is for you
Thank you very much for coming to the studio today.
yes dear इसमें भी एक extra द क्यों लगा दिया किरण thank you very much for coming to the studio today right good Kiran still a good try एक द से इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा don't worry yes next one Madhvi will you try yes Madhvi for you
There are lots of other examples of people who love what they do.
अच्छी बात 3 सेकंड का वेट तो कर लिया करो guys give answer after 1 or 2 seconds when I ask you to give the answers ठीक है माधवी अब बोलो आंसर good performed very well there are lots of examples of people who love what they do okay next one is for what's your name yeah Siri yes Siri मैं कैसे नाम भूल सकती हूँ Siri next one is for you okay
His interests include cooking and photography.
yes Siri not bad हाँ जी आपका नाम एंड में with hands like this what's your name हाँ आप ही अब नाम भी बता दो ज्योति दोबारा बोलो सेंटेंस not bad His interest includes cooking and photography. Right? Good try. Yes, guys, third last. Third last. Yes, guys, sir will be taking the session soon. Now, moving on, where were we? Repeat sentence, right? Yes, third last. Who will try? Quickly. Monica, third last for you. Okay. You have to. Yes.
In other countries, it's perceived as less of a problem.
Yes, Monica. Not bad. Not bad. नेहा आपका नाम हाँ जी हनी क्या नाम हाँ जी आप ही सरदार जी हाँ जी परविंदर हाँ जी बताओ good not bad in other countries it is perceived as less of a problem in other countries it is perceived as less of a problem okay second last
If you're working after 11 o'clock, we drive you home.
थैंक यू क्या था आंसर आप बताओ रवनीत हर रोज छोड़ने जाएंगे 11 बजे तक if you're working if you're working after 11 o'clock we will drive you home ठीक है आज अगर काम कर रहे हो तो हम छोड़ देंगे ठीक है हर रोज नहीं छोड़ेंगे राइट so if you're working after 11 o'clock we will drive you home last one we will drive you home we सुन लेते हैं दोबारा okay let's listen to it
If you're working after 11 o'clock, we drive you home.
yeah we drive you home thank you we drive you home thank you your name is अमृत अच्छा अमन ने बताया अमन थैंक यू लास्ट वन अब तो लास्ट है अब तो ट्राई कर लो और नहीं है इसके बाद है अमृत नाम बताया ना अमरिंदर अमरिंदर लास्ट में इज फॉर यू ठीक है
I found a large rock and I broke through the basement window.
Amrinder, yes. Not bad, not bad. Yes, बताओ मुझे. No, अभी पीछे बैठे थे ना? हाँ. Yes, you tell me. Yes, yes. Not bad. I found a large rock and broke through the basement window. एक बार दोबारा play कर देती हूँ for confirmation.
I found a large rock and I broke through the basement window.
Okay, and I broke through the basement window. Done. That's your repeat sentence. Okay, that's how one after the other it will be played. But remember, wait for 3 seconds and then say your answer. Okay, next one. Answer short questions. Very easy. Okay, guys, you worry about answer short questions a lot. Don't worry much. In this, computer will ask you a very general knowledge based question. You have to give answers in 1 or 2 words. That's it, right? Now, computer can ask you a question like, which of the handheld device is smaller? Which of the handheld devices is, or which of the handheld device is smaller? Your answer will be the left one. Yes, guys. As I discussed, computer will ask you a very general knowledge based question. You have to give answers in 1 or 2 words, right? So don't worry about it much. There will be around 8 to 10 questions. And even if you miss, even if you can't answer, let's say 5 or 6 questions, even then you can score 90 in speaking, right? It's a very easy question. You've got the audio on your right hand side. Play this link, open this link, audio will be there. You listen to the question and give the answers, right? If you have any confusion, you can come to us and ask the answers anytime. All good, right? Immediately, the moment you answer, immediately after that, you click the next button, right? And again, in answer short question, after the question, wait for 3 seconds until the microphone is turned off. After 3 seconds, the moment the progress bar starts, you give your answer. All good? Okay, guys. Now moving on to listening questions, listening MCQ, single answer. Now, guys, in listening, when we say MCQs, which means multiple choice questions, you have two categories of multiple choice questions. One is single answer, where out of 4 options, you have to choose one, right? And the second type is multiple MCQ multiple answers, in which out of 5 or maybe 6, you have to choose more than one. More than one means, can you choose one? No, you have to choose either 2 or 3, right? So either 2 answers can be correct or 3 answers can be correct. Now, our recommendation, not recommendation, our order is that you don't attempt MCQ multiple answers. Why you should not attempt? Because they are time consuming, first of all. Second, there's negative marking. And third, even by skipping these questions, you can score 90 in speaking. I know it sounds weird, it sounds very strange, but trust us, even by skipping MCQ multiple answers, you can score 90 in listening as well as similarly in reading as well. Okay, so will you attempt MCQ multiple answers? Temptation ho to bhi usko side karna. Okay, you skip them, trust us. How many questions will be there of multiple MCQ multiple answers? 2 to 3, you skip them, right? When we say MCQ single answers, there are two kinds of questions that comes in MCQ single answers. One is the main idea, that is, what is the main idea of the audio? What is the main theme of the audio, right? And the second one is information finding. You have to find a specific information from the audio, right? What's this? So the question is, what is the main idea of the lecture? So just listen to the audio carefully. Do not look at the options. Yes, everyone, listen to the audio.
Now, as you know, asthma is a very prevalent disease in our society now. It wasn't so 50 years ago. And we now find the very early life microbes seem to have set you up or not for asthma.
Microbiologist Brett Finley from the University of British Columbia In a study of Canadian infants, his team found
At 3 months of age, which is a really tiny little kid, there were 4 microbes. And if you had these 4 microbes, you had very, very low risk of getting asthma. If you didn't have these microbes, you were very, very high risk of asthma.
Finley spoke February 17th at the annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Boston, where he also discussed a recent follow-up study among kids in rural Ecuador.
And a big risk factor associated with asthma was whether they had potable clean water. So ironically, the kids that got the clean water had higher asthma rates than the kids that had the dirty water. Now that makes sense in terms of microbial acquisition. It makes sense, but I must admit, I was surprised to see that. You'd think, let's clean the water up. That's good for the world. This is all part of the big sort of hygiene hypothesis. I say we're suffering from a hygiene hangover. We have cleaned our world up too much, and we're just not getting the microbes that our grandparents got. And as a result, that's affecting many, many of the diseases that we experience in our society that we didn't experience 100 years ago. And one of the things I'm starting to realize is that maybe these microbes are actually endangered species. And you think about your great grandkids, they're going to have very different microbes than you do. And as we urbanize more and more, our microbes become less diverse. And anyone that knows ecosystems, that's not good. You want large diversity in rainforests, same as your microbes.
Yes, guys. Who chose A? Now, asthma is a much more widespread disease in our society than it was 50 years ago. How about A? No? Aman, why not? Eliminate K, there should be a reason for this, right? You should have a logic why you eliminated A. Why, Aman? Was A discussed? Tell me. Yes, but was that the main idea? That earlier it was not a prevalent one, but now it's much more prevalent. Was it the main idea? No, so A is eliminable. B, access to potable clean drinking water plays a significant role in protecting young children from asthma. Joanna, did you choose B? Why? That's not the main idea? Okay. Anyone else who chose B? That's not the main idea. That what it says, access to potable clean drinking water plays a significant role in protecting your children from asthma. That if you will have clean drinking water, children will be protected from asthma. Was it the focus? No, rather they were discussing about microbes. Presence of microbes helps against asthma, right? C, exposure to specific microbes in infancy can have a protective effect against asthma. How about C? Yes, they did discuss about as microbes which are which helps in resisting against asthma. What is D? Children with access to clean drinking water or clean water have higher asthma rates than those drinking dirty water. How about D? Yes, how about D? Information is correct, but not the main idea. D is correct. They did discuss, but our focus is to find the main idea of the lecture, and that is that microbes are healthy for children against asthma. So the answer is C. Okay. Now moving on to listening, filling the blanks.
اللهم صل على سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا ومولانا محمد وبارك وسلم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Okay, I'm lost today. Okay, let me come back. اللهم صل على سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا ومولانا محمد وبارك وسلم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. All right, let's look at these special materials. As you can see, they're special. Can you see that? The blanks are special today. Do you know they're special blanks? If you have been coming to me for the last 4 weeks and you don't know whether these blanks are special or not, you don't deserve your score. As simple as that. But we have done this in the last 1 month. ये मुझे नाम बोलना भी नहीं आता, जो भी है क्या है ये? Called, हाँ, क्या है? Shomolangma or Komolangma, जो भी है, in Tibet and Sagarmatha in Nepal, Mount Everest ones. So they are real exam questions. Did you know that, Pooja? Why not? चोरनी पढ़ती नहीं है घर जाके, मैंने ये मटेरियल दे दिया पहला हफ्ता, याद है? फर्स्ट वीक शामा ने तुम्हें दिया मटेरियल, तुमने पढ़ा क्यों नहीं घर जाके उसको? मटेरियल मिलने के बाद लोग पढ़ाई नहीं करते हैं. पूजा हमारे स्पेशल 1 वीक स्टूडेंट है. मतलब क्या है? She got more than 120 blanks on the very first week. All of them. She didn't go through them. कैसे आएगा स्कोर? So material मिलने से स्कोर नहीं आता, उसको properly study करना पड़ता है. और पीटी में study means रट्टा मारना. You have to memorize, and this is the only key to success in PT. PT में कुछ भी हो सकता है. The sky is the limit. रुबीना, तुमने थैंक्स भी नहीं बोला मुझे. वालेकुम अस्सलाम. इतना अच्छा स्कोर आया. You didn't say thank you. Did you? चलो माफ कर दिया. Alhamdulillah, she got 7 with flying colors, and now she's nearly going to score 8, inshallah, soon. Yeah, in December, right? That's the spirit. Look at that. Do you have the spirit, Monica, like Rubina? एक हफ्ता पहले मोनिका, अगर तुम कंपेयर करो कि रूबीना को कंपेयर करो मोनिका के साथ, then you will find Monica more confident, and now Rubina is more confident. And I won't be surprised if I see Rubina scoring before you. This is called Josh, excitement. Alhamdulillah. So this is called, in PT, we used to say a lot of things in the past that slow and steady. Slow and steady, ये भी नहीं पता हमारे देश इसको slow and steady का मतलब बात क्या? शर्म की बात. तुम लोगों ने स्कूल में नहीं पढ़ा कभी slow and steady? रवनीत, जैसे कि स्कूल में नेशनल एंथम खुद नहीं गाता है, बाकी लोग गाते हैं, लोग सिर्फ लिपसिंग करते हैं ना. और नेशनल एंथम सबको पता होता है, गाने को दिल नहीं करता. ये चला गया, यहाँ पे नहीं चलेगा रवनीत. Slow and steady. Wow, you know that. मतलब क्या है उसका? अमन, मतलब क्या है? Slow and steady with the ways मतलब क्या है? धीरे चलो. Slow and steady का मतलब है धीरे चलो पर continuously, consistently चलो. So you have to be continuously consistent. मतलब है अगर आधा घंटा पढ़ा, आज आधा घंटा, कल आधा घंटा, every day half an hour is okay if you do it on a regular basis. That's called धीरे चलो. मतलब है slow and steady wins the race. मतलब है if you want to win a race, you go steady, slow on a regular basis. Inshallah, you will overcome or you will win the race. But today, now, it is different. Yeah, boost your speed. Wow, that's a good one. Boost your speed and get it done. ASAP. मतलब है स्पीड बढ़ाओ, जितना जल्दी हो सके इसको ओवरकम करो, क्योंकि PT is all about memorizing. If your memory power is very good, some people are very horrible memorizing. Very, very bad. उनके लिए PT नहीं. Find something else. और तुम्हारा अगर मेमोरी अच्छा है, मेमोरी अच्छी अच्छा, is memory female or male? अच्छी. If your memory is good, then you can do anything in PT. I'm telling you. जो कमल आई थी थोड़ी देर पहले, कमल को देखी ना, कमल को दिया माइक ने बात करने के नहीं. Oh, sure. She'll come tomorrow. Very good. She's a very good student. Yeah, the last week I said very good. To the front bench here. उसने मुझे मैसेज दिया. मैसेज दिया, sir, the feeling is not very good. The feeling is awesome. Although I didn't score 90 in each, but the feeling is awesome, not very good. क्योंकि उसको पता है कि इसके बाद जब भी very good उसको सुनेगा ना वो कभी भी, she will remember that. सर ने very good लेके बहुत लेक्चर दिया था क्लास में मुझे. She will rather avoid very good. She will say something else. है ना? Awesome. और देखो, now when Kamal scored yesterday, Kamal को देख के देखो, मतलब PT में ऐसा नहीं कि IELTS जैसा और PT में ऐसा नहीं कि slow and steady आराम से करते रहो, देखा जाएगा, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता improve करोगे. English जैसे कि we talk about English language learning. You learn the language, slowly. You learn vocabulary. You learn the structures. You practice a lot, and then gradually, inshallah, within 6 months to 1 year, you can improve your language. That's how, anything goes. Like, can you learn to drive in a week? You can, but can you gain the experience? No, you need 3 months to 6 months time. You need varied conditions. Windy, rainy, tufan, night, storm. तूफान तो बोल दिया ना मैंने. सुनामी में ड्राइव तुम्हें ड्राइविंग आती है? तुम्हें नहीं, ड्राइविंग नहीं आती है, सुनामी में बात करती है लोग. ड्राइविंग क्यों नहीं सीख रहे हो? PT का. That's the spirit. Now there was a reason why I talked about driving. Now when you want to be a perfect driver, 1 week, 2 weeks driving is not enough. Okay? Maybe you can drive a lot. Maybe instead of 1 hour, you can drive 5 hours a day. You can do that. You can accelerate the process. But within 2 weeks' time or 1 month's time, you cannot just say, I'm very experienced. You can't. It takes time. 9 month का बच्चा 9 month ही, मतलब 9 month पेट में बड़ा होना जरूरी है. There is no fast. Is there any fast track available? बच्चा जल्दी होने का कोई प्रोसेस साइंस ने अब तक डेवलप नहीं किया. बहुत लोग चुप रहे, मतलब तुम्हें पता है कुछ और तरीका? There is no other way. Now similarly, we talk about anything naturally learn करने का तरीका ऐसा है, slow and steady wins the race. But this is an exception. अब किसको देख रहे हो? आप पे कौन है? तो मुझे तुम्हें आप वहां पे देख रहे थे. बोलो मैंने क्या बोला अभी आपको पूछने पहले, मैंने क्या बोला अभी? वो तो नहीं बोला मैंने, एक्सेप्शन तक बोला. अपने एक्स्ट्रा क्यों बोला? वेरी गुड, आपने सुना. वेरी गुड. अलाउ क्यों करो लोगों को अंदर आने की? अलाउ करते हैं हम? अलाउ करते हैं? मुझे पता नहीं है. 1 बज गया ना. 11:32 1 बजे तक अलाउ करो, इसके बाद ना करो. बाहर चले जाओ. चलो बैठ जाओ, कोई बात, आगे तो अंदर। Is it Manisha from Sydney, right? She came to score 7 from Sydney. She stayed here for a month and then she scored 7. She said, so I will come for 8. मुझे देख के याद आ गया कि looks like she's Manisha from Sydney. Now, who was I talking to? I forgot. आपका नाम क्या है? मैं भूल गया. Amrinder, and I forgot some other people's name actually. Rubina के पीछे आपका नाम? अकरम भाई एग्जाम कब है? बुक नहीं किया, कैसे होगा? दिसंबर में एग्जाम बुक करना जरूरी है ना, आपको पता है ना? So how many of you are eligible for the next 2 p.m. session? Tell me. Because now we are talking, yeah? In that session, we won't even have time to talk, you know? We'll tell you, guys, memorize in 5 minutes. I'll ask. I will punish you. You know, keeping on your toes, do you know? On your toes कैसे होते हैं? Like Michael Jackson जब dance करता था, देखा आपने? So like this. You don't have to dance. You have to be busy with study. How many of eligible? Raise your hand. Oh, very few people. I like it. ये क्या है? What is this? तुम्हें पता है कि odd लगता है? Heart has to be like this. उठा ऐसे. Good. हाथ अगर नहीं उठा तो मतलब तुम्हें नहाया नहीं आज. How often do you have a shower? Once a week? एक दिन में 2 बार क्यों? एक दिन में 2 बार नहाती है लड़की. इतनी एज तो लगती है ना तुम्हारी. इस एज में इतनी नींद क्यों आएगी? बुद्धू लड़की. काम नहीं करते हो ना तुम? Do you work? इसलिए नींद आती है. Do you know that काम करते हो जब बॉडी मूवमेंट होता है, फिजिकल मूवमेंट, काम नहीं करते घर पे बैठ के. Now, do you fight with your husband more? और तुम सीखते हो, ऑपरेशन हुआ ना, मुझे याद आया. So do you fight with your husband more? Because when wives are free, they don't do any activity. Like, do you have a kid? You don't. बच्चा मतलब एक full time job. When there is no kid and the wives are alone, husband's life is horrible. They've got a lot of time to talk about, fazul things. कोई चीज है नहीं, issue नहीं है, पर issue बना लें कैसे? मुद्दा पता नहीं कहाँ से लेके आते हैं, like under the, somewhere. पता नहीं अल्लाह ने girls को कैसे बनाया है. Something amazing. Such a beautiful event, beautiful something. But तुमने एक बात गलत बोल दी, बस अब तुम गए हो. क़यामत. Where was I? Now, slow and steady wins the race. वो जो proverb है, वो जो मसला है, वो जो एक नीति है, एक rule है, follow हम उसको PT में नहीं करते. Because PT is something different. You don't need maturity. You don't need enough time to get the experience right. For example, you have learned a new vocabulary. You use it in your different situations. You want to learn driving. You want to drive in every single situation, so that you can make your driving perfect. And in PT is nothing. It's all about सुबह से शाम तक मेहनत करो. So if Manipal studies 5 hours a week, okay, meaning less than an hour a day. Now, Pritam bhai क्या करते हैं? Studies 5 hours a day. Now, Pritam bhai studies 5 hours a day. Manipal studies 5 hours a week. Now look at Pritam bhai and Manipal's comparison. Now, Manipal's 1 week equals Pritam bhai's 1 day. क्या कर रहे हो? Manipal's 1 week is equal to Pritam's 1 day. So whatever Manipal is going to achieve in a week's time, Pritam is going to achieve in 1 day. Maybe a little less, because आपको पता है कि jam sometimes it gets jammed, but still he will nearly be there, inshallah. That's what PT means, nothing else. PT is all. Now, इसीलिए मेरे दिमाग में एक आइडिया आया, मैं ऐसा कुछ करूं, गिने चुने कुछ बच्चों को पकड़ के उनको पढ़ाऊं, फोर्स करके मेमोराइज कराऊं, क्योंकि I'm really not happy with the way you're progressing. I'm really not happy. Some people get the material, but they don't memorize at home. I have to make sure you do, so that you get the score. Now, what you do is, Sana ji, aap log kya karte ho? What you do is, you take the material, you go home, and then study for a couple of times, and then you think that, You think that it's okay. Yeah, I'm nearly done. I've nearly memorized it, but you didn't write it to check whether you made a mistake or not. You think it's okay. I think I'm done. I think I'm good. When do you know you're not good? When you start writing and then you see, wow, look at that. There were 63 words. I don't know, only 53 words. But होना क्या चाहिए था? Exact 63 words, not a word less, Joanna. Not a word less, not a word less. Not a word less, not a word more. It has to be exact. There is no room. There is no room for, do you know a phrase called zero tolerance? So there is no tolerance at all in terms of memorizing. पता नहीं मुझे कैसे समझाना चाहिए. सामने मुझे दिल करता है कि बेत पता है आप क्या बोलते हैं आप लोग? बेत स्टिक लेके मेमोराइज करो अभी. नहीं उठ सकते यहाँ से. सब ट्रस्ट मुझे दिल करता है ऐसे करने को, पर हम कर नहीं सकते. इस कंट्री में अलाउड नहीं है. अगर हमारे कंट्री में होता, मैं सच में ट्रस्ट में, अगर बांग्लादेश में ये होता पीटी सेंटर मेरा, मैं बच्चों को, यू हैव नो आइडिया मैं क्या करता. 2 हफ्ता बाद स्कोर तो तुम्हें आ जाए तो तुम तो खुश होकर चले जाते है ना. और ह्यूमन राइट्स वाला मसला होता नहीं कोई. तुम कंप्लेन थोड़ी करोगे. तुम तो उल्टा फोर्स होके स्कोर आके, जैसे कि हम नमाज पढ़ने दिल नहीं करता, पर नमाज पढ़ने के बाद तो हमें अच्छा लगता है ना. सिमिलरली जब मॉम डैड फोर्स का हम गुस्सा करते थे, पर नमाज जब जाना पड़ेगा. तारा भी दिल नहीं कर नमाज पढ़ने को, नमाज पढ़ने को, तो मॉम ने बोला जाना पड़ेगा तुझे, वरना तुझे मार पड़ेगी ना. मैं डरता था बहुत मेरी मॉम को. मेरी मॉम ने बहुत मारा मुझे एक्चुअली. डैड ने कभी नहीं मारा, मॉम ने बहुत मारा सुबह शाम, बिकॉज आई वाज वेरी नॉटी. मैं मेरी बहन के साथ झगड़ा करता था ना, और झगड़ा आपको पता है कोई रीजन नहीं चाहिए ना. मेरी बहन के फेस में कोई ऐसा जगह नहीं है जहाँ पे मेरे नाखून के निशान नहीं है. Trust me, we used to fight a lot. So ये जो मैं थोड़ा सा, you will see that the way I talk to females, women, I know how not to cross the limit. I know how not to offend them. इसके reason ये है कि I have had 3 sisters in my life, and the eldest one is just 1 year elder than me, and she's like my best friend. After marriage, Naz, my wife takes care of me or everything I need to buy or everything I need to make a decision about home or everything. But before marriage, it was my sister. All the time buying things or doing things. I never did my own stuff. Class 10 or 11 तक मुझे शू पहनना, शू का जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, लेस लगाना मुझे नहीं आता था. Class 10, 11. Will you believe that? It was my mom and then my sister. जब मैंने क्लास 10 में 11 में पता नहीं 10 में शायद मैंने स्कूल खत्म करने से पहले मैंने सीख लिया. जरूरी है ना, बाद में मुश्किल में पड़ जाऊंगा. I was like so good for nothing all my life. My sister was there for me. After my sister, luckily I got a wife who also takes care of me. Like, I don't really know what to buy, if you send me somewhere, buy grocery, you will be surprised to see my knowledge about groceries. Don't send me to buy groceries. If my wife sends me to buy groceries, it will be like once in 2 years, 3 years time. She'll never say because she knows I'll be embarrassed. I don't know the names of the things properly. I have to double check. I make sure I tell her or the exact thing what you need to buy, so that I can tell them, do you have this? I am so good for nothing. You won't believe how dumb I am in terms of groceries and shopping and everything. I'm good only in one thing, and that's teaching and talking and gossiping, making friends. Yeah, teaching, talking, gossiping, making friends, and then motivating people and being motivated as well. I'm always motivated. I don't need anyone's help, alhamdulillah. My wife told me yesterday, now you've got your 3rd child, your daughter. Now forget your motivation, forget your life. Whatever you have achieved that. So I said, don't say that. It's never going to happen, inshallah. Because every time I have a son or daughter, Allah ने मेरे ऊपर financially Allah ने और भी मुझे बरकत दिया है. Trust me. तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि ये तो continue रखना चाहिए. I'm rather not upset about my daughter. I'm just joking. That's not possible. She's had enough now. But I would say that एक बच्चा हो गया इसलिए अपना सारे aim खत्म हो गया, busy हो गए. रात को हम सोने ही पाते. आपको पता है कि बच्चे हैं ना, हर 2 घंटे में 2 घंटे भी क्या 1.5 घंटे में उठ जाते हैं. Like if you don't have a daughter of this age, you have no idea. तुम सिर्फ सुन के अच्छा लगे, बच्चा तो कितना अच्छा है. बच्चा कितना अच्छा है सही बात है, मैं क्या बताऊं, जब तुम खुद उस सफर से नहीं गुजरोगे, then you have no idea how it's like. I've got 2 other sons at home as well, 4.5 and 3.5, and this one is 10, 11, 12 days, 13 days, I think 13 days, alhamdulillah. और ये भी हुआ premature, अभी तक उसका birth weight में वो लौट के नहीं आए. She's still a little less than her birth weight, you know. ये भी बहुत टेंशन की बात है, हजारों चीज दिमाग में घूमते रहे, but doesn't matter, I never take those stress. इंशाल्लाह मुझे पता है कि हम हमारे जो करना है हम करते जाएंगे, अल्लाह सही कर देंगे इंशाल्लाह. मुझे बहुत स्ट्रांग बिलीफ है कि मेरा काम मुझे करना है, बाकी तो अल्लाह करेंगे. मुझे ये टेंशन क्यों लेना है? मेरी बेटी का वेट नहीं बढ़ रहा है, इसको लेके मैं अगर उसको क्या करूं, उसको डबल पिला दूं, कुछ नहीं होगा. मुझे क्या करना है? मुझे प्रॉपर्ली उसको टेक केयर करना है. व्हाटएवर आई डू, आई मेक श्योर आई डू दैट इंशाल्लाह, बाकी अल्लाह करेंगे. पर आप लोग क्या करते हो? आप लोग टेंशन ज्यादा लेते हो कि नहीं मुझे करना ही है. आप लोग नहीं कर सकते उसको. अब तुम खुद बोलोगे सर आपने खुद बोला कि सक्सेसफुल पीपल राइट देयर ओन डेस्टिनी. दे डू, बट दे नो दैट अल्लाह इज द वन हु विल राइट दैट. They work hard. Allah gives it to us. But the belief, the connection has to be very strong. I will want it so badly, then Allah will give it to me. Like बच्चे रोते हैं, माँ उसको दूध देते हैं. Similar. मैं दिल से इतना चाहूंगा तो अल्लाह मुझे जरूर देंगे इंशाल्लाह. अल्लाह ने ऐसे रखा. अल्लाह ने इसको ऐसे रखा पूरा दुनिया में. तुम जब डेस्परेटली कोई चीज मांगोगे, उसके लिए हार्ड वर्क करोगे, मैं तुम्हें दूंगा ही दूंगा इंशाल्लाह. And that's what happened. अदरवाइज ये जो हार्ड वर्क करने वाले हैं, देखो यहाँ पे बहुत बच्चे हैं 2 बार 3 बार 6 बार भी फेल करके एग्जाम अभी फिर से क्लास में आ रहे हैं. क्यों? Because they know that if they keep working hard, inshallah they will do it maybe next week or the week after. ये ऐसे स्कोर्स देके मैंने संदीप को स्कोर बोल के भी रखा था. संदीप जाहिद को बोल, जाहिद भाई संदीप को स्कोर आ जाएगा, डोंट मिस अ स्कोर. जब संदीप को हॉरिबल स्कोर आया, जाहिद ने फिर मुझे, सर यही संदीप की बात कर रहे थे आप? हाँ मैं इसी की बात कर रहा था. कोई बात नहीं, इंशाल्लाह अगली बार आ जाएगा. क्योंकि वी हैव हैड सो मेनी हॉरिबल स्कोर्स, बट ये जो अच्छे स्कोर लेके जाते हैं 90 ईच 90 88, डोंट थिंक द प्रीवियस स्कोर वाज लाइक दैट. ऐसे बहुत बार होता है कि अच्छा स्कोर है, एक तुम्हें लगेगा सर मजाक कर रहे हैं, सर मुझे इंस्पायर कर रहे हैं. झूठ, सर मुझे साथ में मोटिवेट नहीं कर रहा है. दिस इज द ट्रूथ. ऐसे बहुत बार हुआ है. 1 2 3 के लिए स्कोर नहीं आता है, नेक्स्ट एग्जाम में स्कोर आता है even 50s and 60s in speaking and writing. Sometimes it happens, they get upset, then I bring them, don't worry, relax, keep working hard. भूल जाओ लास्ट एग्जाम में क्या हुआ, कंप्लीटली भूल जाओ. जैसे कि तुम्हारा फर्स्ट लव भूल जाओ. Nothing about your husband only, right? तुम याद करते हो? देखो कितना अच्छी है. नहीं करता हूँ, करना भी नहीं. थोड़ा किस थोड़ा अमित आप शादीशुदा हो इसलिए तो थोड़ा तो पूरा ही करो. शादीशुदा नहीं हो तो थोड़ा करो, पूरा करो. बात एक ही है. पर शादीशुदा हो, आपकी बीवी, आप थोड़ा किसी और को याद कर रहे हो, मतलब यू आर डिसऑनेस्ट. सही बात है कि नहीं? चलो संदीप शादीशुदा है तो उसके लिए थोड़ा भी अलाउड नहीं है. तो भूल जाओ लास्ट एग्जाम को. इसके बाद इतना जबरदस्त स्कोर आएगा, और वो जबरदस्त स्कोर की खुशी में वो जो तुमने 2 3 6 बार तुम्हें याद भी नहीं रहेगा. ये जो कमल ने जो 80 किया, जो कमल आई थी, स्कोर आ रहा है 28 और 29 स्कोर आ चुके अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. रफली 28 29. अभी 28 स्कोर जो आ चुके अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. एंड थिंक अबाउट देयर पास्ट स्कोर्स. आस्क देम. इफ यू डाउट, आस्क देम. All of them will say 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. पर उनको याद है, वो बोलेंगे don't forget. They will say forget those times. Now I don't worry. I only worry about my PR now. सक्सेस जबरदस्त. सक्सेस का टेस्ट है ना, वो टेस्ट में सब बाकी फेलियर सब भूल जाओगे तुम. So the summary is PTE में it is nothing about slow and steady. It is all about फास्ट ट्रैक. अभी फास्ट ट्रैक कैसे करेंगे? फास्ट ट्रैक की बात है आज हम करेंगे कि 2 से लेके जो 5:30 बजे तक जो लगातार 3.5 घंटा क्लास होगी इंशाल्लाह, दैट क्लास विल बी मेकिंग श्योर दैट इन द नेक्स्ट 5 days, ये जो बच्चों को लेकर आज हम क्लास शुरू करेंगे इंशाल्लाह, नेक्स्ट 5 days उनको हम इतना जबरदस्त बना के छोड़ेंगे फ्राइडे को. दे विल बी प्राउड कि अच्छा मुझे पहले मुझे ये इस पे मुझे डाउट होता था, मिस्टेक होता था, अभी सर उसको मेक श्योर करेंगे कि मैं सारा कुछ सीखूंगा. मतलब ये 5 दिन के बाद इफ यू कम फॉर दिस नेक्स्ट 5 days लगातार, क्योंकि बच्चे इतना ज्यादा नहीं, कम होंगे ना बच्चे, उनको हम ज्यादा टेक केयर कर पाएंगे इंशाल्लाह. पर there is a condition. If you want to add, if you want to join this session, you can Do you know the rule? Yeah. So that is a summary test. We're going to ask you a summary. If you can tell me that, yes, sir, I memorized all the summaries. I want to, although I haven't scored 69 in each, but I want to participate, I want to attend this session, then I will tell you to write any summary I like. And then if you write it correctly within 5 minutes, then inshallah, I will let you in for the next 5 days only. Because this class is for 5 days, every 5 days, every 5 days. But those who qualify, those who have scored 69 plus, will be able to come to this session until you score. Now, I will strongly recommend you come to this session only 2 to 5:30. That will be enough. But if you qualify, of course. If you do you qualify, Rubina? Oh, कितना इसलिए खुश लग रही है यार. 2 दिन पहले पता नहीं जिंदगी क्या होगा. अभी देखो इस क्लास में क्वालिफाई किया उसने. आप हैदराबाद से हो तो स्वीट खिलाओ सबको. स्कोर के बाद एक 7 तो आया, 7 के लिए स्वीट खिला दो. Fixed date बोल दो, tomorrow और क्या? A single or married? Or you have to ask your husband. I know. Hyderabadis are so confused. Who's good? आपको तो गुड लगा, आप भी कंजूस हो ना. I am a Gujarati. My friend is Gujarati. हम क्या बोलेंगे? हम बहुत अच्छे लोग हैं. We don't spend, but they don't. No one spends money. When do you know that you are confused? When you found someone Punjabi. कितना घटिया बंदा है. सारा पैसा जाया कर रहा है, सेव नहीं कर रहा है कोई. डिफरेंस देखो. तो हम खुद को बहुत स्मार्ट समझ, इंग्लिश में मैं कितना अच्छा हूं ना, जबरदस्त. पर जब जैसे कि कुआ बोलते हैं, आप लोग क्या बोलते हो? वही एग्जैक्टली. जैसे कि मैं गांव में गया था ना, मेरे भाभी के जो गांव है, मेरे भाई के ससुराल, तो गया था वहाँ पे मैं नमाज पढ़ने मस्जिद में. तो वो नमाज पढ़ने गया था. तो उसके बाद घर पे ये मस्जिद के योग बंदा जो इंग्लिश टीचर है स्कूल का, पूरा एरिया में, पूरा गांव में इंग्लिश टीचिंग के लिए ही इज वेरी फेमस. तो मैं तब इंग्लिश लिटरेचर पढ़ रहा हूँ, बैचलर पढ़ रहा हूँ, 2nd ईयर और 3rd ईयर में. तो मैं ऐसे घूमने गया था. तो वो मुझे बोल रहा है कि ओ अच्छा, आप, मैंने सुना आप इंग्लिश में पढ़ते हो. मतलब वो टीचर होता है ना, गाँव, हमारे जो गाँव वाले टीचर थोड़ा सा ना एक्सपोज, शो ऑफ, यू नो. फिर मुझे बोल रहा है कि आप इंग्लिश, मैंने सुना आप इंग्लिश में पढ़ते हो. मैं बोला हाँ मैं पढ़ता हूँ अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. फिर उन्होंने बोला कि मैं आपको सवाल पूछूं, अब ऐसा दे सकता. मैं बोला पूछ के देखो, शायद मैं ट्राई करता हूँ. Alhamdulillah, I have never been arrogant in my life in terms of my knowledge or anything. I will always be polite and respectful, क्योंकि knowledge कभी भी enough नहीं है. Your knowledge is never enough. You always learn. No matter how much knowledge you have about something, you don't say, oh, I have got this much knowledge. तो अल्लाह ने दिया है तुम्हें थोड़ा सा knowledge. Knowledge के लिए people don't like me. The amount of knowledge I have, people don't like me for my knowledge. People like me for the person I am. My students, if they like me, मैं कल नाज को बोल भी रहा था मेरी wife को, if students like me because they can see through me very well that he is a open book. People understand me. When I look at other advertisements in Facebook, people's advertisements, you know, then I see that people deliver their advertisements and talk, and you can see the fakeness there. You can see, you can see the advertising tone. Also, I also advertise a lot. You know, I also have that business perspective in my mind. Of course, I always have to do that because we have to make sure this business is sustainable. Otherwise, 3 years from now, if I keep helping people and we don't earn any money, and we have got 35 employees, and we lose them all, and the business is a horrible business example. I don't want to do that. I want to be a very good businessman as well, successful, effective. सब साइड कवर करके अच्छे टीचर्स रखने के लिए हमें अच्छा पे भी करना पड़ेगा. So to make sure we take enough money from the students, we also have to make sure the students are happy with us. Now you tell me, Manipal, do you think it is a stupid package of unlimited package that we offer? Or are you happy that you got this package? Ask everyone, unlimited package जो भी क्या बोलेंगे? Sir, we are lucky that you got this package. अगर मैं अभी बच्चा पैदा करके 1 साल बाद में भी आऊं, आप बोले कोई बात नहीं, आ जाओ. अब इसके बाद तुम इंडिया घूम के भी आओ 2 साल बाद, हम क्या बोलेंगे? कोई बात नहीं, आ जाओ. So once a student at Imdaz PT is always a student at Imdaz PT. अगर तुम्हारा स्कोर आ भी गया 2-3 साल बाद, तुम स्कोर आ गया तुम्हारा, Suppose Manipal has scored and she wants to come. Sir, I want to keep coming. I want to improve my English. What will I say? Please do come. I love all students. I love my old students more because you develop friendship as well. You develop intimacy with your old students. इसलिए आप लोग देखोगे बाकी ब्रांच पता नहीं बाकी लोग क्या करते हैं. हम ऑलवेज क्या करते हैं, हमारे पास जब अंदर आते हैं बच्चे तो आप देखोगे नए बच्चे को आई डोंट ट्रीट देम रियली वेल. आई ट्रीट देम लाइक आई डोंट नो देम. बट पुराने बच्चे को देखना आई एम अ लिटिल बायस्ड. अगर नए बच्चे थोड़ा सा गुस्सा करने दो उनको गुस्सा. 2 मंथ बाद 1 मंथ बाद 2 हफ्ते वो भी ठीक हो जाएंगे. जब 2 हफ्ते बाद देखेंगे अच्छा सर ऐसे करते. क्योंकि ये मैंने नोटिस किया है कि नए लोगों के साथ नए कस्टमर्स नया कस्टमर अच्छा बिहेव करो. आई डोंट बिलीव इन दैट. आई बिलीव इन रिलेशनशिप. The more you come to me, the more friendly we become with each other. So the point is, yes. So you have to be, inshallah, you will be on your toes for the next 5 days. You make sure that you keep coming to the. But we also have to punish you like 5 days. Now other branches, don't be upset. You have got your sessions there. Other teachers are there. But if you think you have scored 69 plus and you want to attend these 5 days sessions, maybe that is the best decision of your life. You just fly to Melbourne. Sydney वाले, Brisbane वाले, बीवी से पूछ लो, छुट्टी मिल जाए तो आ जाओ. और हस्बैंड से पूछ लो. ये मुश्किल हो जाए, हस्बैंड से पूछ के आना मुश्किल हो जाएगा. हस्बैंड खुश भी हो सकता है. 1 हफ्ते के लिए वाओ, 1 हफ्ते की छुट्टी वाओ, प्लीज सर आपके पैर कहाँ पे. हो भी सकता है, आई डोंट नो, वाइस वर्सा भी हो सकता है. जो भी हो, अगर ऐसे इंतजाम कर सकते हो, यू आर मोर देन वेलकम टू कम टू फुटस्क्रे. हम आपको सेम ट्रीटमेंट करेंगे, सेम ट्रीट करेंगे, सेम हिसाब से ट्रीट करेंगे जैसे हम बाकी सबको कर रहे हैं. वी विल रादर गिव यू बिरयानी, प्रोवाइडेड you bring sweets. Give and take. I'm just joking. So inshallah, it will be a really exciting session. Now tell me, in this class, how many of you think you have the belief here that we will score 8 by this month, inshallah? I want to see the hand. And I need the confidence, just not to show me. You feel, yes, I can do it. And I'm ready to do anything for it. Job, बाकी दुनिया की कमिटमेंट, आई डोंट केयर. मुझे इस मंथ के अंदर स्कोर करना है. इस साल के अंदर मुझे पीटी को अपनी जिंदगी से खत्म कर निकलना है. हाथ उठाओ, दोनों हाथ नहीं, नेहा एक हाथ. तो फिर हाथ ना उठाओ प्लीज. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू थिंक दैट इज द स्पिरिट? इंशाल्लाह हम करके देखो, बाहर भी हाथ उठा रहे. दैट इज द स्पिरिट आई लाइक. बट ये हाथ उठा के ना ओह अल्लाह ने बचा लिया, हाथ उठा लिया, अब तो स्कोर आ ही जाएगा. नहीं, इसे यासीन सूरह पढ़ के हम बोलते सूरह यासीन पढ़ लिया, अभी तो अल्लाह दे ही देंगे. कुछ नहीं देंगे जब तक तुम खुद नहीं उसके पीछे हार्ड वर्क करोगे. जैसे कि हमने प्लान बना लिया कि हम एवरी मंथ हम सेविंग करेंगे. एवरी वीक हम कुछ पैसा अलग से रख के सेव करेंगे इमरजेंसी में खर्चा करने के लिए. बस नियत कर लिया, सही, अल्लाह दे देंगे. नियत करने से होगा. क्या करना पड़ेगा? लॉग इन करना पड़ेगा. लॉग इन करके अपने अकाउंट में जाके अभी उसको फ्यूचर ट्रांसफर करना पड़ेगा. ऑटोमेटिक फ्यूचर ट्रांसफर $100 per week, something like this, yeah, to your net bank saver, है ना? Done, unlimited, done. Up you are done. अभी next month, next week, अगले 6 मंथ अगर तुम्हें याद भी ना रहे, पैसा ऑटोमेटिक जाता रहेगा. तुमने प्रोसेस शुरू कर दिया. Similarly, you need to have a routine. मैंने नियत तो कर लिया. नियत कर लिया मतलब है मैं करूंगा इंशाल्लाह. But you need to have a routine which will reflect your नियत. नियत क्या है? मुझे स्कोर करना है इस मंथ का. रूटीन क्या होना चाहिए? अभी रूटीन तुम लोग घर पर जाके पढ़ते नहीं हो प्रॉपर्ली. इसलिए अब और एक गुड न्यूज ये है कि इंशाल्लाह हम उसको 2 हफ्ते का रूटीन फिर से हम दोहरा के इंशाल्लाह हम आज शुरू कर रहे हैं. सो 2 हफ्ते का रूटीन जो हमने बंद कर दिया था बीच में, वो हम रिज्यूम करें इंशाल्लाह आज से. ओके, आज से शुरू होगा. फेसबुक, हमारा फेसबुक ग्रुप जो है इंग्लिश राइटिंग करे राइटिंग करेक्शन ग्रुप जो है, उस ग्रुप में हम फिर से डे 1 से शुरू करेंगे. ओके, डे 1 से शुरू करेंगे. हम 10 दिन के अंदर इंशाल्लाह डे 10 के अंदर खत्म करेंगे पूरा कोर्स. ठीक है. मुझे कल मौलिक ने भी मैसेज दिया कि सर प्लीज डोंट स्टॉप पोस्टिंग दैट 2 weeks एक्टिविटी बिकॉज दैट्स हाउ आई हैव माय रूटीन फिक्स्ड. क्योंकि आप जब पोस्ट करते थे तो पढ़ने को दिल करता था. अभी जब पोस्ट नहीं करते लगता है चलो सर ने पोस्ट नहीं किया, सर का जोश नहीं, हमारा क्या जोश. समझ रहे हो? तो दैट्स नॉट ट्रू. मेरा तो जोश था, पर मैं थोड़ा सा उसको, मैं पहले 4 दिन सोचा कि मैं 3-4 दिन पहले प्लान था. आई हैड अ प्लान टू पोस्ट फॉर 4-5 days. दैट वाज डिलिबरेट, इंटेंशनल, ऑनेस्टली, ट्रस्ट मी, इंटेंशनल. Then I became lazy. Now, intentional इसलिए था so that you miss that. So that you miss that. बाद में मैं खुद ही lazy हो गया, चलो कर लेंगे. पर मैं ऐसा जानबूझ के अक्सर करता हूँ ताकि एक जैसे कि तुम्हारा जो इंटीमेट फ्रेंड है ना, समटाइम्स तुम्हें पता है कि इंटीमेट फ्रेंड को थोड़ा सा like you should make them feel how important you are to them. Do you know that? When you, yeah, exactly, give them, किसने बोला ये? Wow, smart girl. So when you don't make them feel you're important in their life, and they take you lightly. So when you make them feel how important you are to them, अचानक जब तुम उनको थोड़ा सा गैप दे दोगे, है ना, अपनी जिंदगी थोड़ा सा दिखाओगे कि it's okay, I can do without you, or you just intentionally, deliberately ignore them in something, then they get hurt in a way, but actually उसने शुरू किया, तुमने शुरू नहीं किया. Sometimes people take you lightly, people take things for granted. वो तो है करेगा, नहीं है करेगा. आज के जमाने में अगर तुम्हारे लिए कोई $2 हो, 2 मिनट हो, 10 मिनट टाइम स्पेंड कर रहा है, कुछ ना कुछ कर रहा है, and you're not showing gratitude, तुम सोचते हो चलो कर रहा है, इसमें मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? You should be thankful. You should thank him from your heart. कुछ भी करके हो, मुंह में, आजकल हम मुंह में थैंक यू बोलते हैं ना, थैंक यू वेरी मच, बस उतना ही खत्म. ये थैंक यू बहुत ही ड्राई थैंक यू, जैसे कि आप लोग करते हो मोनिका, है ना, लव यू जानू. You don't? Okay. Maybe you speak Telugu, right? What do you say in Telugu? Janu ka Telugu kya hai? You don't have anything in Telugu? Joanna? चलो रहने दो. तुम्हारे जानवर आपको कैसे पता? आपने शादी की तो मैंने क्या बताया उसके ऊपर आप जज नहीं कर सकते हो. खुद शादी करो पहले. मैं तो बहुत कुछ बोलता हूँ ऐसे. किसका स्कोर आया? सपना इज हियर. एक मिनट टाइम दे दो मुझे. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. कितना अच्छा लगता है, देखो स्कोर लेके आई है. देखो नेप्लीज लोग ऐसे थोड़ा सा कम आते हैं स्कोर के बाद. सपना आई है, which is a good thing. नेप्लीज हैदराबादी, they are similar. ना बोलो कंपैरिजन का मतलब क्या है? they both क्या करते हैं? they both spend a lot of money. They are generous. Yeah. What is the word we should use? Kamran bhai, Akram bhai. They are. You don't know the word. Do you know कंजूसी की English क्या है? Yeah, they are miserly or miser? Miser or miserly? Now, if I say Manipal is foolish or fool? You don't know. Now, Manipal is coward or cowardly? Coward or cowardly? Fool or foolish? Trust me, अब मुझे लगा अचानक I am getting my life back. ये जो English पढ़ा रहा हूँ ना, oh, so whatever we teach, memorize, that's a fazul business thing, and I hate that part of teaching. But ये जो मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ, मुझे लगता है कि अब मैं real English पढ़ा रहा हूँ. Fool, noun, foolish, adjective. Now, when you talk about a noun, you cannot use a singular noun alone. You need a, and, the, my, our, your, his, her, their, its before a singular noun. For example, if I say I'm teacher, teacher singular noun, right? I can't say teacher. I have to say I am our teacher. I am your teacher. I am his teacher. I am their teacher. Make sense? So if I say Manipal is coward, coward is a noun. क्या बोलना है? Manipal is a coward. Now, if I say Manipal is cowardly, a नहीं चाहिए. Why? Because coward is adjective. Look at that, how beautiful the language is. Cowardly, adjective, a नहीं चाहिए. Coward, noun, a चाहिए. So, Manipal मैं तो नहीं कर रहे हो. Good girl. Manipal is a coward because coward is a noun. Manipal is cowardly because cowardly is adjective. Clear? Foolish. Okay. They are, no, he is a fool because fool is a noun. He is foolish because foolish is adjective. Clear, everyone? Can I say he is fool? He is a fool. He is a foolish. He is foolish. Now, can I say he is a foolish? Yes. If I add something else, he's a foolish man. He's a foolish policeman. He's a foolish boy. He's a foolish husband. She's a foolish wife. He's a foolish teacher. सही है कि नहीं? Now cowardly के बाद noun आ सकता है, जैसे कि if I say Monica is a cowardly, correct? If I say Monica is a cowardly lady, does she look like a girl? Girl, तुम खुद बोलते हो. जोआना को बहुत अच्छा लगा. I'm coming to you now, Joanna. Joanna is तीसरा एग्जांपल क्या दे रहा था? Fool, foolish, coward, cowardly. तीसरा क्या था? Miser. Thank you. What's your name? Kinjal. Thank you. मैं भूल गया क्योंकि तुम आज बहुत डिफरेंट लग रहे हो आज. बाल खुले के बाद नहीं कर रहा हूँ. किंजल बहुत मेकअप शुरू किया आजकल. मैं पहले पहचान नहीं पाया कौन है ये. Maybe then you're in love. But then when you're in love, you look, so fresh. One last ये बात तो सही है. Maybe you have had a shower after a week. Something happened. My sixth sense is always right. Well, I'm joking, guys. Now, the point is, miserly. Miser is a noun. Bolo Manjot, miser is the Manjot's husband. Are you single or married? शुक्र है. Manjot's husband is a miser or is miserly? सब लोग चुप कोई बात करो. अब बहुत लोग बोल रहे सर ये तो पता चल गया, इजी है. मैं देखो टेस्ट करता हूँ, ठीक है? Let me ask someone. अमरिंदर भाई, ठीक है? Manjot's husband, ये प्रूफ ना करना है, मुझे नहीं पता क्या है, मतलब ये ग्रामर पूछ रहा हूँ, ठीक है? Manjot's husband is a miser or Manjot's husband is miserly. Which one is correct? आपका नाम क्या है? अमृत बताओ. दोनों का नाम सिमिलर. अमृत जी बताओ. Manjot's husband is a miser or Manjot's husband is miserly. Which one is correct? बाकी सब लोग चुप. Both are correct. Very good. ये smart girl, smart आंसर दिया अमृत ने. आप फंस गए हो. देखो ये दिमाग, बहुत लोग दिमाग से नहीं सोचते. सर ने बोला 2 तो 1 सही होगा. जैसे कि हाँ सोचो ना, जैसे आप गधा हो, स्टूपिड हो. सर ने बोला 1 तो होगा. I am. क्या बोलना चाहिए था? आप सोचो ये था. सर ने अभी भी रूल बताया. A miserly. So a miser, because miser is a noun. Miserly adjective. So miserly की पहले A नहीं चाहिए. So Manjot's husband is miserly. Correct. Miserly is adjective. Manjot's husband is a miser. Correct, because miser is a noun. How about this? मैं नाम भूल गया. समय बताओ. Manjot's husband is miserly man. क्या होगा? A miserly man, because man is a noun. So this is such a beautiful sentence that any singular noun you see, क्या? Any singular noun you see, before that noun adjective आना जरूरी नहीं है, पर एक word आना जरूरी है. What that is called determiner. Determiner. क्या है वो determiner? ये term तो complicated, doesn't matter. But I will tell you in short: a and the, my, our, your, his, her, their, its. Bas, simple as that. How good is that? A and the, my, our, your, his, her, their, its. So any of these words तुम्हें डालना ही पड़ेगा. It's a must. If I say that they are a fool or they are fools, who can say it? Now, okay, let me ask. अभी देखो इसमें हमें जा रहा हूं एडवांस में, ठीक है? अब देखते हैं कौन इंग्लिश में स्मार्ट. They are fools or they are a fool? Because मैंने बोला if the noun is singular, we need a and the. But fools already plural. हमें a and the नहीं चाहिए. I am a teacher. Teacher is a. Can I say I am teacher? बोलो सना जी मुंह खोलो. I am a teacher. Can I say I am teacher? How about this? We are teachers. हमें दा teachers अभी क्या मैंने plural form use किया. Garima is responsible wife. A responsible wife. And Garima and Mandip ji are responsible wives. तभी A हमें नहीं चाहिए. How good is that? अभी तुम लोगों ने क्या सीखा? Adjective and noun use करने का तरीका सीखा. If the noun is singular, we always have to use one of these words: a and the, my, our, your, his, her, their, its before the noun. Adjective हो या ना हो. For example, Manjot's husband is a miser. Correct. Miserly. Correct. Can I say a miserly? Yes, only when there is another noun. A miserly man. A fool, correct. Foolish, correct. A foolish boy, correct. A coward, correct. Cowardly, correct. A cowardly man or girl or boy, correct. समझ आया कि नहीं? इतना ज्यादा सर ना हिलाओ, डाउट ज्यादा हो जाता है. रिजवान भाई, आप देख लेते पूछ के. मेरा जो टीचिंग का 19 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, ये बोलता है कि ज्यादा सर हिलाने का मतलब है सर आगे बढ़ो. आगे बढ़ो, हम समझ गए. मतलब ये तो इजी पीस ऑफ केक. क्या समझा रहे हो सर? आप पूछ के देखो, 80% बच्चा भी मिस्टेक करेंगे. ओके, और अभी भी सही भी है, आधा घंटे बाद खाना पीना करके बाथरूम करके सब भूल जाओगे. ये जो दिस इज ट्रू, क्योंकि आप लोग पूरी जिंदगी गलत पढ़ के आए हो. अभी जो एज है आप लोगों का, most of you are in your late 20s, right? Late 20s or early 30s. So this is the right age to learn grammar. तुम जितने भी मेहनत कर लो अभी ग्रामर सीख के याद रखना मुश्किल है. अभी ये ग्रामर अगर तुम अपने टीनेज में सीखते, इट्स लाइक मतलब चुटकी में हो जाना था, ऐसे इतना इजीली याद हो जाता है. इसीलिए मेमोराइज करने के बहुत लोग बोलते सर वी कांट मेमोराइज वेल बिकॉज ऑफ योर एज. ये तुम सेम बोरिंग और से नहीं, ये बोरिंग ग्रामर अभी जितना भी मुश्किल हो मेमोराइज करना, अगर 10 साल पहले उसको पूछते, क्योंकि हमने अपने कंट्री में यही सीखा है रट्टा कैसे मारना है. स्कूल में रट्टा मारा हमने, ऐसे 3-4 ऐसे 5-6 ऐसे 8-10 ऐसे तक भी हमने रट्टा मारा, वर्ड टू वर्ड, एक वर्ड में मिस्टेक नहीं होता था. पर अभी मेमोराइज सही नहीं होता, टाइम लग जाता है. पर अल्टीमेटली दैट्स नॉट एन एक्सक्यूज. तो सबको पता है, ठीक है, अच्छी बात है. नो नो नो, पर पीटी स्कोर करने के लिए दिस इज ए मस्ट. 20 मिनट लगे या 20 घंटा लगे, रवनीत हमें क्या चाहिए? हमें रट्टा मारना पड़ेगा. दैट इज द एंड वर्ड, दैट्स द फाइनल वर्ड. मतलब है करना ही पड़ेगा, देयर इज नो एक्सेप्शन. एक दुख की बात है, आज मुझे बहुत बुरा लगा, कल रात को मुझे बुरा लगा एक बात सुन के. आप लोग सुनो, स्टोरी है, दैट इज समथिंग टू लर्न फॉर एवरीवन. मैं नाम नहीं बताऊंगा, सो you don't know who that person is. A student, I really like him, he is a good boy, he comes regularly, not that regularly but he still comes, okay, maybe 4 days a week. He's a good boy, I see him nearly every other day or every day in the class. कल उसके एग्जाम दिया, एग्जाम देके मुझे मैसेज दिया, सर I got this blank, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm happy. And then he said, sir, one more thing, I got the Julie Bishop blanks and Julie Bishop had 3 blanks and the last word is recognition, not reputation. Please update this in your file. बोलो मैंने क्या बोला दिव्या? He said, first one is despite, second one is evidence, third one is recognition. So please update this. I got this blank. And he's been coming to me for 2 months and he got the special suggestions too. Now what his message means, he hasn't gone through all the special suggestion blanks. Then मैंने पूछा, it has been there since day one. Okay sir, I didn't notice that. मतलब क्या, he didn't memorize. दुख की बात. अब ब्लेम बच्चे मुझे करते. आजकल मैसेज काफी आता है, सर sorry to say that I had no blanks from the special material. पेंडू, तुम गधा हो, तुम पेंडू हो, गद्दी हो, स्पेशल मटेरियल से आया नहीं हो ही नहीं सकता. आजकल स्पेशल से सब आ रहा है. You won't believe me. मुझे मैसेज आया कल, एक मैं बताऊंगा आपको क्या क्या आया क्वेश्चन. Someone texted me yesterday, sir, I got all the drop downs. Sandeep, all drop 5. She had 5 of them, sir, all 5 from the special material, but no drag and drop from. Look at that. Maybe मैंने वो मैसेज मिस भी किया है. कौन से संदीप? Sandeep, who's Sandeep? Not you. देखा प्रॉब्लम, तुम लोग पंजाबी ना पता नहीं चलो ही और शी. चलो कोई बात नहीं. Now the point is, देखो दुख की बात, ये लड़का ने उसको गो थ्रू भी नहीं किया एक बार. अब बोल रहा है सर अपडेट कर लो उसको. मतलब क्या है, ऐसे बहुत सारे ब्लैंक्स है. मुझे पता है कि उसने वो सीखा भी नहीं होगा. वो जो हम पढ़ते हैं ना, मैंने क्लास स्ट्रीट से सब दे दिया रे सब, और क्या क्या बताओ, भूल गया मैं. व्हाट्सअप, EGDLI है ना, EGDLI, और क्या, एक दरवाजे से चोर एंटर. देखो ये इस चीज को बहुत क्या फनी है. I don't need that. I'm smart. Some people consider themselves smart like this. PTE, there's no smartness other than memorizing. ब्लाइंडली मेरी बात सुनो, आंखें बंद करके सुनो, इसी का ही फायदा है। देयर इज नो, इसमें एक ईगो भी है ना, किसी की बात सुनने का ईगो भी है, ईगो काम करता है। हम क्यों सुने, हम भी कम स्मार्ट है, हमने बैचलर किया, मास्टर्स किया, पीएचडी किया। इंदर सर ने क्या किया? इंदर सर ने पीटी में बहुत कुछ किया, इंदर सर ने टीचिंग में भी बहुत कुछ किया। तो तुम्हें क्या चाहिए, उसको सर के पास है या नहीं, तुम्हें ये देखना पड़ेगा। एक बात याद रखना, जबरदस्त स्टोरी है। पता है आपको पीर, पता है पीर? यू डोंट नीड टू गो टू अ जबरदस्त पीर टू, डू यू नो दिस रूल? नाउ पीर किसको बोलते हैं? कि पीर क्या करेंगे, तुम्हारे अपने अंदर जो बुराइयां है उसको निकालेंगे, जो अच्छा क्वालिटीज है उनको कल्टीवेट करेंगे और अच्छा इंसान बनने का तरीका बताएंगे और अल्लाह के करीब पहुंचाएंगे। दैट इज व्हाट अ पीर डज। ये ना सोचो वो गाना बजाने वाले पीर की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट अ रियल पीर, अ रियल इस्लाह करने वाला बंदा, जो मुस्लिम अच्छे रियल पीर होते। आज के जमाने में अच्छे पीर, रियल पीर बहुत कम है, सारे पैसे कमाने वाले, पर कुछ रियल लोग अभी भी अल्लाह ने जिंदा रखा है। नाउ ऑल आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज, when you go to a peer, now you don't need to go to a peer of zabardast caliber or zabardast something. Now look, this comparison can be made. Look at the sky. You will see there are a lot of clouds, है ना? Plenty of patches of clouds there. Now तुम्हारे पास जो, ये भी मैंने कोई बुक में पढ़ा है, तुम्हारे पास जो अपना जो पॉट है, तुम्हारे पॉट है इस साइज का, समझ रहे हो? तुम्हारा पॉट इस साइज का ना, इतना सारा जो क्लाउड्स है, बहुत सारे क्लाउड्स है आसमान में, तुम्हारा पॉट भरने के लिए सब क्लाउड्स इस पॉट से बड़ा है। मतलब कोई भी क्लाउड तुम ले लो, तुम अपने पॉट को भर सकते हो। अल्टीमेटली तुम किसी के पास भी जाओ, तुम्हारा स्कोर इंशाल्लाह जरूर आएगा। It doesn't matter whether you go to someone with huge knowledge or more success, you will score. The condition is you will believe that he has enough knowledge to give it to me, so I will score. तो मेरे स्टूडेंट का स्कोर ज्यादा आने का रीजन यही है कि बच्चे मुझे ज्यादा बिलीव करते हैं, मेरी बात ज्यादा सुनते हैं। पीटी में स्कोर करने के लिए मेरे पास कोई एक्स्ट्रा टैलेंट, मैं कोई जबरदस्त टीचर नहीं। पीटी में फजूलिज्म, यू नो दैट वेरी वेल। अदर टीचर्स कैन इक्वली हेल्प यू, पर तुम मुझे बिलीव ज्यादा करती तो तुम्हारा स्कोर जल्दी आता है। ईगो, हमारे बच्चे की ईगो बहुत कम है। जब मेरे क्लास में आ जाते बच्चों से, ईगो शिको मारो गोली, स्कोर से मतलब है। और क्योंकि मैं भी तुम लोगों के बैकग्राउंड से हूं, तो मुझे ना एग्जैक्टली पता है व्हाट यू फील, तो मैं वहां पे आई कैन स्ट्राइक दैट, यू नो, स्ट्राइक ऑन दैट वेरी प्लेस जहां पे टच करने से, स्ट्राइक करने से मोटिवेशन होता है, समझ रहे हो? क्योंकि मैं भी तुम लोग जैसे स्ट्रगल बहुत किया अपने जिंदगी में। आई वॉज अ वेरी गुड स्टूडेंट इन माई स्कूल एंड देन आई लॉस्ट ट्रैक. I went astray. I didn't fall into bad company. I didn't take drugs or drink alcohol, anything in my life, but I just lost track, unfortunately. Then I saw everyone going away. Going away means in the right way, but I was there waiting. I was there like lost. Then my mom, my dad, my whole family got upset. What is Imdad doing? What is he's playing with his life. Then Allah ki meherbani, Allah ki zabardast meherbani. Then I even didn't meet anyone in those 6 months, those depression time. I didn't meet anyone. I went to the mosque, pray, and then came home. Mosque, came back home. Allah ki meherbani, Allah ne ek zabardast book mujhe mil gaya padhne ko, and the book's name is How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. And since I started reading the book, I got a huge josh that yes, I know I've lost a lot of time. I know that, but that's not the end of my life. I can still come back and win over everyone else. And look at me now. Alhamdulillah. Don't say, oh, sir, ab kya ban gaye ho? Kuch nahi ban gaya, but jo tha usse bahut kuch ban gaya. Jo badtar zindagi mein guzar raha tha, the way I was struggling in my life, unbelievable story. Agar main mera apna story mein likhu tum logo ke liye, you will learn a lot from that. Acha sir, aap us stage se guzar rahe the. So do you know I use the word hibernation a lot? I was hibernating myself as well. I hated to meet new people or meet anyone. I was like, you know, होता है ना जब तुम देखते हो कि तुम बस सपना देखते हो अपने स्कूल कॉलेज लाइफ में, you're the first boy, और अचानक तुम देखते हो कि मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, ऐसे अच्छे अच्छे मीडियोकर स्टूडेंट्स डोंट गेट फ्रस्ट्रेटेड. मीडियोकर पीपल, चलो कोई बात नहीं, जो हो रहा है सही हो रहा है. और जो अच्छे स्टूडेंट होते हैं, दे गेट फ्रस्ट्रेटेड वेरी क्विकली बिकॉज दे सी व्हाट आर दे डूइंग, दे आर कहाँ पे जाना था और क्या क्या कर रहे हैं. आई वाज लाइक हॉरिबल, आई वाज पैथेटिक इन माय लाइफ. देन अल्लाह की जबरदस्त मेहरबानी है, बुक पता नहीं मुझे कहाँ से मिल गया, अचानक मेरे नजर आ गया, ये मैं अल्लाह का ही हुक्म है. ये जो बुक मुझे मिलना था, अल्लाह नहीं, उसके थ्रू ये जरिया है, जरिया. इसलिए मैं बार बार बोलते हैं, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है किस्मत को बिलीव करना, और जो भी है अल्लाह हमारे लिए अच्छा करेंगे, पर हमें उम्मीद नहीं छोड़नी. मैंने उम्मीद कभी नहीं छोड़ी. I was depressed, I know, but I had that hope. I was waiting for something to hold on to. कि अल्लाह मुझे कुछ रास्ता दिखाओ, मुझे कुछ ना कुछ करके मुझे यहाँ से उठाओ. तो मैंने दुआ की, नमाज पढ़ा, मैंने कभी नमाज नहीं छोड़ा. अल्लाह की मेहरबानी, देखो अल्लाह ने मुझे एक जबरदस्त रास्ता दिखाया. Then I fought back and everyone was amazed. कि मेरे घर वालों ने, दोस्तों ने सोचा कि इमदाद तो गया है, इमदाद का लाइफ तो खत्म. I came back with so much vigor, enthusiasm. People keep looking at me, तो इमदाद क्या से क्या कर रहा है. Then I started my own coaching center in Bangladesh and I did so well. You have no idea. Then I was very young and energetic. अभी तो मैं बैठ के पढ़ा रहा हूँ. You won't believe, from 8 o'clock in the morning until 6 p.m. I didn't have a second to eat my lunch. मैं ये सोचता था, ये जो शेक पीता हूँ ना आजकल, तब मैं सोचता था उस एज में, काश ऐसा कुछ मिल जाता था कि मैं लिक्विड पी लूंगा तो जल्दी पी लूंगा, तो जल्दी मैं लाइक भूख मिट जाएगी. पर अभी तो आजकल यहाँ पे आने के बाद देखिए शेक भी मिलता है जिसमें सब कुछ है. उस जमाने में हमें नहीं, हमें तो ऊपर जाके मेरी मॉम के हाथ के राइस ही खाना पड़ता था. आराम से राइस खा के आता था, राइस खा के नींद आ जाती थी. पर उस एज में आई वाज सो एनर्जेटिक, ट्रस्ट मी, आई एम नॉट एग्जैजरेटिंग. आई वाज लाइक सुबह से शाम तक 10-12 घंटे में खड़ा होकर पढ़ा रहा हूँ. मतलब लाइफ, दैट वाज अ यू टर्न फॉर मी. अल्लाह की मेहरबानी. मैंने इंग्लिश लिटरेचर स्टडी करना शुरू कर दिया था. इंग्लिश लिटरेचर में मेरा जान था, मेरी जान थी. I enjoyed it so much, not because it's English literature, but because it's English language. I love how the language, I used to love, still love the way English language works. कहाँ से मैं, मतलब I was like a pathetic person. I used to hate everyone during that time. Later on, now I started motivating my students जो स्कूल में पढ़ाता था. Then ऑस्ट्रेलिया में आना. नाउ अल्लाह से कुछ समझ देते हैं. सो इसलिए उम्मीद नहीं छोड़नी. ये जो मैं पोस्ट लिखता हूँ ना फेसबुक में, इसमें कोई आर्टिफिशियल नहीं. एवरीथिंग इज माय ओन स्टोरी. आई सॉ दैट विथ माय ओन आईज. तुम जो स्ट्रगल कर रहे हो ना ऑस्ट्रेलिया में आके, ये स्ट्रगल कुछ भी नहीं उसके सामने. यहाँ पे आने के बाद लोगों ने मुझे लात मार के निकाल दिया घर से. कहीं रहने का जगह नहीं था. तो आई स्ट्रगल्ड अ लॉट बिकॉज मैंने पहले ही बोला आपको, आई वाज गुड फॉर नथिंग. आई एम स्टिल गुड फॉर नथिंग. मुझे कुछ खरीदने दो, मैं कुछ खरीद नहीं पाऊंगा. आई वॉज गुड फॉर नथिंग. माई वाइफ वॉज द वन हु वॉज वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग. रास्ते में आ गए हम. फिर मेरे पुराने कोई स्टूडेंट को फोन किया, उसने मुझे कहीं रहने का जगह दिया. इसके बाद हम किसी और के साथ शेयर किया 6 मंथ, एंड 6 मंथ उसने जिंदगी को पता नहीं क्या कर दी. यू वोंट बिलीव हाउ मच टॉर्चर वी वर गोइंग थ्रू. मैंने उस दिन बोल भी रहा था कि उनके घर में हमें अलाउड नहीं था कोई गेस्ट अलाउड नहीं है. तो हम पीछे से आएंगे, सामने से नहीं आ पाएंगे, हम कोई नॉइज नहीं कर पाएंगे. और हमारा था छोटा सा एक रूम था, जिस रूम में मैट्रेस रखने के बाद सिर्फ मेरा एक कंप्यूटर टेबल था, जगह होता था, और कुछ जगह नहीं होता था. रूम कितना बड़ा सोचो. मुझे अभी भी दिल करता है मैं उस रूम में जाऊं, उस घर में जाऊं, जाके मैं फोटो खींच के लेके आऊं. मुझे एक मेमोरी रहेगा कि इस रूम में मैं 6 मंथ गुजारा. और उस बंदा वाज सो हॉरिबल. बंदा, उसकी वाइफ वाज लाइक, मैं बोल रहा था रविंद्र का स्टोरी उस दिन, कि जब इंडिया से आके सोचते हैं कि हम तो मालकिन बन गए, है ना, मालकिन सोचते खुद को. डोंट गेट मी रॉन्ग, ओके. अभी मिसट्रीट करते हैं लोगों को. अल्लाह माफ करो, बोलना नहीं चाहिए. हम उनको 10 बार बेच सकते हैं. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द प्रॉपर्टी वी हैव इन बांग्लादेश. बोलना अच्छा नहीं, आई नो दैट वेरी वेल. मैं मीन नहीं किया कभी भी, बट दैट्स हाउ पीपल ट्रीट यू बिकॉज यू आर अलोन हियर. मेरा डैड ने काफी अच्छा पैसा कमाया. मैंने कभी भी पैसा का कभी भी नहीं देखा पैसा कम होना क्या होता है. अल्लाह की मेहरबानी. मैं मोबाइल फोन यूज करता हूं जब हमारे एरिया में, हमारे कंट्री में मोबाइल किसी के पास नहीं है. 1998 से मेरे स्कूल में, मेरे कॉलेज में किसी के पास फोन है, मेरे पास फोन है. मुझे शर्म आता, मैं छुपा के बैग में रखता था, क्योंकि मुझे लोग बोलेंगे हाँ दिखा रहा है, एक्सपोज कर रहा है. मुझे अच्छा लगता था ना, मेरे मॉम से बात कर दो, तभी अच्छा लगता है ना, जोश. एक्सपोज करना नहीं था. तो कभी पैसा का वो नहीं देखे, यहाँ पे आने के बाद ऐसे घटिया बिहेवियर लोग दिखाते हैं, अनबिलीवेबली बैड बिहेवियर पीपल शो. सो उम्मीद ना छोड़ो, ये कुछ भी नहीं, दीज आर ऑल लाइक टेम्पररी. इंशाल्लाह ये सारे टाइम खत्म हो जाएंगे, सारे बुरा दिन खत्म हो जाएगा. बुरा दिन खत्म करने के लिए अभी तुम्हारे पास मौका है पीटी. इसको ऐसे इस एंगल से देखो, कितना सारा स्ट्रगल है, सारे लोग भाग क्यों रहे हैं? हस्बैंड को बोला, अभी भी क्या समझा, भूल जाओ उनको. चलो अब जोकिंग, ओके जाओ, भूलो मत. इश्क हिम. पूरा मेरे पुराने स्टूडेंट थे, एल्बियन में पढ़ती थी, एल्बियन में 2011-12 की बात है. ओके, तो पुराने स्टूडेंट जानते हैं कि हाउ इंटीमेट आई वाज विद देम. हम बहुत मजा करते थे घर पे, खाना उनके लंच हम देते थे. यू नो दैट हमारे एल्बियन के घर में एवरी वीक हमारे $1000 बजट था खाना बनाना. डू यू नो दैट? लंच जिस दिन घर पे खाना नहीं बनेगा उस दिन हम बाहर से लेके आते थे, आलू पराठा कुछ ना कुछ. बच्चे खाली पेट कभी नहीं जाते थे. बच्चे, यू नो, बिकॉज आई वांटेड देम टू स्टे. The longer they stayed, the more they learned. So इसलिए एल्बियन वाले कोई भी बच्चे हमारे पास पढ़ने आए ना, they are different. They know me very well. No, they know me, Naz. They saw how much we struggled. Naz, my wife, 8 साल तक couldn't become pregnant. How much she cried. Now look at her now. अल्लाह ने क्या 3 बच्चे दे दिया. Still counting. So बुरा दिन ज्यादा टाइम नहीं रहता है. तुम्हें सिर्फ उम्मीद नहीं छोड़नी है, अल्लाह जरूर तुम्हें अच्छा दिन देंगे. ये जो पीटी स्कोर, पीटी जब स्कोर, जैसे कि ये जो बाहर सपना एंड मौलिक बाहर बैठे, अभी उनकी 2 बात सुनोगे तुम्हें लगेगा, देखो उनको देखो, become jealous of them. Please tell them to come inside. I'll give them 2 minutes to talk. Now आज जो 2 बजे से इंशाल्लाह हमारा स्पेशल सेशन शुरू होगा, तो I would say don't miss that session, even if you memorize all the summaries. Do that. I'm giving you a chance to do that. Attend this session. अब देखोगे हम क्या करते हैं इंशाल्लाह इस अगले 3 घंटे इंशाल्लाह. Zaid bhai, where is Sapna and Maulik? सपना प्लीज बोलो क्या करना है. सपना, सपना प्लीज. आपका टिकट फर्स्ट क्लास नहीं है, आप लोग पीछे. मौलिक के सपना को बुलाओ, जिनके स्कोर आया है ना. देखो ट्रीटमेंट, देखो ट्रीटमेंट डिफरेंट है. स्कोर के बाद तुम लोग को ऐसे बुलाएंगे हम. रुबीना कुछ बताओ, कैसा लग रहा है मौलिक? हाउ आर यू फीलिंग नाउ? मौलिक तुम वर्ड करो, सपना का उसको पहले आया ना. सपना को पहले, सपना के पहले बोल दे. सपना, congratulations, say something for our students, something you felt from your heart, not to please me or anything. Okay, Maulik, tum bhi,
Thank you, sir. I can only say thank you to you. I wanted to say a lot, but now I have no words.
say some whatever you feel. Now, first of all, let me say Sapna's scores. Listening score was?
First of all, it was
now
it's 83.
83 in listening. Reading?
90.
Now look at that, guys. Reading में 90 मुझे इतना अच्छा लगता है ना. Reading 90, speaking
87.
87, and writing
90.
Look at that. How dashing. Guys, give her a big hand.
Thank you. At first, speaking was very hard for me. Like it was really hard to get 65 each. And then when I came here, speaking was like a piece of cake. It was so easy, and like when I sat in exam, like whatever the picture was in describe news, I could say anything for 40 seconds. And then for reading also, it was helpful, reading, writing, and for overall. And in my last 2-3 like exams, I was really lacking in listening. And then like sir told, I did my like I focused more on repeat sentence, right from dictation, fill in the blanks, highlight incorrect words, and what is that, listening summary. So guys, please memorize what sir say, and repeat sentence and write from dictation is, I think, very most important. Like like for me, repeat sentence was like I was very afraid. There are 10-12 sentences, and then it was like, what's next? What is next? I think I can't do it. It was like that. But I did. I practiced a lot in repeat sentences. Like those apart from that real exam questions, you need to practice more, because you never know like what is going to come in your exam. So be prepared and practice hard, and yeah, that's all I would say. And thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sapna. Well, So do you think I told her to say all these things? When someone lies, you can feel that, right? Like you know how your husband lies, yeah? Yeah? Manipal, पता चलता जब like आपको कैसे पता आप ये कर रहे हो? शादी भी नहीं की अब हमने भाई अब बोलना मत आपने बोला था अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ये दिल भर जाता है जब ऐसे स्टोरीज लोग बोलते हैं आके तुम भी ऐसे बोलोगे जब तुम बिलीव करना शुरू करोगे जब 6 बार फेल करके दिवाकर जब 90 किया 6 times he failed. He took his 7th exam. He got 19 each, and then he came up here and said, "Sir, this is the first time I believed that I will not touch the multiple choice multiple answers, and I got 19 each." So look at that. You see that? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, say it. What are you going to say? You forgot to say something. Okay, Sapna. Thank you very much, Sapna. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please, don't do that. We don't like it. It's religiously forbidden. We can't do that. So you respect me. I like you. That's more than enough. No. That's enough. I like you and I wish you all the best. You know, dua dil se aati. You don't have to, do anything. Just trust me on that. Inshallah, you will be successful in your life. Don't just follow what we talked about PTE. Now you have to follow the things we talked outside PTE. You see how to live your life happily with your if you're married. Yeah, are you married? With your husband and with your everyone else around you. That's what is more important. PTE score to aaj na kal aana hi tha. I'll be more proud if you follow all those things I taught you about living a happy life, positive life, है ना? अच्छी अच्छी बात, लोगों को खुश करो, लोगों को अच्छा रखो, लोगों को पेन ना बनो, लोगों की जिंदगी में पेन ना बनो, कुछ हेल्प ना कर पाओ, एटलीस्ट अवॉइड करो, बुरा ना करो. That's what I want. Thank you, Sapna. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maulik.
First of all, I would like to thank Imdad sir and all the teachers, those who have helped me directly or indirectly.
Indirectly किसने किया वो?
जैसे काका है.
अच्छा, okay, ऐसे सही बात है.
जैसे गरीबों में एक ही दिन के लिए आए थे, बट उन्होंने पीटर गैरेट वाली करवा दी थी उसी दिन ब्लैंक. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल
स्कोर बोल दूं मैं पहले. मौलिक का स्कोर है, मैंने निकाल के रखा है, भूल भी गया है. 79 in listening, बाल बाल आए. Doesn't matter. PTE में पूछेंगे नहीं बाल बाल आए तो PR बाद में आएगा नहीं. Reading 81, वो भी थोड़ा सा बाल बाल ही है. Speaking 90, writing 84. Doesn't matter. ऐसे बहुत लोग इस स्कोर में वेट कर रहे हैं. ऐसे बहुत बच्चे तुम में हो जिससे ऐसे स्कोर पास है, क्या फायदा है? PR अप्लाई नहीं कर पा रहे, पर इसने अप्लाई कर दिया ऑलरेडी. देर नहीं करते.
मैं अपना लास्ट स्कोर बताता हूँ. माय लास्ट स्कोर वाज in reading it was 65. Speaking, writing and listening all was like 70, 71, 72. When I came here, I was like, okay, I don't know whether these strategies are going to work or not. I was not sure about it because before I joined one of the classes, and he was like, you need to follow the structure. I was like, okay, why do I need to follow the structure? I mean, I can write a paragraph 200 words in English. I don't need to follow the structure. He was like, but if you follow it, it will be like, okay. And I never went to that classes again because that person was not confident enough. So he cannot share that values and all this stuff. So I was not convinced fully. Then I came here and I was like, okay, whether do I need to learn English or do I need to get 79? And then okay, I'll follow all of the search strategies. I've followed each and everything. I tried to most of them, and I got 4 blanks in the exam. Then around 3 repeat sentence and both right from dictation 3 to 4. 2 listening summaries, essay. I mean, it's a huge jump, from 65 to 81. So if it was not a special material, I don't think that it would have taken ages or decades.
Yeah, maybe suppose ऐसे logically सोचो, तो 4 blanks है, suppose 4 ना के 3 आ जाता, है ना। तो उस एक आपको बताइए कि अगर 2-3 मिस्टेक हो जाना तो शायद 78 आ जाता, 1 मार्क से कम हो जाता। ऐसे हरप्रीत के बहुत बार आ चुका है। ऐसे बहुत बच्चे 1-2 के लिए फेल कर करके ना अपसेट हो जाते। जब स्पेशल मटेरियल देना शुरू किया हमने अभी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, जैसे मौलिक, सपना, ऐसे जो बच्चे हमारे पास आते, दे बिलीव, दे हैव द बिलीव, कुछ भी हो जाए। रिया, डू यू बिलीव मी? आर यू मेमोराइजिंग ऑल ऑफ देम? So do it very quickly. समी का स्कोर इंशाल्लाह आ ही जाएगा नेक्स्ट एग्जाम में। तो मुझे उम्मीद है, ट्रस्ट में, मुझे पता है क्या फीलिंग हो रहा है, हम 80 से काफी ज्यादा स्कोर करेंगे, ट्रस्ट में मुझे। आई गॉट दैट फीलिंग। डोंट यू थिंक दिस इज अ रिस्की मूव फ्रॉम अस? लोग बोले हाँ तुमने क्या कर दिया, डायरेक्ट तुमने बोल दिया अगर ना आए तो। पता नहीं, मेरे अंदर से बिलीव, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग बिलीव, इंशाल्लाह हम करेंगे। मुझे ये भी लग रहा है कि अल्लाह चाहे तो हम 85-90 प्लस भी कर सकते हैं। 80 तो इंशाल्लाह हम करेंगे। ये ना सोचो सही, ये बोल के हमें मोटिवेट कर रहा है। मोटिवेट तो जरूर कर रहा हूं, नो डाउट, बट दिव्या नहीं करोगे, समी करेगा, समी नहीं करोगे, रिजवान भाई करेगा, रिजवान भाई नहीं करोगे, प्रीतम करेगा, इंशाल्लाह कोई ना कोई जरूर करेगा। इसीलिए तो मैं कर रहा हूं। ये भी ना कि मैं, जैसे तुम लोग नियत करके बैठे, मैं नियत करके बैठ नहीं गया। मैंने क्या किया, स्पेशल 5 दिन का क्लास शुरू किया, देखा आज से, क्योंकि आई डोंट वांट टू रिग्रेट लेटर, मैं ये कर सकता था, ये मुझे करना चाहिए था, बोल के तो मैं बैठ गया, आशीष स्कोर आएगा, कहां से आएगा। एट द सेम टाइम मुझे अपनी तरफ से हार्ड वर्क भी 100% करना पड़ेगा। अभी जो हम करने वाले हैं इंशाल्लाह नेक्स्ट 3 घंटा, तुम देखोगे हम क्या करते हैं। बट डोंट सिट इफ यू डोंट fulfill the requirement. Yeah, do you know that? Yes. But if you memorize the summaries, you can sit. I'll take a test in 5 minutes time. Okay. I'll take a 5-minute break and then resume the class inshallah. Thank you everyone for listening. Malik, thank you very much for coming. Sapna, keep in touch. Don't forget us. Thank you everyone. Okay. I'll see you again, Malik. Thank you very much.